Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Mediterranean Poker Party. I am Andrew Headley, joined on set here at the Merit Complex by Mr. Jay Harwood, making his debut in Cyprus. And we have more action for you today, the EAPT Grand Final Main Event Day 2. Before we jump into that, Jay, give us a reminder of what went down last night. Yeah, last night's final table, we had the 10K PLO FT. Everyone's favourite Scotsman, Ludo Geilich, taking that down for $149,000 on a stacked final table. Absolutely, Ludo crushed it. And today, as I already mentioned, we have that Grand Final Day 2 of the 2K. About to jump into that. Jay, can you give us a rundown of the prize pool? Yeah, it was 2 million guarantee on that. That has been smashed to 3 mil, just north of 3 mil in the prize pool. We got just over 1,500 players in the pool. Coming back to day 2 today in the booth. Looking forward to jumping into the action with yourself, Andrew. Brilliant stuff, guys. Well, with that, that's enough talk. Let's take it over and get into the action. Well, a very good evening to one and all. This is the Mediterranean Poker Party. And look at that. What a beautiful view of the complex out here in Cyprus. Another day of coverage, guys, about to get underway. And today it is the EAPT Grand Final Day 2. Chip counts on stream. I'll take you through them briefly now. Sebastian Gal, 70 big blinds, 13.8 million in chips. Anton Vinokurov with a shade over 11 million. Christopher Putz in there with 7 million in chips, 35 blinds. Then we got some mid stacks. Uberton Aquino, 30 big blinds. Vahid Motagi, 30 big blinds also. And then some of the shorter stacks with work to do. We have Kurtulis Karake and Ludovic Perriot on the short stack currently. I am Andrew Headley, joined, making his Cyprus debut, Mr. Jay Harwood. Jay, welcome along, my friend. How are we doing?
Delighted to be here, Andrew. Everything looks great. Venue is fantastic. Atmosphere is booming, and just can't wait to jump into some hands with yourself over the next few hours.
Absolutely. The beautiful ballroom here in the Merit Diamond Hotel. And look at that set, Jay. The turquoise water, tranquil, very similar. I mean, it is the Med.
Beautiful, looks amazing, and just credit to everyone that's put this together, because set is looking unbelievable today.
Yeah, it really is. So cards in the air, guys. We are sort of midway through level 23, playing on a 50-minute clock here on day 2. 54 players remaining. Jay, we had a massive field, 1,500 runners or so, even a little more. Smashed the guarantee, over 3 million in the pool. You know, 1.5 times the guarantee, Jay, not too shabby.
No, terrific turnout, especially when you smash the guarantee out the park like these lads have done. And going to be a big prize up top come tomorrow.
Yeah, 460K or so for the win. Joining us later on in the booth, Mr. James Dempsey, having a well-earned rest. Jay, we had a very late one last night, covering that 10K PLO. First look today at Vinokurov, Russian, here in the cutoff. And perhaps a little insight, Jay, into how he's approaching this feature table. Very wide open here, 5-6 off, working with 50 bigs.
Yeah, getting after it very early on. Goes for a loose open in the cutoff, but going to run into Karakai with the queens behind on the button straight away into this stream.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if this is a glitch. There we go. Right, we had... Oh, look at this. 2 sets of ladies right off the bat. We did have an open to 400K because we were just catching up with the action. 3-bet on the button by Karake. And Kurtulis, pretty easy jam, Jay. Just a shade over 15 blinds.
Standard as can be. No other way to play this one. Always going in.
Yeah, not too sure what Vinokurov is thinking about. And we're going to have a very quick call here from Karake. And we'll watch the reaction. 4 flush draws, Jay.
4 flush draws. Hoping that the dealer doesn't put any carnage out there, though. No one likes to bust in this manner.
We will see if there is any ugliness. Hand 1 here of the feature table. Of course, very likely to be a chop. couple of short stacks here, Jay. Average stack, around about 5.8 million. These guys both work in sub 3. Dealer just getting a countdown of the stacks, I believe.
Yeah, hoping not to see any casualties for this one, but wouldn't mind seeing a sweat or two. Always nice to see 3 to a flush on the board.
We want blood, right, in the booth.
It's a first hand, Andrew. First hand.
So it looks like Kurtulis, of course, with the covering stack. And there we go. Hand over, Jay. Gonna chop this one up. Both players gonna be relatively happy with that result once they get it all in. So Jay, talk us through it. First visit over to Merit. First impressions of the complex?
Well, one thing I will say, the place on a whole is just fantastic. And I've been to a lot of places that I've heard good things about and got there and sort of was too overhyped for me. I got there and was a bit like meh, but this place, where it's situated, everything is just brilliant about the place. And you mentioned to myself before coming over, the food is unbelievable as well. The food, you cannot go wrong with the food here.
See, it's a problem for me, Jay. I'm trying to go, I've been telling the viewers all week, I'm trying to go on a health kick. It's just desserts, right? Left, right, and center.
There'll be no health kick here, I'll tell you that. There'll be no health kick going on this week.
So they do chop this one up in the early going. One thing I'm looking forward to, Jay, we call it the Merit name roulette.
Okay.
Oof, there's some tough pronunciation going on in this part of the world. Do you want to have a go?
I'll have a go.
Go on then. There you go. There's the lineup.
So in 1, we got Sebastian Peter Gall, nice and easy. Christopher Putz in 2. Ludovic Georges Perrier in 4. Anton Vinokorev in 5. Kazim Ergin Karakay in 6. Hubert and Christian Derquino in 7.
Oh.
Bora Kurtulis in 8. And Vahid Mortagi in the 9 seat.
I'm not going to lie, that was a lot more competent than I hoped.
I've done it before.
Yeah, beautiful feature table. We had the chance to test that out earlier on in the week. A lot of room to wiggle around. Nobody cramped in. First look at Sebastian Gall. Going to come in here from under the gun, Jay. Biggest stack at this feature, shade under 70 blinds. Going to open up with the ace deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, really suited ace. Fair for us from under the gun as a chip leader at the table. It's again in the mix from early position.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty deep, Jay, right, in this comp. You know, 54 left from 1,500, sort of last 3% or so of the field. So can start leveraging pressure. Look at this, Jay. Very non-standard. Aquino, the Brazilian, getting after it. Jack 9 off.
There's got to be some dynamic here between the players,
right.
Surely, for just to throw in a free bet here with this combo.
Yeah, and I mean, he's gone pretty big. 8.5 blinds. Seems pretty large in position to me.
Yeah, especially off of 30 at this stage of the tournament as well. Tend to scale down our sizes, but gets the job done to credit to Aquino. Unorthodox 3-bet working on this occasion.
Yeah, we talk about this, right, sometimes that players on the feature, they tend to go one of 2 ways, right? They shrink into themselves a little.
Yeah.
Like, don't want to make a mistake, or they are in there swinging punches, so to speak. And Aquino, little glimpse into his mindset.
And this is one of the things when we do get a fresh new 8, 9 players on the feature table, we have no idea what's been occurring on outer tables previously, and sometimes there can be dynamic between players that we're unaware of, and maybe something that could have been going on there with that 3-bet from Aquino.
Yeah, certainly not a typical spot to see aggression, but gets it done. As you guys had a look at that beautiful, you know, array of trophies we have during this edition of the Mediterranean Poker Party. Of course, we're going to take you through all the action this evening, playing to the end of level 27, as I understand it. And we will be covering all of the final day tomorrow, where we will be crowning our champion. First look at Mortagi, Jay, limping, King 8 of clubs in the small. Gal with one of these hands, Jay, that can sometimes choose to ISO?
Yeah, the 7-3 off. I think maybe we start dipping into like stuff that don't have a straight possibility, like the 8-3 off, the 9-4 off, this type of stuff. But spot on, Andrew definitely can go for a raise. Polarized. We want to be in these spots. We want the bottom. We want the top, and this is definitely in the bottom.
Yeah, does go on the attack against Motagi. Working here with 26 blinds, Jay. Typically, you're going to see limp call, I think, but maybe, you know, deeper in the tournament. There's an illustration.
Wow.
Gal deciding, you know, if you can leverage enough pressure, Jay, to get someone to fold King 8 suited here,
yeah,
you can go ballistic, right?
If that's the case, I love that raise. Like, probably can raise 80% of the deck there if our opponent's folding as high up as King 8 suited. So, nice little pickup. Small one goes his way.
Yeah, great feeling for Gal. Big stack at this table.
And with 54 left, this is sort of the time of the tournament. You start to dream, Andrew. You start to think, I'm not far away. I'm not far away from that big money. And can veer you towards the tighter side.
It's that balancing act also, right, as a big stack.
Yep.
Like, you want to leverage pressure, but you don't want to overdo it, you know, like ridiculously so. But it's one of those things, Jay. If people are going to let you get away with it, right, you just keep going until they stand up to you. So, Vinokurov, King 4 suited +1. We saw him opening 5-6 off, Jay, in the cutoff.
Yeah, and if I've got that to go by, I can't see him folding this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's here to play. Of course, some of these suited King X can be viable, but he's going to run into a big one again. Karake, Ace King, 18 blinds, Jay.
Yeah, only real one option here, I think, is just a shove, but looks like going to go for the not all-in size in here, but effectively saying, I'm not folding to a 4-bet rip with that size.
Yeah, he's gone for the old half stacker. One thing I will say, against players that you know are like sort of obscenely wide like this, I don't mind widening that sort of 3-bet get-in range. Obviously, Ace-King, very big hand. Of the offsuit variety, people typically just rip it.
One more pin.
That does get the job done.
Yeah, maybe suited Ace-King is one that we do go for the 3-bet not all-in size in. But I think in general, Ace-King off just likes to send there. But as Andrew says, if we are up against a very aggressive opponent, maybe we can go for the induce in the form of a 3-bet.
Yeah, a couple of glimpses already into the mindsets of these players. Aquino and Vinokurov, players to keep our eye on, seem to be getting right after it. For anyone just joining us, welcome along. EAPT Grand Final, Day 2. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood coming to you guys from the booth. And the wonderful Mr. James Dempsey will be joining us later on. He's got his feet up, Jay, at the moment.
I know, he's probably listening right now.
You reckon?
He's probably watching. Who wouldn't be watching?
I reckon we've sent him to sleep already.
First time I've actually met James, some character. Really, really nice guy. And he's got some personality on him, I'll tell you that.
If he's listening, he's the best guy in the world. If he's not listening, well, can take him or leave him. Only joking, Demps. Kurtulis in the hijack. Ace-10 off, Jay. In for the min raise. Puts now with the decision in the small.
Yeah, it's a awkward one for Puts here. I think generally we do just like to flat this hand off a 30 just north of. But wouldn't be surprised to see aggressive action. But
yeah, this is one of those. I wouldn't be shocked to see jam. It looks like he has, you know, with Perio behind working with just 13. If you think that Kurtulis has enough raise folds, right, and you can get a hand like this that dominates us to fold, hand like a king-queen off, Jay, something like that. Oh, he flicks it in. Wow. Bravo to Kurtulis. Not having it, Jay. Wow, people typically lay that down. Has decided, I'm not folding, and what a situation to find himself in, Jay. Huge favorite here, crushing the queen-10 of puts. Here we go. See if he can hold him off. 10, 3, 6. Ace-10 holding. Puts dead to one of the remaining 3 queens, Jay.
Yeah, no runners for us here.
blank, 4 of clubs on the turn. Kurtulus now 1 card away from getting himself over 7 million. And he finds a blank, 3 of hearts on the river. Puts looks a little stunned.
Yeah, one thing I will say, Kurtulus actually 17 bigs, although Putz's jam was just 32 big blinds. Kurtulus only had 17, and I actually missed the stack in the big. So if the big blind had effective of sub 20, then I actually really like jam with Queen 10 suited. But thought he was effectively jamming for 33, but lovely double up for that man. Yeah,
wasn't shocked to see it. One of the old modern theory, let's jam it in, did not count on his man Kurtulus. It was a very quick call, in fact. Ace-10 off. Bravo, sir. Sniffed it out. Gets an early double here on the feature table. Early blow for Puts. I recognize that name, I'm sure. A very experienced player. I'm sure he will be able to rebound.
Yeah, it does look like from that shot, big blind was actually fairly short, so maybe the effective jam was for the opener stack.
Yeah, he had 14 bigs in the big blind. It makes it so much more
standard. Yeah, I thought it was effective 30 plus. So nice jam, just not working out.
Button move.
Thank you.
So Kurtulus there in shot, fresh off that big double. Gotta be a great feeling, Jay. You make that call, maybe kind of hoping you're flipping, occasionally dominate a suited ace type. Find himself in fantastic shape. As we approach the home straight, shall we say, of this tournament. Long way to go still, though. 53 still remain. Action on Karake. Back round to Kurtulus. Fresh from that double up J. Queen Jack-O from +2.
Yeah, straight back in the mix. Pendulum swinging the right way now. Got the momentum. Going to open this one from EP.
Round to Vinokurov. Very ugly looking 8-4 off.
Yeah, but what we've seen from this man already, wouldn't be surprised to see it defend here. But is going to choose to let it go.
I like it. A little too weak. Especially this stage of the tournament, right? Well, like one of those that, you know, you could potentially defend for chips.
Probably
but, you know, 50 left in the tournament against someone who we've just seen is not going to have much of a fold button. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. Just thought with what we had seen from him so far, might have had a little peek at the flop. And just a raise and take.
Look at the beautiful camera work, guys, as we go past that EAPT trophy. That will be getting handed out tomorrow night. 468K, by the way, Jay, up top. Piles for a 2K.
It's hard to find a tournament for 2K buy-in where you're going to have that top prize anywhere in the world.
7+, 8+.
Yeah, tournaments are flourishing here, guys. We love seeing it. And we got more action. We have 7 days straight of coverage. Me and James worked that out yesterday. Culminating in that 5K Mediterranean Poker Party Grand Final. Very much looking forward to that one. 5 million guaranteed. Huge week of poker. Back round to Vinokurov in the small blind. Queen 5 off, Jay. Into, I believe big blind has around 22 bigs or so, if memory serves. Look at that, 1 off.
Yeah, I'm going to have a perfect hand to shove here as Karakai for 20 effective. The old offsuit high-low. The best block up, the best unblock up in this small blind versus big blind confrontation. This is one that does love to just send it in the middle. Let's see if our man Karakai can find it.
It looks like he's reaching for calling chips. Seems also pretty reasonable against a very aggressive opponent. if we can't find that ace, we know Vinokurov very likely to go after us. As it stands, 8-6-3, 2 clubs. Both players come up somewhat empty. Vinokurov, though, with some viable backdoors, Jay.
Yeah, it seems like a very nice combo to continue here with a club and a 5, but going to go with check. And over to Karakai now.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Can potentially dislodge, you know, some of the hands like this, some king highs.
Yeah, like the Queen of Clubs and 5 of Diamonds, both really nice to have, blocking some continued range of our opponent, potential to turn some backdoor equity.
Intriguing. Does check flop. Turn is a deuce. Both players improve. Vinokurov now with a gut shot. Karake pairing that deuce. Facing an opponent who's checked flop. Delayed c-bet turn. Round about 1/3. Yeah, Karakai not going anywhere just yet. Big river incoming. 2.3 million in the middle. Karakai 1.5 pots back or so. Oh, 5 of clubs. Vinokurov gets there. Does he know it, Jay, though? That's the big question.
Probably gonna see a knuckle, just show down R5, and I expect Karakai to do the same with the deuce. Very difficult to get called by worse here with the Queen 5 unless we specifically target a 3 or a 2, maybe some ace high non-believers, but
yeah,
be very surprised if this didn't go check, check.
And Karakai about to get the bad news unless he does something funky. Yeah, it does go check, check. He's going to be very disheartened to see that river 5. Unfortunate for him. Turned down the option to put it in pre. Shake of the head. Nice pickup for Vinokurov. I heard a big sigh there at the table. Likely our man in the big blind.
Such a fantastic shot.
Right.
Just more and more impressed by this place as each hour goes on, Andrew. You hyped it up to me and you done so rightfully.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to our production guys. Just beautiful, beautiful work. Another look at that trophy. Something worth referencing, Jay. All players, $8,800 currently locked up. Around about 4 buy-ins or so. And here comes Puts in the hijack. Finds a real hand. Pocket jacks, 16 big blinds deep. Comes in for a raise to 400,000.
Yeah, like it. Just going for open here. Such a strong hold-in. Want someone to continue with worse. Want the big blind to defend light. 16, slightly too many to just be playing open jam.
5+. 6+.
Round 2, that big blind, and Aquino finds a very playable 7-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, great example as well as why we open the jacks here and we don't jam. Keep hands like this in with 2 undercards and slim equity, even pre-flop. So, expect to just see the defend from Aquino.
7+.
And he does just that, Jay, defending as he should for the min raise. Coming up effectively empty. King, Queen 5, heart, heart, diamond. Does, of course, have some backdoors working, Jay, but at this sort of depth, it's going to be pretty difficult to continue. See how Puts proceeds here with the underpair to those 2 picture cards.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to bet range here. King, Queen, high as the opener. One we are going to have lots of bets on, and big fan of the sizing as well. Just shy of 20%er.
Yeah, the old 1 big blind. Let's fold out 2 random cards. Look at Aquino. My goodness.
We got 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, Andrew. We're getting a nice price.
Do. And look at this. Ace of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Compelling hand underway. Now the question, Jay, does Puts feel that he needs to turn this hand into a bluff? Would make some sense, right?
Yeah, I guess we do block the Jack 10. We have potential to rep Heart and Diamond Rivers as well. One thing I will say, I'm not sure like this ace is ever really going to connect with a Queen-O though. There will be a fair amount of shoving from some ace-X 16 effective pre.
It doesn't like makes us more happy to bluff, right?
I guess.
Like target
yeah.
a queen and a weak king maybe that didn't get it in. Yeah, part of the problem with this float, Jay, now what do we do? Facing a short stack who is double barreling. I actually really like this from Puts. I think if our opponent, you know, has a queen 9 type, right, type of hand that's just never going to be able to continue.
Even all the suited king X as well, just in the absolute bin. So see what Kino does here, because flops turns a decent amount of equity now with the flush draw.
Yeah, very tricky.
But the problem is we can't jam really, because this is just the board.
It's all over him, right?
All over Puts.
Yeah.
So how do we proceed?
I mean, if he somehow sniffs it out, yeah, he feels he has to call.
7 call.
Maybe some plans to bluff on like a heart or something, Jay, if he doesn't get there. Very interesting. And he does brick. 4 of clubs on this river, completes the boards.
So are we going to see the set now? And to be honest with you, as you said, if we double barrel in turn, triple's actually really nice. You're going to have all this 5x of diamonds, king x of diamonds, ace x of hearts, queen x of hearts, queen jack, queen 10, king jack, king 10. They're all cool again on the turn, but would have to fold to a river bet.
Yeah, Aquino, I think recognizing he can't credibly represent much strong value here, decides to check on this blank.
Yeah, it's just, I know we beat the 7-8 of diamonds and the 5x of diamonds, but I'd be sitting there thinking, what on earth do I beat? I don't really beat anything now, other than 5x of diamonds. And
yeah, absolutely. Like a jack 9, right, of hearts or diamonds that didn't fast play.
Not possible.
Yeah.
He's going to go for it.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, we have the jacks. Excuse me. Yeah, really love this from Puts. We can see he's bluffing with the best hand, but in the long term, you know, even if our opponent has like ace 7 of hearts, Jay, right? It's pretty grim.
You hate it. You absolutely hate it when you're 7 suited.
Very well played from Puts. Showing his chops, you know, took that spot with the queen 10 of clubs that I actually really liked also. Yes. Illustration there of the prowess, finds the triple barrel, gets it done. Well played.
I like what I'm seeing from that man in seat 2 already. Got some game for sure.
Aquino, spicy. Check calling on the king queen 5 against 14 big blind stack.
It's one big blind. We got 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
Yeah. Now I never want to do a stereotype, but like Brazilians, they just love it. They just love the game too much. Don't want to fold. Very entertaining for us. Aquino, gonna be fireworks. Look forward to seeing more of him. Round 2, Sebastian Gal. Beautiful looking king jack of spades, Jay, coming in for a raise.
Yeah, one that should always be opened.
How much do you play? Like 6.5? 5. Thank you. 6 around 5.
Round 2, Curtulus. Does defend. 6-3 of clubs. Versus min raise. Comes up completely empty. Gal now king high with that Broadway gut shot draw.
Yeah, it seems like clear continue.
Yeah.
Our board is the opener. And 6 high can't do anything from Curtulus into the muck.
Yeah, very simple C-bet and take for Gal. Nonetheless, nice start for this feature for Curtulus. And that big double up. Firmly in the hunt. So guys, we are down to 50 50 runners remain. A few more bust outs on those outer tables. Now, Jay, I know you're like incredibly experienced, like commentator and broadcaster yourself. You know, when you get down to this business end of the tournament, do you find that people, you know, their demeanor and how they behave at the table, people get a lot quieter when the big money's coming, or like very business-like table this, right? No real chat going on.
I guess it depends on the characters you've got on the table, really. Maybe this 9 are just happy to sit there and get the job done, but you will come across some tables that are more lively. I guess it just depends on the players that we've got.
Yeah.
I don't tend to see it. Never really something that stood out to me.
As we see, Vinokurov has a real hand this time. Pocket Jack's been moved from puts to him. Makes it 400k. Round to Matagi. 24 blinds. King 9 decides, got to defend this one. Makes the call.
Check blind.
The old dark check. And wow, Jack in the window. Followed by a 5 and a 3. Rainbow board. We're going to see bet a lot, Jay, right? But is this one that we can check behind? Like, so hard to get action from the big blind?
Maybe we do just go for very small here versus the big. If we're up against like maybe button or small blind, then maybe more heavy check, but the big will have some more or less 3x, 5x, 6-4 stuff that we can get a street from. So I really like this from Vinokurov going for 1 BB. And
yeah, but he's got top set, Jay.
I know he's got top set, but you can see Matagi's cards. He's only got King Eye, but look at it from an overall spectrum.
I know.
And the other thing
I just
as
want
well,
the fun stuff, right?
I agree.
I want the check in 10 turn.
Okay.
And Motagi to just go ballistic.
And it's very difficult when we're at that SPR to get all the chips in by the river with a check back. So I guess it's better to just maybe build the pot by 2 BBs, the bet and the call. Reduce that SPR, easier to get all the money in by the river.
Beautiful lineup of trophies there. The one in the center, MPP main event. Winner of that tournament later in the week will be crowned. We've been calling it the Kryptonite Trophy. I don't know if you ever watched Superman, Jay, or are you too cool for that?
I'm too cool for that.
Yeah, I thought so. Right, but you've heard of like
I know
Kryptonite,
yes.
And it's, you know, on I think it's his home planet, and there's loads of these stalagmites and stalactites, stabby looking Kryptonite things that hurt him.
Okay.
So that trophy looks very dangerous to me. Look at this from puts, Jay. We referenced it. He's very aggressive. This is pretty out of line, right?
Yeah.
Sort of 24 bigs.
The only way that would get me to open this hand is if the table isn't 3-betting enough. And to be honest, the only 3-bet I've seen so far is with the queens versus queens hand. So maybe it's a function of the table playing slightly too tight, not 3-betting enough. And does get it through, so fair play to the lad. Nice pick up from puts with the King 6 suited.
Yeah, nice adjustment from puts as he continues to recover from that Queen 10 versus Ace 10 early confrontation. So we actually had day 1A today, Jay, of the main event. Taking place still now, I believe, out in the main room. 5,300 buy-in, 5 million guaranteed. Gotta love that, right? That's something about it, you know?
5 mil
5K,
guaranteed.
5 mil. Oof. Spicy. Yeah, very much looking forward to covering that one later in the week.
Perio off at 12, can't really do much. Gonna have to let it go from under the gun.
A very warm welcome to everybody railing along on YouTube. As I see my man Jay, he's going to fire up the laptop. We're going to interact with you guys. Any questions you have for myself or Jay? Tell us who you're rooting for. Tell us who you're rooting against. We like the violence. Speaking of violence, Jay, Motagi, ace deuce on the button. Very reasonable open, of course. A faintly unappetizing seat for him into two very strong players on his direct lefts. And we see that Gal here actually has a real hand. Ace-king off, 3 bets out the small. Oh, wow. Puts, cold finds, ace-10 of diamonds, Jay. Potential trouble.
Yeah, big potential trouble here. It depends on how he perceives Gal. If he thinks Gal is a good, competent player and will find correct 3 bets in the small, could definitely get behind a 4-bet send here. But it's a tough one. It is a real tough one. I guess it's very player dependent. If it's someone that's going to be overly tight in the small, we can just easily fold, but does go for the 4-bet rip. And I think this is very nice from Puts. Got to take the whole cards out of question, Andrew. I know we can see he's done it straight into ace-king, but just looking at it on that wider spectrum in terms of range, and I think this is actually a really nice shove from Puts, and unfortunately, we're going to run into it of Gal. And it's a respectful jam to Gal as well, basically saying, I think you're good enough to 3-bet correct range, so I'm going to send this one in. And the ace-10 suited, one that does fare well equity-wise.
Yeah, Puts, of course, a little disheartening to see your 4-bet jam get snapped. But he still has, if we look at the percentages, 39% to win this one. I believe taking into account folded cards. So he is a long way from dead. Here we go. And wow, spikes it. 10-5-6. What a flop for Puts. All of a sudden, big favorite here, Jay, to find that double up.
Yeah, just fading the 3 kings.
No change through the 4 of hearts turn. Gal now. 3 outs, 3 kings, 1 time. Oh, it is paint, but it is the jack of clubs. And sort of doubly painful, I believe, for Gal, Jay, in that Puts is very accomplished and aggressive, and he's on our direct left.
Yeah, it's not
makes
good
this
to
even
see.
Worse. Very unfortunate for Gal. Was in shape, Jay, to basically cross the 20 million mark.
Yeah, which would be huge stack.
100 big blinds. Aye, aye. But Puts gets there. We know he's aggressive, Jay.
Yeah,
building a big stack to wield.
One of the merits of going for that rip there as well, like when we are called, most of the time we'll get it through, but the times that we are called, we have the chance to get there. We're not out of the tournament, and best time to be caught bluffing is pre-flop. Equity's running fine, and found that 33%. A nice big double up for him.
Chip counts on the screen, guys. Anton Vinokurov now, chip leader at the table, 12.2 million. Closely followed by Puts. Gal, still healthy, even after that little hiccup. We see Cartulis there, 7 million in chips, middle of the pack. And down to Aquino and Motagi in the sort of 20 to 25 big blind realm. And our 2 short stacks, Karake and Ludovic Perriot with 2.5 million chips. Our resident Frenchman in the mix here. One thing I will say, Jay, merit. Look at the range of nationalities. It's awesome.
Yep, great.
You know, you have such a wide array of nationalities coming to visit us here in Cyprus.
How's your flag game? Your flag game any good?
It's not. It'll be all right.
It'll be all right. Okay.
It'll be all right.
I've got you. Don't worry. From all them years of playing FIFA, I've got you on the flag game. Don't worry.
The benefits of a misspent youth, my friend.
Exactly right.
I'm too old for computer games now, unfortunately.
Not too old for basketball, though, as I saw the other day.
Oh, don't. Please. Although, I may have redeemed myself today.
You may have.
No spoilers, no spoilers. We did have another leg of the commentators' Merit Olympics today. No spoilers.
I made my debut. It was about as good as Jonathan Woodgate's debut for Real Madrid.
Oh.
If you ever remember that.
Oh, my goodness. Very niche comment. As we see Vinokurov under the gun. Ace-8 of diamonds. Makes it 400k to go. Middling suited ace.
8 pass. 9 pass. 2 pass.
Looks like this one gonna get round to the big blind. And Perriot, awkward spot with ace-5. Very awkward this versus under the gun. does feel compelled to defend. 11 big blinds, Jay. Doesn't feel great this against under the gun, but how about this for a flop?
That flop feels great, I'll tell you that. The defend may not. But Perio here set for a double.
I mean, this is going to be very tough for Vinokurov, right? You would imagine he's going to c-bet. And it's so shallow, Jay, right? Perio, 10 blinds back. Do really like this size and choice. One big blind.
They're very nice on the mono board, however.
Yeah.
Going to get some bad news, and we just can't fold, Andrew, simply because our opponent will have hands worse ace-x. He'll have some 9x with a spade, some 5x with a spade. Lots of hands that we're in front of. Unfortunately, we are just going to be running into one of these value hands of our opponent. But
right. Now, interesting that Perio decides just to check jam. Perhaps thinking, Jay, that this could look, you know, quote-unquote bluffier, right? Just like a naked spade. Or a pair and a flush draw, as you referenced. There are some available worse ace-x, right, also. Like an ace-7, ace-6, ace-4 suited types. Really difficult spot for Vinokurov.
yeah, if he finds the fold here, yeah, he just can't.
Does make the call. Credit to him, it took a little time. Figures he can't get away, Jay, for 10 big blinds. Here we go then. Perio looking to dodge 9s and 8s to secure the double up. We can see pretty big favorite to do so. But the turn, Jay, it's never easy.
Yeah.
6 of clubs opens up 4 7s. And a couple more 6s, right? Additional outs for a chop. 10 on the river, no good. Perio, new life, back up over 5 million.
Yeah, big fade there. Got very sweaty on the turn. That nice brick 10 on the river. And up to 25 BBs.
Now, my intrepid co-commentator, Mr. Harwood, he's in the YouTube chat streets. Jay, what's going on? Anything to report?
Not much at the moment. People saying hello. Good evening, Peter. Good evening, Gambit. Any UK players out here?
Oh.
There's a few. There's a few. I've seen Brandon Shields, Jamie Nixon's here, Yanis Liparis, Simon Higgins, just to name a few. I'm sure there's plenty more.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see, I mean, already, right? Yanis took down a 2K side event. We did see Ludo, of course, win the 10K last night. Dare I say it, Jay? UK poker. It's back, baby.
It's back.
Yeah, very strong showing from the UK contingent thus far.
I'll tell you what, it's your mob that's turned out in force. The old Scots are here. There's loads of Scots here.
Mate, the Scots have always been under the radar. Under the radar crushers. Right, David Vamplu, remember him?
Yeah, I do remember Vamps. Yeah. Whatever happened to Vamps?
He just decided he'd had enough.
He'd had enough.
He'd made enough money, didn't need any more. Round 2 puts. Into the bin it goes. Perio, fresh off that double J. King Jack, very playable out the small.
Nice tidy one as well against an aggressive opponent to potentially go for the complete and the jam over the top. King Jack off. We'll see what he comes with.
Is deciding to go for the 3x. Vinokurov, 9-10 off. You would imagine it will defend this one, Jay.
Expect to see it.
Yeah, flicks in 1 green chip. Green chips, guys, 500,000. The red's 100K, white's 25. Does flop best. 10-4 deuce. Perio does have just king high, but does have a multitude of backdoors, Jay. It's gonna check flop. Very interesting. Vinokurov with the first decision point, Jay.
Yeah, and just always going to be betting top pair here, in my opinion. Against the Razor, still potential to get called by worse. Can flush out some equity of overs. Seems like a pretty clear one to start putting some chips in. And that third pot just shy off as size of choice. And it's kind of awkward here for Perio, because for chips, clear call. 2 overcards, free to flush, free to a straight, and can still have the best hand blind on blind. But at this stage of the tournament, when ICM is a thing as well, just going to take the tighter approach, and Vinokurov keeps him honest, shows him that he flopped the top pair.
Yeah, kind of interesting. You know, we can see, of course, there, makes a nicely timed check fold. Seems like kind of a lot of hand to just check give up to me. On like a 10-4 deuce, right? Like relatively disconnected. I'm somewhat surprised it doesn't either go with c-bet or, you know, check call, maybe even check raise, Jay, right?
Yeah.
Occasionally. Your opponent's going to stab a lot. Little surprised to see him just give up on it, but perfectly timed.
Yeah, maybe small check raise could be in there. I'm not actually sure about it, but maybe that works okay. I think the problem with check call, Andrew, what we've seen from the man that was in the big blind so far, very aggressive.
Yeah.
So the times we do turn a gut shot, we do turn a flush draw, going to be difficult to realise that equity when met with a double barrel.
Yeah, that seems fair. Round 2, Mr. Puts. The cutoff out of the way. Perio, pretty unappetizing. Queen 6 on the button.
Yeah, I'd like to see it go into the muck, but...
Yeah, disciplined. Not much to do. Unfortunately for him, Vinokurov. Now, this is interesting. We've seen these two clash already. Last time, Vinokurov had the queen 5 off when he opened the pot. This time, he has the goods. And this time, mixing in limp, Jay, going for the trap.
Yeah, love it. Really good here from Vinokurov. Reason being, Karakai going to shove a lot of hands off of 14 bigs once completed 2. And a lot of his check range has 2 undercards to our hand. Right. So therefore, we're not actually too fussed about going post-flop because the times... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The times it comes ace high, there's not really any ace-X out there, but look at the flop.
Goodness me. If Karakai could have drawn a flop onto the fell, it would have been very similar to this. And Vinokurov with the overpair. I mean, this looks like a stone cooler to me, Jay. In there for one big blind. Karakai loves his hand. Counting out raising chips. And here we go. Looks like 550.
Yeah, and at this stack depth, not really much room for flatting as Vinokurov with his hand, so expecting to just see the free bet send here.
Yeah, we will see you at the river, gentlemen. Vinokurov gonna be pretty happy with this development in general. Just hoping now, though, when he gets snapped, not to have run into 2-pair. As it stands, runs into top pair with diamonds. Karakai, infinite outs, Jay.
Infinite.
Although, once again, we do have the benefit here at Merit of seeing cards that have been folded, and a lot of his outs are dead. That helps him. Picks up more, adding 6s to those available outs. Can he find it? Oh. No, it doesn't do so. 9 of clubs, river. Very disappointing indeed to flop top pair with a flush draw and be out the door.
Yeah, credit to Vinokurov for finding that complete pre rather than going for the jam. Would have lost his customer. But takes all of his chips and adds to his stack.
Yeah, sometimes, Jay, nothing to be done. We do lose. Kazim Karakai. GG, sir. Very nice run. Out in 46th place. And we are down to 45 players here in this EAPT Grand Final. Vinokurov consolidates his position, top of the chip counts. 13.6 million, just a shade over 50 blinds. Christopher Putz and Sebastian Gall, the 2 Germans, in 2nd and 3rd in chips. Kurtulis and Aquino on the kind of mid-stacks. Perio and Motagi with work to do.
Had you say about the Brazilian always being pretty aggressive, liking to get involved, what do you think about the German flag? When I always see the German flag, I'm like, this guy's good. He's always good. I don't know why, but the Germans are so good at poker.
The old country assumptions, eh? It's like when you get jammed on and you're playing online. Quick country check. Brazilian. Oh, I will call. Scottish. Oh, fold, for sure. He's got it. Scots have got it. Yeah, pretty unlucky for Karakai. What are you going to do, Jay? Sometimes the money's just going in.
Exactly. Thing about this game, sometimes you're just destined to bust.
Speaking of our resident Germans, Puts, King Jack, in the hijack. More than enough artillery. Makes it 500k to go.
Yeah, blinds up now, 250k big.
Yeah, going to start putting pressure on these short stacks. Perio does find an offsuit Broadway.
Yeah, gonna be a fold. Maybe once in a while we could make this like 4 BBs at a very small frequency, but I think that's the way we proceed. Just letting it go.
Yeah, interesting decision now for Vinokurov. Do have position. 5-6 of diamonds. Although we are facing a very capable player. Yeah, don't hate this. Poseidon, you know, so often here, get to play a pot in position. Somewhat problematic to have Aquino behind with a rejam stack. Whoa. Now this, oh, he's in the big, excuse me. I thought he was small blind. Even still, this feels pretty wide to me, Jay.
Yeah, I think a 3-way one that could definitely just hit the mark. I think it's a big misconception made in the big. We'll jump back to that in a minute. Expect this from puts to be c-betting fairly often, but maybe wary about this Vinokurov bottom range, so he's going to go for check.
Now, Vinokurov now, bottom pair. First decision of this hand post-flop for him. No backdoor flush draws available. Poseidon just gonna check back, see what develops. Remains best through the 3 of diamonds turn. Action on Aquino. Not a lot to work with, of course, just king high.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing here. I think we just want to be checking, done for the hand as Aquino.
I mean, if he goes for this, I mean, this is pretty wild.
Let's go.
Wow. We saw him earlier, 3-bet Jack-9 off. I mean, this is spice.
2/3 pot as well.
I mean, it's probably gonna work. Vinokurov. I mean, and on this dry board, Jay, right? I guess not that many bluffs.
Yeah.
In theory, at least.
You wouldn't expect so. So credit to the Aquino winning a pot. I don't think many would have won there.
I'm loving him already. It's gonna be box office. I mean, that is out of line. Timed it to perfection, though.
There goes for the defend with the king 8 off and finds a way to win that pot.
Told you. Brazilians, let's go. Oh, well-timed aggression. That's why we love the game, though, Jay. I'm never, ever finding that. And, you know, he's found a way to earn that pot.
I'm not even finding the defend, Andrew.
No, me either. See, UK guys, too tight.
All nits, all of us. We put all our chips in, fold.
Round to Gal.
Raise.
I mean, look at this. Some spice at this feature table. Queen 7 suited. Pretty wide. And when I say pretty wide, very wide.
But once again, Andrew, maybe just aware of the situation. Absolutely no free betting going on this table other than the one we saw, which was a premium hand. So if Gal doesn't expect to get played back at, getting out of line from early position.
All right, Aquino, you've had your fun. if he continues here, I'm leaving, I think. Now, Kurtulis, he decides King 7, good enough to continue. Very rare you have your opponent dominated with this holding, but he does.
How many 100k?
And we do see a 7
Sorry. Yeah, no worries.
on the Jack 8-7 rainbow board.
Bye. Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Love that from Kurtulis. How many chips you got? I don't know, 5? You got 6.4, mate. Checks it over. Very tricky spot now, post-flop for Gal. Jay, bottom pair. Let's have some backdoors.
Find these boards difficult to navigate, EP versus big blind. Whether to check, whether to bet, difficult to know, but it's going to go for the small continue.
Quickly called from Kurtulis. Does indeed have the best of it. Now, Gal improves to a queen high flush draw.
Yeah, but it does seem like one, Andrew, that we're probably not going to turn into a bluff here. Horrific if we get jammed on if we bet. So seems like a nice one to check behind. Still beating some worse 7x, some 9x, 10x. We can
still occasionally win, right? And you've called it. Does check back. Board completing 6 of spades.
And I think both just happy to showdown now. Both high enough up showdown. Beating enough hands. Check, check.
Yeah, Gal hoping to see a hand like a 7-9, 7-10. Something like this, an ace-10, ace-9. Unfortunately for him, he is pipped. Kurtulis, great start for him at this feature.
And we got the legend that is the poker tourist in the chat.
Oh, Mr. Azif Juarez. Hello, mate.
How are we doing, Asifo?
You know what? Poker tourist, you know, like people have nicknames and stuff. His really is applicable, right?
Yeah.
Sifo, he's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere. There's photos of him in Madrid, in Barcelona, in Paris, down the local in Bolton or wherever it is.
The funniest thing is when you speak to him, you go, how'd you get on out there? He goes, oh, I didn't play anything. I was just out there to see everyone. He never plays anything.
Welcome along, buddy. And for everyone else just joining us, hope you're having a good evening. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. EAPT Grand Final, Day 2. Well, before I schmooze you any further, under the gun open from Gal once more. Queen 9 of clubs, and Perio finds the butchers.
Just shy of 18 big blinds here. And 2 options available. Free bet not all in sizing, or just go in for the lot here. I think one that we could potentially just make this like 1.2.
Yeah, we'll see what he lands on, Jay. It's made a 1.7. Feature of what we've seen so far, people not really employing these like very small, sort of in fashion 3 bets off the shallow stack.
All it is, Andrew, all it comes down to is we want to choose a size that if our opponent jams on us, we're not getting that 2-to-1 price, effectively pricing ourselves in. And we want to do this both with our bluffs and our value, so that where our opponent does have the potential to shove an ace-5 suited, to shove a king-queen, and we can snap it off. But once we go this size, our opponent just becomes aware we're not folding whatever we free bet, so can't play back at us light. But does the trick, does get it through.
I'm with you. And it's something to keep your eye on the rail. You know, some of these sub-20 big blind sort of confrontations, you want to give, you know, throw your opponent a little rope. And like Gal, right? Aggressive guy, if you give him a price with Queen 9 of clubs, probably comes along.
Yeah, agree.
Right? Either might call, might do something crazy.
I think in this day and age with poker, people with free bet sizes, they just stick to one size all the time, rather than actually recognizing stack sizes and how we need to either scale up or scale down our size, dependent on that other variables to take into account.
As it stands, Perio takes that one down. Throws away King 10-0, very reasonable, 22 blinds. I'm kind of loving this feature, a lot of live wires. Vinokurov very clearly wants to get involved with a myriad of holdings. Let's decide to get away from this one.
Yeah, if it carries on like this.
Wow, Andrew. Here comes Kurtulis. Queen 4-0. See, I'm kind of loving it though, right?
It's great.
We talk about stereotypes in poker. If you'll permit me to throw one out there. Oh, older gentleman. It's going to be tight, right? So Kurtulis, I mean, I'd imagine his opponents probably don't give him Queen 4-0 on the button. He's like, whatever, boys, come on. Great start for him. Effectively trebled since arriving at this feature. We have a saying, Jay, at Merit.
Okay.
MPO.
MPO.
Merit Poker Optimal.
Like it.
You will see some spice, my friend,
I'm
this
already
week.
seeing it. And if it carries on like this, I don't even mind every 4 hours you and Dempsey throwing your feet up. I'll sit in here all week if it's like this, Andrew.
Yeah, Mr. James Dempsey will be tagging in around about an hour's time, I believe. A little less. Round 2, Motegi. 14 bigs. Oh, he's gone with limp. Very intriguing. I don't mind it. Mixing one of these in from time to time. You know, if you don't want to raise fold this hand, right? This is a hand that probably wants to either jam, like you don't want to raise call, you don't want to raise fold. So it seems like either shove or limp. Kind of like it.
Gonna bring Gal in with suited 10 deuce.
Round 2 puts. Very interesting holding. King 9 of clubs. Very likely, Jay, right, just to look at the small blind and consider that dead money, right, most of the time.
This is always dead money here.
So I wonder if he decides to take an aggressive stance. And we know he likes to. Yeah, don't hate it. Pouncing on the perceived weakness of this Motagi limp. Makes it 4.5 blinds.
I wouldn't actually expect Motagi to have a hand like this. Think it's going to be more weighted around like the 7-9 suited, the 8-6 suited, this type of stuff that wants to see a flop cheaply. But now we're in this situation as Motagi.
Right.
Difficult.
Like, I wondered if puts would ever shove here, right? Like, I don't think Gal ever calls jam. Like, almost never, right? Maybe like a pocket sixes that didn't raise pre or something.
Yeah.
Could, you know... I wondered if puts would just send it here, right? Like are we going to make this 1.1? We're not going to fold to jam, right?
Yeah.
I don't think. I don't think we can. But maybe thinking that he looks stronger also, right? When you do this, you know, when you shove, you're going to have a lot wider range. Very nice from puts.
Yeah, liking what I'm seeing from this man.
Yeah. Pretty much mistake-free, I think, thus far. Oh, he got lucky with the ace-10, in fact.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
No,
I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It was not a mistake, but he took the aggressive... He takes the aggressive action when he can.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. The energy is different, yeah? The energy, yeah. I feel it. Yeah, I agree.
Cards back in the air. Round to Motagi. Now he's going to limp again, so employing this limping strategy off the shallow stack.
Yeah, and off 2 hands that both could have plausibly gone for jam, the ace-4 suited and the queen jack off from late position.
Now, of course, worth us discussing, Jay, that before these guys came to the feature, very possible that these guys played, you know, a bunch of hands together already. So whether Motagi has been limping all day, right, off every stack depth, we're not privy to that as of yet. But potentially, right, Gal over-limping a hand pretty wide, right, queen 10 off, perhaps thinks that Motagi is really in there with an incredibly wide range. And Perio gets a free look at an inherently ugly holding, but we can see he has 34% here. Motagi and Gal, card sharing. Well, 4-4-4. Motagi has the best of it. Of course, no way to know it. Relatively rare that queen high is going to be good. Although having said that, Gal probably ISOs quite a lot of hands that are better than this, right?
The interesting thing here, Motagi, I don't think he can ever bet here because all his pocket pairs are just going to shove. He's not going to have any 4x, maybe ace-4 suited, and then maybe a trapped aces. But see if Gal sniffs this out, because I think it's just the cleanest bet of all time here with queen 10, because expect Motagi just to be shoving every pocket pair, pre-flop, one combo of 4x.
Yeah, perhaps a little concerned about Motagi's limp. Does check back. We see a king of hearts roll off on the turn. Motagi and Gal now chopping. Will Gal try and steal this pot? Does have nice blockers to that king. Queen and 10 in hand. Blocking some of those king, queen, king 10 types.
Yeah, good point to make.
Here he comes. It looks like a nice piece of timing. Shade over one big. Decides can get away with a cheap bluff here. Perio gonna be done with it. And Matagi, even if you suspect Jay, right? I mean, what can you do here? Very nice from Gal. Earns that pot. We've got some very stylish dealers here, right?
Yeah.
Have you noticed? Everybody all pristine. Well put together.
Not just stylish, but top-notch as well.
They
Very
really
good
are.
dealers.
They really are very good. Now, Matagi. We have seen him limp. Back-to-back hands, and look at this.
Well, I take that back, saying that all pairs would shove from late position. Like, theoretically, yes, but Matagi's got other ideas.
Yeah, it kind of feels to me like a dangerous strategy in terms of eventually your opponents, I mean, they may already have clicked, right? We're seeing over limps from Gal. You know, he doesn't seem at all concerned that he's being trapped, just deciding, well, if I get to play hands in position against you, I'm going to do it. And now Puts with the decision point. We know he's aggressive.
I feel like he's going to go after it again here, Andrew. Same reasoning like Gal. If Gal's got a strong hand here, he's never limping. So he's just going to make it like 3 BB. So Gal's effectively dead money. We've already seen that Matagi has a tendency to do a lot of limp folding. So taking another lovely spot here, Puts, and expecting it to work yet again. Yeah. And this is what very good players do. They sort of miss all these confrontations, the big pots. They're just winning small pots from time to time. Nice little pickups, building that stack.
Yeah, very impressed with Puts thus far. Now Matagi, does he ever say, I've had enough? You wouldn't rule it out. Action back on him. No, out of the way. And Gal now, in this kind of grim spot, Jay, where we haven't really defined Puts' range of hands that are going to do this, right, when we overlimp. Like, we do have a very playable holding. We are out of position against one of the better players in the field, but does decide.
I've had enough.
In for a penny, in for a pound. I'm going to call. Very bricky-looking 8-5-5. Puts likely to like this flop. You know, you already referenced it. If Gal had, you know, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens through aces, they're all going to raise pre. Faintly unlikely to ever have a 5. 8, 9 suited, really. Like, it's really tough for him to have any of this.
Agree, Andrew. Just seems like a nice one to put some chips in, flush out some equity. Hands like Jack 10, King Queen, Queen Jack, still going to have 30%. So nice to get those out of there.
Ah, he's gone pretty big. Maybe looking to just maximize.
Maybe this is just
equity.
Leveraging the range that you just mentioned, Andrew, when it's very difficult for Gal to have anything here the way that the pre-flop action has gone down. Maybe just leveraging that with a larger size. And
yeah, I mean, Gal here in no man's land. Even if you suspect, wow, he's not, is he? He's not, is he?
Glance at the chips.
Yeah. Really can't do much. That would have been wild. Well, Puts. Loving how he's approaching this feature.
Puts the pressure on.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, there's so many puns available.
There's so many.
Hey, licking your lips. Absolutely brilliant. Puts him in the bin.
Puts it in.
Puts on a show. My goodness.
We'll have a field day.
What a treat.
If this man makes the final table.
Yeah, very good spell at the table for Puts. Matagi lets this one go. And Gal, in one of these spots, Jay, right, where essentially lost Ace-King versus Ace-10 for 20 million, and not to say the wheels are coming off, but he is Opening very wide still, right off the sort of shallow stack. And look at this, his nemesis.
This is one of the worst things at the poker
I mean, this
table.
is max tilt, right?
You absolutely hate it. When you're sat there and the same guy constantly 3-bets you, time and time again. But we can see, actually with the goods this time, puts nice size of choice, 3x on the nose at this stack depth. But this is just infuriating, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, like I said, like didn't want to say the wheels are coming off, but Gal, he hasn't downshifted. You know, maybe sometimes, Jay, right? Your stack's dwindling. You've got a very tough opponent on your left. We saw him open Queen 7 of Hearts, lose that one. You know, now we're opening the Queen 8 suited.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not an unreasonable open. I guess, you know, I'm probably nitpicking a little.
Yeah, I think it's fine from a hijack. Just think it's annoying that the same guy goes after us yet again. But with the goods this time, puts some more chips added to his stack.
Yeah, puts loving life. Building that big stack. Average chips, guys, at the moment, excuse me, 8.2 million. Shade over 30 big blinds. And we are losing them quick, Jay. 38 now remain. I believe we had 54 start of coverage, so a third of the sort of streamed field have departed.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that, Andrew, with average stack being north of 30 big blinds. That's quite an influx of bust-outs over the last hour or so.
You got to remember, we're in the Mediterranean, mate. It's the poker party. Things to do. Let's just get after it. Yeah, 38 remain. Everybody now has locked up, guys, $10,000 into the 5-figure paydays. Round to Vinokurov. Pocket 3s on the button. Certainly playable.
Yeah, always going to be in the mix. Expect to see open if there is a situation of the 2 stacks in the blinds being sub 20. Could even be one that we go with jam with. That most certainly won't be folding.
Yeah, he does have a Quino on his left, right? So if you have the sort of live wire, maybe you jam, Jay, if he's like 20, 25. You know, there's not many hands we want to shove, right? Well, here we go. Oh, he did. He did just shove. And we can see Aquino probably would have 3-bet jammed this hand versus just open.
Great.
Very nice adjustment from Vinokurov.
And this is why...
Oh, wow. Sorry, I didn't read. Sorry to cut you off, Jay. I mean, this is a big shove now. 33 effective.
They're going to be working, though.
Yeah.
But one of the merits, as you just see, getting the ace-9 to fold, the 2 overcards, even the 9-8 off in the bit.
Kind of close, right, ace-9?
For 30,
I know,
when he shoves to 30 effective, I'm not sure we should be sticking it in. But if it was just for
people are never balanced here, right? Like, they just never have ace-queen, ace-jack suited types.
It's always like the small pairs,
hand, right?
the king-queen suited, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's, I agree, some suited wheel aces.
But yeah, you probably don't want to flip here with ace-9 and very occasionally be dominated, I guess. I like that adjustment, though, from Vinokurov, thinking Aquino is going to stick it in my eye a lot. I'm just going to put it in and make him find it.
I think another merit is at this stage of the tournament, people don't tend to call off correctly. They tend to go a few pips tighter.
That's fair.
So maybe making it even more viable in that situation. Such a sweat for these guys. 37 remaining from a field of 1565. They are deep.
They really are. Round to Perio. Queen 8 off into the muck. You would imagine Vinokurov to follow suit. I feel like he just wants to be in every pot. I like, you know, we talk about table presence. Here we go. I do like how he's looking around, surveying the stacks every time, right? Sometimes players sort of autopilot. Aquino, jack 8 off. Yeah, Vinokurov, I mean, this is so wide again. Oh, Aquino. We know you love the game.
Oh, he loves the game,
word,
all right.
Really?
And this is just seeing Vinokourov.
This guy, I'm loving him.
I'm loving them both.
Oh my goodness. 3-bets, Jack 8 off.
We got the Germans battling in 2 and 3. We got the Russian and the Brazilian going at it against each other. I am loving this.
I mean, it's kind of like old school street poker, Jay, in a way, right? Like, you're in a cutoff. I know you're at it. I don't care what my hand is. I'm going for you.
Taking it back to like 2012.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
And surely this is going to be working. One thing I will say, love the size from Aquino that he's chose here.
Right.
Just going for the 2.5x, not the full 3x off of this stack depth. And gets it done.
I mean, this is like 3 pots we've seen Aquino play. And he basically had no right to win any of the 3.
And he's won all 3 of them.
Yeah. Keep your eye on this man.
And this is the thing about the Brazilians sometimes, Andrew, so unpredictable, so hard to put them on a range. Like, when you're in a pot, 3-bet coup, you're not even going to think about the Jack 8 off being in there.
Nah. I'm loving it. Give that man a stack. Let us enjoy him for a little longer. I guess it's the playing style, right, that is genius and insanity, right? It's like always, they're very close together. I mean, so far his timing has been perfect. At some point, he's going to run into resistance.
He's on the genius side of the line at the moment.
He is at the moment. I mean, you know, 3 for 3. Credit to him. Perio finds the ladies. +1. 20 blinds, Jay, to start.
It should just see open. Way too many to be shoving it in.
Yeah, that's coming for shade over mint. Vinokourov now. Yeah, recognizes my opponent has 20 blinds. And look at that, Aquino. Tell you something, his timing. Perfect so far. I mean, I would fold this hand anyway, right? But, you know, there's obviously method to the madness is what I'm getting at. It's not just saying I'm going to play every hand I can.
Thank you.
Gal, things have gone against him thus far. Feels as if he has to defend. Once again, up against a much better holding than his. Does have that overcard, and there it is, Jay. Ace, 8, deuce. Out flops the ladies of Perio. Checks it over.
Let's see if Perio's going to go for the range bet here. Ace high, it should be small size if he elects to. Does come with 400k. And just shy of 30% and clear check call for Gal. Not going to do any raising. Obviously never folding.
Does commit those chips. Perio going to be fairly unhappy with that. Of course, though, can still beat some ATEX, some sort of wheel-type draws. Not going to be too many of those. Some suited deuce X, some sort of pocket pairs that decide to take a turn.
Yeah, and for those reasons, does make for a viable check now. But not having it.
Wow.
Looks like he's going to go for the second bet after glancing at his chips. I think it's a hand a lot of people are going to check back.
Does check. Did consider it, Jay. Perhaps thinking I can charge an 8 again. Probably won't get raised, right? Set my own price. Thing about these spots are, got to start running through your head. What are the bluffs of Gal?
Exactly.
Because you would imagine he's going to seek value here, facing turn check.
Yeah, I think we have to as Gal, because at that stack there for Perio, just expect him to continue barreling all better ace-X.
Yeah, really like this choice.
Just south of caught up.
Looking to get heroed, Jay, right, by all of the pocket pairs. A hand like an 8-9 suited, Perio probably not got many of them from +1. You know, induce some crying calls.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Getting such an attractive price, Perio, but it's so difficult for our opponent to have a bluff here, Andrew, just simply because Gal would probably check all his 8x, the 4-5, the 4-3, this stuff.
It in.
Gets called.
Yeah, I think you occasionally see some like one big blind bets from an 8, or something like that. You know, like tiny.
Maybe not quarter, maybe it does go for the 1 BB, but difficult to find some bluffs there.
It is.
Have to be like the 4-5, turning the 5 into a bluff, maybe the deuce 3 suited, which probably isn't even going to defend it the big. So
some kind of king 3, king 4 that decided it's going to call bluff later.
It's just when you have that price, Andrew, it's just so difficult not to throw a chip in and see what your opponent's working with.
Yeah, and Gal stops the bleeding. And good for him. He's had a rough ride of it so far on this feature. Still right in the hunt though, roundabout average stack. Vinokurov, 3-4 off. Let's it go. Round 2, our resident firecracker, Aquino. And here we go, 650. Deciding to go for the old 2.5x.
Because we need some lottery for this year.
An interesting spot for Kurtulis.
Just trying to listen in there. Couldn't hear what the floorman was saying. He's obviously given some information.
Maybe we're on break in 15 minutes, so maybe just letting the players know. Are we getting a new feature, or do we?
Yeah, we will. We will.
Maybe just making them aware that we'll be switching back to the action.
Yeah, Kurtulis got out of the way with the ace-10. Fair enough. Close one from the cutoff against an aggressive opponent. First potential clash between Aquino and Puts. Not going to be clashing with the 4 high. Been a very entertaining first frame for us. We are down to 36 players now, guys. Going to be playing to the end of level 27 this evening. We had our first merit power cut earlier for you, Jay.
Yeah, 2.
2.
There's 2 blackouts.
Does happen often in this part of the world. So we're going to play to the end of level 27. And then tomorrow, we will be with you for the duration, taking you through from the start of play all the way to the crowning of our champion. Round 2, Aquino, +1. Never rule anything out with this man. Jack-7 of spades. Does lay it down. As he should, but you never want to predict anything at this table, especially Jay. Just be prepared to look foolish a lot, I would say. Ace-Queen, Kurtulis, and Motagi. Pretty frustrating spot for your opponent to raise 1 seat in front. Probably sends this in unopened.
Yeah, room 4, 8 bigs. May just wait another orbit, see if we can find a better spot.
Does burn 1 time bank. Only has 2 remaining, as you can see on your screen. Each of those time banks gives the players an additional 30 seconds to act. We are, of course, playing on a shot clock. iPad there to the right of the dealer.
He's had some interesting spots, Matagi.
He looks very annoyed. Oh, he's not going to put this in, Jay, surely. Wow, it seems strange spot to burn your last 2. I'm not a fan of this, like burn your last 2 time banks. Like what happens next orbit when you come up with a really tough spot, right?
Yeah, it seems
I'm not a big fan of this, you know, like leave yourself with 30 seconds only.
I think like 6s I go with, 6s plus for sure.
Sure.
But like the deuces here, it's just always flipping or dominated.
Yeah, I mean,
come to the lay down.
You know, I don't like to be too critical, but that seems like a real waste of your, you know, that's 1 minute of thinking time you've just sort of thrown away just to tank with deuces. Not a fan. In any case, Perio, King 8 off. Another one of these hands that you don't really love to defend, Jay. We are, again, an attractive price. We are short.
Yeah, one multi-way I'd always fold. Heads up does become a bit closer. At this stage of the tournament, though, as you said, Andrew, maybe one that we can just send straight into the muck.
Yeah. Perio looks like he disagrees with both of us.
Yeah, much better to defend like a 5-6 off, 7-8 off, this type of stuff that's not going to have sort of interaction with the opening range. But this sort of hand has a lot of reverse implied odds. Times it comes king high, times it comes 8 high up against an overpair.
Sure. As it stands, 7-4-3, Curtulis. Ace high still best. He's not going to love this texture. Perio does get a look at a free turn, which is the jack of clubs. Alex, check again. Curtulis allows Perio to get there. River is the king of spades. Probably checking down. Curtulis gonna be very frustrated to see you let him get there.
Yeah, I think it's nice from Curtulis, though. Check flop, check turn, just on the hunt for showdown.
Yeah.
On a board that slightly better for the big blind defender.
Yeah, sometimes you get outdrawn. So guys, for anyone just joining us, welcome along. Mediterranean poker party in full swing. Packed room, you can hear it in the background. We've got day 1A of the main event underway. Bunch of satellites and side events. It's all going off. You're looking at our feature table. EAPT Grand Final Day 2.
Yeah, and over to Matagi, and I'm really hoping he finds this one, Andrew.
Now, Matagi, pay attention. You don't have any time banks, mate. Right, but you know what I mean? Like, if this was King 8 suited now and he's got no time to think. Right, no more. I won't give him any more of a hard time. In they go. Oh, Matagi runs into the aces of Sebastian Gall. Brutal timing, Jay. I mean, he's got a jam, of course.
Of course he has.
8.5 blinds.
Aaron should just see the flat here from Gal. We got a stack that should just be calling for the times we have, for example, a hand like ace 10 here and someone wants to shove over the top and then we can fold. So we want to do that with our strongest hands as well. So do expect to just see, wow, he's going to go for ISO, Andrew. Does go for the ISO.
He did say call, there we go. Always cracks me up there when he's like, no, I said call. Which is kind of not a tell, right? Because you either have a really good hand or you're like, oh, no, I didn't want to jam with my king-queen off. Anyway, does make the call.
Yeah, nice call from Gal.
Yeah, it does have Vinokurov in the big with a lot of chips. Perio, I don't know, Hollywood in here. Not sure what this is. One of my pet peeves is this, you know. I'm always quite kind as a commentator, but come on, mate. 9-7 of diamonds, get it mucked. All right, Matagi, very unfortunate here, has run into the boots. Pocket aces. Ace of hearts, of course, also in Gal's hand, gonna make that little bit more difficult as he attempts to crack the rockets. Hasn't gone his way so far, Jay. We'll see if he can get there. In with a puncher's chance still.
There's a 24% equity here. See if this flop can bring any help at all.
After the break, it's going to be our last level, 25. Yeah, 25 is the last level today.
King in the window, Jay, followed by the jack of spades.
How has he found that flop?
My goodness. King Jack 7, Matagi, all of a sudden, 68% to hold.
Wow.
Oh my word. Queen of spades on the turn.
The sweatiest in the deck rolls off, and now he's got some fading to do.
I mean, we have a coin flip here with one card to come. So many outs. Can he find it? Doesn't get there. And Matagi on the verge of being out the door, Jay. Just like that, finds the full double up. And Gal, horror show of a feature table for him so far. My goodness, Matagi. Wow.
It's like he knew as well. When he saw the aces span over, he just sat there all calm, all chilled.
I'm gonna get there.
And got there, he did.
See, burning those time banks, genius move, Jay. Absolutely genius. A man underappreciated in his own time. Oh, poor Sebastian Gal. Ace King v Ace 10, cracked. Aces v King Jack, cracked. We'll see how he responds, Jay. It can be tough, right, mentally. Brutal.
Yeah, need to be mentally strong in this game. I think the best players just take those on the chin, continue going about their business, playing each hand as it comes the best they can. But one thing you can't do is straight away, next hand, think I need to get my chips back. Need to start playing pots I wouldn't usually. Gal does seem like a man that mentally adept, out the way with the Queen 8 off in the hijack, as puts comes in with a raise to 2 BBs from the cutoff with King Jack off.
But in a soon we have break, 5 minutes, 6 minutes lead.
Yeah, more than enough for puts. Now Perio, I wonder if there's pay jumps, Jay. Like that would make some sense, right, for Perio to do for these tanks. I'm gonna consult my notes as they appear in front of me. Vinokurov, decision point, ace 9 off. Now there we go. Credit to Perio then, was tanking for a pay jump. Vinokurov, Jay, has one of these hands that can certainly go for a late position opener.
Yeah, definitely a nice one to use, the old ace 9 offsuit.
Yeah, yeah, he's going for it.
And not only a nice one to use, great opponent choice as well.
I'm with you in terms of like puts will be wide enough, but also, you know, is the type of guy that can call in position or potentially 4-betters. I know what you mean though, I'm with you. Goes for 7.5 blinds or so, quite like it. Shade over. And puts has one of these sort of, can defend it. You're never thrilled, right? Like suited variety, we're in there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ever decides to 4-bet, it would be spicy.
Timing would be impeccable if he did find it.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for, and there you go. In the modern game, you gotta defend your, you gotta defend your chips. Decides King Jack is strong enough against a small blind 3-bet. And off we go. Ace 10-4. Vinokurov flops the best of it. Now how to proceed.
Aaron, do expect to see C-bet range a lot of the time from Vinokurov on the ace-high board. However, what I will say, maybe do need some checks out of position with top pair, and this is a very nice candidate to choose.
Yeah, it feels inherently like the kind of hand that is going to want to check at least one street. Not going to check this one. And puts now does have a gutter, Jay. No spade in hand, which of course he won't like. But he is getting pretty attractive price.
Yeah, between 20% and quarter here, so really nice price here for puts.
Kind of grim though, right? Like, sort of blocking the most natural value hands, kings and jacks, right?
Yeah.
Of the small blind that we could get to fold down the streets. But we know this man likes to fight for pots. Will he fight for this one? Well, decides to see a turn.
Don't mind it, gut shot with 5.5 to 1, and especially with position as well, the times it's checked to us on terms, we can get giddy and potentially make a better hand fold.
Right, now 5.3 million in the middle. Vinokurov not going to like this card, of course. 8 of spades.
Really bad for us, simply because we shouldn't really have flushes here, Andrew. Like King, Queen suited, Jack 10 suited, all this stuff wants to flat from the small. So it's really difficult to have a flush here, whereas puts will defend all these like 8-7 suited, nothing, 9-10 suited, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited. You get the gist. So loving the check.
Now then, puts. Obviously, in an ideal world, Jay, we have a spade in hand.
Agreed.
But you know, sometimes you don't have the perfect combo, and here he comes. Loving this drama developing. Big pot. And puts deciding. Don't have to bet huge here. You know, we can elicit turn folds occasionally.
Yeah, from hands like King, Queen that's given up, hand like Queens, Jacks, 9s are in there as well. Definitely some hands we can target if Vinokurov was just messing about pre.
I mean, even hands like this, right? Like, I don't expect Vinokurov to fold to this size, but it's kind of getting grim already, right? Like, of course, puts is going to have Broadway combos, right? If we give him all of them. I mean, if he's defending this, he's going to defend King, Queen off, pure, I'd imagine, all this type of stuff. So we can, of course, be good against hands like this. We want our opponent maybe to turn a pair with a spade into a bluff, right? Something like this. Do they all call flop? Like 7s with a spade? Is it coming in? Probably not. Yeah.
Oh, and does get it through.
Wow. Puts. Go on, Jay, give us a pun.
Puts on a show. Yeah, again.
Oh, it's so bad.
It is bad.
I love it.
This man's the one to watch for me.
Yeah.
And if our opponent is happily check folding top pair, then it makes the barrel very, very nice. Gets him off an ace.
Yeah, I mean, Put's going to be happy not to have to fire a river, right, I guess.
One before, right? I think so.
And also recognizing that that turn does shift the range drastically, simply because our opponent can't really have a flush, whereas we can. We can have top set aces at best, I think, there as Vinokurov.
Like, something kind of interesting for me there, almost in a way, having ace-9 is like maybe a little better as a catcher than ace-jack, ace-queen, because you want puts to have queen-jack, right? King-jack, king.
I'm blocking
kind of
the bluffs.
interesting, like, I don't want to call it weak, but it feels a little tight to fold to 1 quarter pot bet on that turn, you know. But it sucks, right? It's not a nice position to be in, right? Very uncomfortable. And credit to puts. Gets it done.
Yeah, that's a nice little hand for us there. Takes us into the last one of the session. And Perio getting his tank on.
Round to Vinokurov, 9-4-0. Wouldn't imagine he attacks this one. Let's go. Blind's going up very shortly, Jay. Aquino, sunglasses have come off. Limps in from the small here, Jack 5. Let's flop a piece. We're going to sweat with Aquino. Cartulis, unknown holding. Very interesting here, Aquino. I mean, this board, I think we're going to want to check a lot, but does stab 1 big blind. Cartulis defending. Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
It seems like our hand now does want to do a bit of checking out of position as Aquino. Look on the hunt for showdown with a 5 here. Still one that could plausibly check call if met with a bet from Cartulis. Going for another barrel.
He is spice. Really is. Aquino. I'm gonna put it out there. I'm not predicting what this man does at all for the rest of the stream. I think we're 4 out of 4 hands. We got them all wrong. Anyway, last hand, guys, has just concluded, and we are gonna be heading very shortly for our first break of the day. Mr. James Dempsey strolls into the booth. Here we go, as we see our players packing up. Quick look at the leaderboard, Jay. Want to take us through it?
Yeah, Christopher puts up top, and he has put on a show this session. I thoroughly enjoy watching him play. Very aggressive, but aggressive in good spots. Vinokourov, second in chips, been a good session for him as well. Up and down, swingy stack. Aquino, the Brazilian, we've loved watching him play. And then Kurtulis, Gao, Matagi, Peru, down at the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, very nice. Guys, we are going to go on our first break of the coverage this evening. So that's going to be, you know, around about 20-minute break, guys. So please, don't go too far. Come back, where Mr. James Dempsey will be joining us in the booth. See you guys in about 20 minutes' time.
See you soon.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he's sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? Oh, call.
Here we go. Horst snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
put you on tilt.
That might set me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music. based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Dems. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
he might have
8-9. Is that 8-9?
I think he might.
Oh, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
Always frustrating, of course, when you try and execute said limp. Don't get to C3.
9 plus.
Round 2, God's Danker. Pocket 6s. +1. Very likely to be in there with this one.
Yeah, man doesn't need 2 6s to enter a pot. So earlier, Jack 6 suited from this sort of seat. Of course, it was the 2 6s that he did the damage against earlier with his ace-9 offsuit when he came out with a rather creative turn at check raise bluff. With the lone ace of spades. Stoica finds the 10s. Here we go. Gonna get to rip this one in for 11 blinds. And one assumes, given the bounty nature of this, given that Gosdanka's had a little sand thrown in his face, that he may elect to just run. Burton wakes up with the hooks behind. Stoica, how cold is this?
My goodness.
And now Burton with a real decision point here, right? He gets to call here and allow Gosdanka to perhaps go bananas behind. Does he call here and just fold if Gosdanka goes bananas behind? Because, hey, like, I have to have a pretty strong hand here, cold calling 11 blinds.
Right.
Does he ever click it to to sway Godstanko, or is the nature of the fact that the 3-bet is 211 blinds big enough already?
I think 50, right? We're 50 big blinds here, effective. Jack's probably strong enough to just rip it in.
Wow, okay.
I think it's very close, James. I think if we have 40 here, we wouldn't call and then fold to jam. I think
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sort of gone for the clicky.
Pass. 6 pass.
Melchizedek would have had a decision.
Pass.
Instead gets saved. Gabisa!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, well, this is grim because he was loving the action until now with just that shallow stack in the big blind. And this may factor into this, right? You think, all right, because Danka's gone after this big blind. Because it's a shallow stack, we are playing a bounty.
Right.
So, Stoica probably plays his hand as the value range that it is because, hey, he's only got 11 blinds himself, doesn't have much fold equity. But Burton could be that little bit lighter with that in mind.
Yeah.
The fact that Godstanka is raising here with a really high frequency.
And there's just so much money in the pot. I mean, we have 7 blinds, James. Of course, ace-queen figures to be in a lot worse shape than it is. We can see it's in fantastic shape against these 3 holdings.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at this and...
We only have 1 time bank, by the way, James, I think. So he's not got long to make this critical decision.
I think...
Might time
just
out here.
Kind of cry fold this one. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Obviously, we can see that in this instance, he would have wanted to be in there. Godstanka's showing, hey, look, I wasn't in with nothing. Stoica's going to get the very bad news.
It just feels like ace-queen wins this hand every time as well. There's just going to be no justice.
Yeah, well, if that's the discussion going on there, Burton kind of looking in Gabisa's direction.
What a spot for Burton. For a bounty and to get to around 40 million.
10's alive, hence the 27% equity. We see it there. There are 2 10s left in this deck as we head to the turn. He's happy with the ace-queen so far. Wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, desperate to see another brick. Can Stoica find one of the remaining 10s?
No, he can't. Wow, what a collection of hands. Melchizedek had ace-jack of diamonds in there. Gabisa had ace-queen of clubs. We had 2 jacks, 2 10s, and 6s.
My head shape doesn't suit a cap, you see.
Like I say, Gabisa, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like this shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen, very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James, but he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and here we go, Dems.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek again.
It's a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rudsar here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rudsar that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand, maybe, we feel, was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Looking for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Raudsar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot. Late night finish last night at 4 AM. Come back today at midday.
I don't understand what they're doing. No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hand stamps, but is openable. We have seen these sort of 20 big blind stacks shy away from these sort of weak mid-range ace-X. Problematic that you are raising into the chip leader's big blind, right? Something to consider.
They put 2 here, actually.
Yeah, let's get out of the way.
First and second. Oh, one. We were 3 tables back then.
Another big hand in the small blind.
Yeah.
Now, can God's Danker find the trickiness? I would like to see limp here a lot, Demps. I think the big blind, we've seen he's going to attack very aggressively. Whether God's Danker agrees with my appraisal.
He does.
It would appear that he does. Oh, wow. My goodness.
Wow, 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 wow. They needed far less hand than this to get these in. But as it is, surely we're going to see a big showdown here as Burton going to raise up over this limp, and God's Danker with the true value in pocket jacks as a limp raise hand.
My
one suspects.
goodness.
Guys, is there any way he does anything like clicky?
I like click. I like click for sure. This is one of these, you know, where Burton is going to isolate lots of trash stamps, right, and lots of hands, you know, that are strong and that could. Oh, he's gone very big.
He's gone big, yeah.
5.5x. Wow. Okay, probably no clicking now. Don't think we're going to click over this size too often.
Oh, and a snap, and we have the biggest pot we've seen thus far. 44 million chips in the middle. In the most classic of scenarios, Ace King versus the 2 jacks. Obviously, we're cheating a little bit today, Andrew. We see the percentages down to just 41 for Burton by virtue of some of the folded cards. So God's Danker in great shape here to double up and basically switch stacks. Here we go.
Does not want to make a set, Demps. Blank 3 of clubs turn. Does cancel those jacks as outs for Burton. Looking for an ace or a king.
Not to be. The 10 pairing the river. We'll see God's Danker retake the chip lead here at our feature table. Good afternoon. But you're probably not joining us from LA, so maybe they are.
I would.
Those in Vegas.
Mediterranean poker party, mate.
Get in the mix.
There we are, still 7-handed here. Opening event of the 2024 MPP. 1K Luxon Pay Mystery Bounty final table. And here we go. First look at a real hand in a while. Pocket queens for Savenkov. UTG1.
2.5.
They come in for the raise to 2.5. And here we go. Another potential spot. That was very fast, Demps. Skutladze makes the call with ace-jack off, and here we go. Ebby on the button, pocket tens. Potential disaster, Demps, depending on how quickly he plays this hand. 35 bigs.
Yeah, it feels... I could see him going two ways.
Yeah, and here we go. I was going to say, it feels like a spot that we could even potentially jam, not so much at finals.
Yeah.
You know, in normal tournament poker.
We have to be concerned still. I'm surprised it's gone quite this size. I might have gone smaller because we kind of like...
Yeah, this is
you want to hear,
big.
you can ask a question of Savenkov for far fewer chips than this.
Agreed. And
then maybe you still, like, maybe get Skutladze to do something crazy with 8s or 9s. I don't know. I think I'd rather just see this be like a 7.5, 8, but we're nitpicking here.
Yeah. Does land on, I think, shade over 8 blinds.
Yeah, once Skutladze's peeled, it feels like a mandatory 3-bet, right? I think before that, you could even argue, just because of the chip situation the way it is, that maybe you just flat call 10s on the button against a +1 open. Yeah. Bear in mind, though, of course, it was Savenkov who opened, was it not, before, when Ebby found the 3-bet with 6-7 suited. So it's kind of like, he has 3-bet him already once in this spot. A little different this time around, of course. And now the interesting spot, I guess, for Savenkov. Does he just, I guess with queens, have to run it right?
I think we're just all in, Demps. I think we're just all in.
I mean, so often here you're all in against ace-king or something and playing a monstrous flip with 7 left, which is not what you want to do, but at the end of the day...
Does burn through another time bank. Yeah, when you get called here, typically you're either dead or flipping.
I love this cap.
This is going to be grim for Ebby if Savenkov does put it in. And there he goes, sends the chips in.
Yeah, I mean, Ebby just hating life. You kind of made a value/protect 3-bet with these 2 10s. You weren't bluffing, but you kind of have to fold, and that always feels a little bit grim. And you know, with that previous action, an orbit or so before where you 3-bet him, kind of feels like, well, I've actually got it this time, but I guess I still have to actually fold.
Yeah, optimistic here, I think. To think that Savenkov will shove with a worse hand that isn't ace-king. Right? Like ace-queen, is it really ripping it in? Sometimes you have to tap the table and say nice hand if they do find that jam.
If somehow this is like, if it is like the once every so often ace-5 suited, there we go, the solver bait as they like to call it, then so be it. You've got me. You've outplayed me. It happens.
A faintly grim spot indeed for Ebby. Yeah, it does make the right decision. Well played hand by all.
What a huge pickup for Savenkov.
Yeah.
And welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean Poker Party here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is, of course, the EAPT Grand Final. It is day 2. We are down to the final 35. Everyone guaranteed $11,500. I am James Dempsey and joined by Mr. Jay Howard for the first time.
Pleasure to be here, James, and looking forward to doing some commentary with yourself, one of the legends of poker commentary.
There we go. And what a table we have here. A couple of names jumping right out at me there. Boris Kolev, Andrei Petachuk, 2 of the sort of long-time crushers in our game, very well respected. Maybe Kolev more recently, but one of the biggest names in the game at the moment. And for me, I'm always nice to see these locals. Recep Aydemir, a player I've called the action a lot in Merit events in the past. And nice to see him making a showing here. But as always, the star of this table is probably going to come from somewhere else.
We will see. We'll see how
here,
it goes.
right? These guys do love the action, and we love streaming it to you. Welcome, everyone who is watching. Myself and Jay have got a keen eye on the YouTube chat over on the DTD Player channel. I know we're obviously going out on a few streams, but if you do want to ask, that's where we are lurking. And what a beautiful shot we have of the room here. With the main event going on, the Mediterranean Poker Party main event also going, of course, that 5K. A lot of speculation as to the runners in that, but field is, well, the room is buzzing with two big fields.
Looking forward to another couple of hours of poker. If the first session's anything to go by, there was some madness going on. I don't know if you caught any, James, but there was some fruity play, let's say.
Saw little bits. Welcome to Merit, Jay.
Yeah.
You know, I tell everyone when they first come here, I'm like, just, you're going to see some stuff.
I've already learned about MPO. Andrew's already told me about that, so I'm set, I'm ready.
Here we go then. Our fresh lineup. As I say, 35 players remaining. Plan to play today is to play another 3 levels. There is Kolev, the danger man. Player on quite a come up over the last few years.
You're going to know a lot more about these players than myself, James, so maybe you can talk me through some tendencies when we get into hands. I'm
more of an MPO guy, you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, I'm a bit more old school. We go exploit. We do some stuff. Aydemir, as I mentioned, a Merit legend.
They're an interesting one, straight off the bat here. 9-7 suited on the button. He's going to go with fold. I think maybe 10-9 suited we go with there for just shy of 10. Right on the cusp laid out. Leaves room for Marcetic in the small.
Yeah, 7-5-0 coming in with that, what, 50 big blind stack. He's going to pop it up. Ah, a Kiki. This is actually a player I do recognize from in this very room.
Aaron just going to let the 6-2 suited go, facing 2 BBs with position.
Yeah, that'll be why. Kiki finishing second in the Merit Poker Retro Series back in 2022. That one worth a whopping $382,000. So again, so often you see players, Jay, in this room who pretty much play exclusively at Merit. It has its own ecosystem, and these guys are actually well positioned because they all know each other. It's kind of a weird scenario where you got the kind of GTO, the super pros come down here, but then you got the Merit guys who all have these little exploits against each other.
Exactly. It does give you that small advantage that players coming here from overseas may not have.
Yeah.
And Patachuk, what a sight to look down at.
Yeah. Let's see. Another player so well known in this game of ours. 20 blinds in the hijack. As you say, nothing better than a couple of aces. Comes in for the minimum raise. Desperate for action behind. Interesting, of course, it's Kolev in the big blind. Most likely player to give him action.
Interesting one for Marcetic here with the ace-8 off. Looks like going to go with call.
Oh, little fruity, Jay.
Yeah, very fruity. Maybe one that could go for small free bet versus hijack. Nice candidate to choose, but getting involved in the form of a call.
Yeah, of course. We're coming to this table anew. These guys been battling potentially all day.
Yep.
And there could be all sorts of dynamics have been established. So it's always a little difficult, I find, when you do jump into a table like this and you don't know the previous history. Oh, Kolev. Mixed down a nice one. But probably too nice a one to do much more than cool, right? Yeah. We kind of like playing this one 3-way.
Exactly right, James. Just nice one to defend, take to the streets. So 3-way action here head into the flop.
Wow, here we go. Action upon action. Top 2 for Kolev out of the big blind. Patacek with those 2 black aces, not loving it, but aces are aces at the end of the day. Marshall, as you say, like getting fruity with the ace of hearts, but what a flop he's found here.
Yeah, so everyone with a decent piece, and do expect to see some chips flying in. So Patacek going with a well-timed check.
Assume kind of either up against a lot of King X, Queen X on the button, big blind can flop flush is going to make sense, I guess, to kind of slow down with a lot of hands in Patacek's seat. He does check it through, and of course, the dynamic's so different between those two because look at the chip stacks at play here. 13 million effective. Kolev facing a bet, but facing a bet where he blocks kind of the pair side of the value range. So is he kind of a little bit maybe more concerned that there are some flushes here?
There will be a few, but from Marchitich on the button, not really too many other than ace-X of hearts and then the Jack-10 suited in there. So not too many flushes. There's going to be a lot of this King-Jack, King-10, Queen-Jack, Queen-10 that might want to go for a bet here. Or a hand like this, Ace-Jack, Ace-10 with the ace of hearts. Don't expect him to be as wide as Ace-8 here.
Well, as played, obviously just going to call. And that makes this an interesting spot for Andrei Patacek here with the boots. I'm kind of a little concerned, I'd imagine, with the call from the big blind.
Yeah, definitely in the back of our head, but too good a hand to be folding just yet. Overcall comes in and head to the 3 of diamonds turn.
We do indeed. 4 million chips in there. Patacek with just a little over that. Sees a nice card in the form of the 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I expect this one to check through here. James, don't think Patacek should have any leads. And Marchitich, it's just a disaster for us to bet our hand and potentially get jammed on. So I think we just want to realise our equity and check back in position and see a rib up. But I say that. Looks like Patacek is finding the lead.
Just showing his class. And maybe, again, what I was saying, maybe he's seen Marchitich flat a lot of kind of weak hands that have got the showdown in this kind of spot and thinks he's going to have a lot of checkbacks. Could be in there with these kind of lone heart combos. Yeah,
agree, James, because like King-Jack, King-10 once getting called in 2 spots here, probably wants to be checking, so just taking that option out of there.
Small size, of course, gonna pick up a customer.
Now this is really interesting with King-Queen here. It's a really intriguing spot because against this size here, I think we do want to raise, James, but could Patacek ever just have some flop nut flushes here himself when he goes for this sort of alarm bell size on the turn? I want to call.
Is this a case though, hey, like if Patacek's got it, we're going to double up anyway, and maybe I want to charge the button a little bit? Does Electrica just call?
I think against that particular size, it seems like a really nice spot to go for raise. But then Marchitich can still have some nut flushes of his own on the button.
Well, as played, Patacek gets 2 callers. But gets a pretty nice looking river.
But surely we can't go for value now. James getting called in 2 spots on the turn after flop goes check, check, bet, call, call.
It's a bizarre one.
Like how can we go for value?
If you're just tuning in, you're certainly at merit. Patacek and Kolev in this one. Both check it over to Marchitich on the button, who, well, he just has the ace of hearts. Knows he can't win this one at showdown, and he's reaching for chips.
Let's go, this man.
And maybe a good argument again for Patacek. Checking this, kind of a nice bluff catch, but one assumes Kolev with a hand that isn't going to fold. And
I'm not loving this though with King-Queen. You're hating it, really.
You need it to be kind of this hand, right? The ace of hearts.
That's all it can be. Ace-Jack, Ace-10 with the ace of hearts. That's what you expect.
Right, and like, as you mentioned, there's going to be the... wow, he does fold it.
I think I like it. I know we can see it would have been.
Yeah, I'm with you. You have to give him some really offsuit ace-X combo that's got the ace of hearts.
And then he's got all ace-2 suited up to ace-Jack suited, Jack-10 of hearts, Jack-9 of hearts, 9-10 of hearts, flop set of 4s in there as well.
Let's see if Patacek he has a weaker hand than King-Queen, but with one player fewer in the pot, certainly maybe a more attractive spot to make this call. But he also folds. Wow.
I think I like the fold from both, James. I'm not going to lie. I know we can see they both would have won, but what a move there from Marcetic on the river. Finds it and does look very strong there. Once he bets flop, cool call, just flats the turn probe and now wants to bet river. Like, what does King-Queen beat other than a bluff, James?
Right.
What do we beat?
There's no other value than flushes.
Or the same hand, maybe. Maybe the same hand.
I mean, he's sitting there. Do you think he's got any clue that he made King, Queen, and Ace as well?
I don't think so. I don't think so. What a hand to kick us off for the session.
An absolute corker to kick off this penultimate frame of the evening here at the EAPT Grand Final.
And try not to be results orientated. I think that's a very good fold from both there. I think more often than not, they're just going to run into value.
I'd admit, just over 9 blinds, 10-5 offsuit. Won't be one he elects to play. Play the rush. 20 million in chips now for Marcetic. Collapsed, I think, still thinking about that last hand. A head scratcher. Well, yeah, that's when you know someone's frustrated.
Yeah.
When they fold and a card flips up, the carelessness.
I think sign of a good player, though, James, as well, when we're good enough to fold top 2 there. When theoretically, like, it's very hard to have the best hand just in that given situation we did. So Sebastian, suited 7-3, does defend off of his 10 BBs. And flops the flush draw on ace-queen 5, 2 diamonds. Marcetic with middle pair backdoor hearts.
Yeah, another interesting one.
And seems like a nice one to check back middle pair here, but may just go for the range bet, as this is our board as the opener.
Right, yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? We expect to see the opener bet this kind of board, but if everyone would check back a hand, it does tend to be these sort of second pair with a backdoor flush draw type holdings, but he's going to play this one as expected. Goes for the reasonably larger sizing, just given the depth of stack behind, right?
Yeah, just south of 40%. And Sebastian shouldn't be going anywhere.
You can look down at that 7 high flush draw. Obviously would have much preferred to see a real small sizing.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's coming out with the check raise.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. Do you see a lot more of this, like in this day and age in poker, James? Because people are aware that people basically see about 100% of range on the ace-high boards, especially against late position. So we just fold out all these like 10 highs, jack highs, king high type stuff, start putting some pressure on some queen X and 1 pair ace X potential to fold out by a river. And also we're free to a straight, so can pick up some equity on a 4 or a 6.
Marcetic going nowhere for now. Makes the call with that second pair. And as you mentioned, Jay, of course, he's going to bet so much of his range here that he kind of can't be folding second pair. 4.45 in there, and a good-looking river, pardon me, turn card for Marcetic, in that it removes some of the hands he's beaten to, and even if he was unlucky to it's a queen 5 type hand.
Not only that, it's also a great hand. It's a card that makes our opponent shut down with the bluffs of very high frequency, simply because we're not folding out ace X or queen X now with a second barrel. So very difficult for Sebastian to be continuing here, but he does not care.
Yeah, decided perhaps, hey, look, I've got a flush draw. I want to run it.
Yeah, I've just actually realised the stack as well here, James.
Yeah,
only 1.4 back.
Third pot. And again, I hate to say the same thing I said in the last hand, but I wonder how much of this is down to what these players have seen Marcetic do up to now. We've only seen him play 2 hands. He's been in there, though. And imagine he's been very active. Kind of a regrettable call, isn't it? It's a call you don't expect to win too often. As it is, he calls and puts Sebastian at risk. Sebastian needing a diamond.
All in the deck, James.
They are. He's live as could be. 26% heading to the river. 33 players left. And that is where he will finish. Sebastian picking up $11,500 for his efforts.
Yeah, it goes for the raise on the flop. Don't mind it at all. I just think maybe a turn that... It's hard to shut down, though, when we got that SPI. It's so hard. I actually didn't see the stack on the flop, and maybe does make more of a call on the flop for that reason. If we're deeper, yeah, can get behind the raise, but at that stack depth, gets after it, but not working out.
This is the last level for today, in day 1-8. This is the last level for today.
No. That announcement, of course, for the MPP main event. That's going off here, 1A underway. 5K, 5 million guaranteed. A lot of speculation around these parts as to the final number, and that, of course, as you mentioned at the top of the show in this one, this smashed the guarantee.
Absolutely smashed it. I can't see it not hitting the guarantee just from the numbers already this week. I think it will get smashed as well.
Well, here we go. Not much change for most of these players, but Nikola Marcetic just climbing up there, up to 24 million in chips, 79 big blinds. Average right now, 9.5 million. So we see he and Kolev above that mark, the rest below. Idemir with work to do. And Petachuk the same, having found the aces off a sub-20 big blind stack, managed to play 3 streets of poker, 3-way, and ended up folding what was the best hand. Not that he could really know that.
It's just one of those hands that, what can we do? I can't see how we can flick in the call there. Just ran into a hand that we were actually ahead of.
Yeah, as the saying goes, if you don't get bluffed every now and again, then you're making too many calls. That felt like one. Alexei Naski joining us as the field whittles down. The Finn coming in with, what, just 11 blinds. Idemir, he's going to look down at one he's happy to see with 9J.
Yep, nice, easy shove for us as Idemir. Does find the jam.
Oh. Marcetic looks so interested there when it went in. He's just got king deuce off. He just wants to play.
And nothing for Neyman Bayev in the big blind. Where's that flag from, James? That is a new one to me.
Was that Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan. Could very well be. I think you're right.
It is indeed Kazakhstan. Yeah, such a hub here. Obviously, just a great brand to have its grand final here in the EAPT, but it really is a center of Central Asian, Middle Eastern, European poker here. Everyone can get here pretty easily. It is in the kind of center of such a big area of poker, and you really see that a lot here. A lot of flags that you don't see other places.
I said to Andrew as well, I was so surprised how nice everything is, how it just all looks, the atmosphere, how everything's run. It's like brilliant event. First time, and we'll definitely be back.
Don't worry, Joe, I've seen you in the buffet. You're enjoying yourself.
I love the buffet.
Idemir, this time under the gun. Just taking a moment every now and again.
Yeah, at this stage of the tournament, does tend to slow down. Obviously, ladders incoming every now and again.
I mean, by 11 blinds, wasting no time from the small. He's ripping it in. Petachuk with an ace in the big. Albeit the worst one, but for 10, hard to imagine he can get away from this.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty close, but as you say, 10 big blinds, we're likely to be ahead. It's just one that, even if we are ahead, a lot of the time, just that 60% against 2 middling cards.
Right. Well, he's not 2 middling cards. Well, I suppose it is 2 middling cards, but these two are match. Walking 6 for Nurmanbayev. Big favourite to send Petacek to the rail and get a double up at the same time. 2 short stacks colliding. Petacek's come from further behind than this in his career, though. A man with 5.5 million in live earnings.
Wow.
And well, there you go. That's how you get it done. Finds a base. Nurmanbayev going for the stand-up. Needs running clubs, needs a 7.
And that is just going to leave him with 2 outs.
Got to do it the hard way. GG's. Nurmanbayev, good game, my friend.
Is it GG's or is it 50k spin?
You're quite correct. 50k spin with the big blind ante. And he gets a whole orbit, sits on the button. Just having a look here, the next pay jump doesn't come till 26, so that's not really a consideration at this point. He's just looking to get that spin. We will, of course, get confirmation here. Every now and again, graphics can be wrong, but no, there we go. 2 chips back, 50k.
Still alive.
He is alive, but the first shot he gets to this is going to be a big one with that 300k big blind ante in play. Plus, say he gets it in just against one player in the blinds, another 150 being there. So the worst thing he can do is beat a 9x pot when he gets it in. Petacek, motionless, emotionless. Having caught a little fortune there.
No, you play for the bounty. No, but yeah, no.
Petacek, of course, both an EPT and WPT champion, and just last year had a very deep run in the World Series main event, finishing 17th place, which is got to be a galling one. Finishing 17th any poker tournament always feels like you were close, but the World Series main event when it was $12 million up top, that's got to hurt more than most.
It's always the tournament that when you bust, it's just the one that's like heartbreaking. You always go in, this year's my year, I'm going to have that deep run.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know.
5 plus.
I'm in a rare camp.
Rare camp?
I'm one of the people, and it's quite hard to do this, I'm over $100,000 down in the main event lifetime.
Really?
It's pretty tough to do that.
Is that 0 in 10?
No, it's 1 from 12, and the one was sub 20k, so yeah. I am over 100k down in the main event. But there we go.
Your game will start in 2 minutes.
So
everyone tells me it's a great tournament.
I've heard that too, James.
Kolev popping it up from the cutoff. Nurmanbayev saying run it with his ace. And Naski now, kind of obviously the situation gets a little different. He does decide to rip it. Obviously, I guess the open range of Kolev slightly reduced with Nurmanbayev on 50k.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially from cut-off. Like if this was just a cut-off open, we'd be sending this anyway from the 4s from the big blind. So I think this is nice from Naski.
Yeah.
For 10.
And obviously, anytime your opponent asks for a count, good news when you're holding 2 4s.
3,050.
Kolev will make way. And here we go. Nurmanbayev with a chance to spin.
Ooh, strong card here.
Can he turn 50 into 500?
3,050. 50 above.
3,050,000.
He's going to enjoy seeing that he is racing, getting that incredible price.
No, 500. Just 50. 50k. 3,050,000.
It's 9 something.
502.
No, it's 5. It's 5.
It's 5.
I'm taking a moment to sort this one out. Here we go then. King, Queen, Deuce. Naski holding for now.
You have like 7 now.
Goulding in these tournaments, over 1,500 entries. You get down to the final 30. He finds a 6. Is the spin on?
It's looking very likely. Just fading that 2 out and out. Doesn't want to see a 4.
Here we go. Does it in style. An unnecessary second pair. We're back to 500k. I mean, we're far from out of it.
Yep.
Sub 2 blind still, but
one more double and we can dream.
And here we go. Like I say though, you just get this deep in a tournament like this. 30 players remain from 1,500 plus who began. So much variance, a whopping $468,000 up top for what is a relatively small buy-in in 2K for that sort of prize money.
Yeah, it's great prize money for a 2K buy-in. I probably won't find many tournaments outside Vegas with that top prize for a 2K buy-in.
Yeah.
It's not real.
If I don't beat him, good fold. Now bad fold.
I mean, fair enough, he doesn't look thrilled just yet. He's still thinking about the 2 7s. Getting run down by Petacek's ace deuce. But we're happy for him.
Big blind. 5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass, 9 all in.
And here we go again. Naimanbayev. 10-8 of clubs.
Petacek thinking about finishing the job.
100.
It's Idemir behind in the big, isn't it, who's on sub 10, and then Naski is also sub 10, so yeah, kind of makes a bit more sense with those stacks behind, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfect sense.
Naski a little bit bigger, pardon me, of course. He actually won some chips with those 2 4s, didn't he?
And once again, when the cards are on their backs, Naimanbayev's going to like what he sees.
Yeah. 10-8 suited, does just fine against his ace 4. I may just see for a bit of TV time.
Four pass.
A fair fight. 1.75 million is starting to become a stack for Naimanbayev if he can hold. That is something you can spin. An ace in the window is disastrous. Another ace behind it, a shake of the head. The faintest of backdoors still available. But I think it's stand up and mic off time.
Agreed. 25 to 1 shot. That does find a gut shot.
Here we go. Needs a jack. 2 are still live in this deck. Not to be for the man from Kazakhstan. $11,500 going his way. Again, obviously, every time you register 2K, they tell you you're going to win 11.5. You're happy, but
of course you would be.
Once you've sailed past the dinner break on day 2, you're thinking of much grander goals.
There's only one person that's happy after a poker tournament, James. You're getting the money. You're not happy you didn't make final table. You EAPT it. You're not happy you win. You even come second.
Yeah. It's true. I think the most devastated I've ever been in busting a poker tournament has been when I've come second.
Okay.
Like, it's just, yeah. It's true. It's crazy. We're emotional beings.
We are. It's an emotional game.
6 plus.
And Kolev here, King Jack, opens to 2 BBs.
2 plus.
And they're going to run right into it in that Nasky off of 12.5. Going to have a nice, easy all-in.
These are the spots we like. No stress.
Last time.
Was he just balancing a little bit time-wise? There's going to be plenty of hands he wants to 3-bet par here from the button against that hijack open, and some of them aren't going to be as easy as this, so just take a little bit of time. Wait a minute. Certainly been taking his time. I'm kind of curious as to why. We're not on a direct pay jump. I mean, we're still 4 away from that, but he's been rather deliberate in these spots. And it's just not something I've seen from him before. And, he's someone who, it's not like, sometimes you could be like, oh, this is someone who's playing maybe much bigger than they usually would, and they're even looking at those pay jumps 4 off and trying to play a few hands. But he's someone who we normally find wedging the high rollers here in Merit, so.
Interesting.
Well, it's my turn. I didn't play any hand.
Maybe just slowing things down as he's coming to the button now. 29 left. We go on a free table redraw at 27. Maybe not wanting to post another big blind before that happens. Nasky going to be getting amongst it again. This time, do just expect an open.
Yeah. One of the lightest kind of hands he's going to open, I guess, here, Jay, in terms of the ace-x combos. Just enough.
Yeah, offsuit ace-x, like probably start folding ace-6 off below a7, probably might even go into the muck, so maybe right on the cusp.
Well, timing up so far. Kiki in at the big. He's going to flick it in with the 5-3-0. Take us to a flop. Ace-king 4 flop does produce a gut shot to the wheel, but of course it is Nasky with not just the best hand, but surely the better range for this kind of flop.
Yeah, good flop for hand, good flop for range. Those two things should just lead to bet.
3, 4, 25.
Finds quarter.
6, 4.
And a snap from a Kiki. Wants to find that deuce. And of course, this with a view to potentially, obviously, well, forget about needing to bluff later on, because you just drill the offsuit deuce. It looks so innocuous for Nasky. He loves seeing that card. Little does he know that he is now drawing dead. Oh, McCumming with the lead, Jay.
Wow.
6, 800.
And just trying to take the betting lead himself so he can set it up for an all-in river jam.
And how do you feel you're in Nasky's shoes when this happens? Are you...
It's really strange because I don't expect to ever get led into on this turn card. Maybe a 4, maybe one that starts leading from the big some of the time, but this deuce here, not sure how I'll read into this, James, but getting 4 to 1 here, I think we're going to have to strap in for a river card.
All in.
Whoa!
Wow, he just decides to run it. Maybe wanting to charge potential draws, deny some equity, and He sees the bad news. You're drawing dead. And Kiki.
How many time out there?
Does it dirty. Sends Naski to the rail in 29th.
Yeah, one expecting jam there. Alexei Naski shoved the top pair on the turn. It's just very difficult to ever get called by worse in that given situation.
I love this game.
Naski takes a huge one.
Straight in the head.
Yeah.
Easy money, huh?
Easy money.
Back, fall in. Welcome.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love this game. It's my game.
Sometimes you get angry.
Huh?
Shuhada, you say.
Shuhada.
Sometimes you get angry. How do you say? يا أخي شو هذا؟ حرام. Ace king.
Sit, 8. All in? All in, 8.
You saw your card?
And Kurtulus comes back to the table. Saw a lot of this man in the first session.
Oh, yeah?
And straight in with a jam.
Ooh. A feisty one, and he's going to find a customer in Andrei Petachuk. You down a big slick in the hijack. It's literally welcome back, put the mic on, here are 2 9s, send it in.
And eventually the all-in does come from Palachuk. Isolating for 8.2 million.
Palachuk's been in it this frame. He had the aces forced to fold. Ran the ace deuce through the ace 7, spiking.
6 plus, 7.
Finishes man off with ace 4. Now finds ace king up against 2 9s, and with a chance to get up to sort of 12, 13 million, will become a force in this tournament if he can pair up here. If he doesn't, he's back to basically where he was before all that drama. And Kurtulus will be the one wielding the far healthier stack. King 5 deuce. He finds help from the deck.
No runners at all here for Kurtulus. So needs a 9.
Wait. Maybe got shot, yeah?
7 of diamonds, not working.
Needs a few more pips on the next card. Well, there are more pips on that one, but not quite enough for him. Kurtulus.
One hand?
One hand wonder.
Sorry.
Also picking up $11,500 as they are flying out fast.
Yeah, down to 27.
You know, better like this. Yeah, take.
How much chips?
Andrei Petachuk, not a man the rest of the field will be thrilled to see chipping up. As I mentioned, $5.5 million in career earnings.
I think we should wait, you know?
Winner of EPT San Remo back in 2011. Follow that up the next month, winning WPT Prague.
2011, did you say?
2011.
The man don't look a day over 30.
I was going to say, he's not really aged.
We are only 5 players here.
A little balancing effort needed,
Are we play or we call?
given the buzzsaw nature of this table.
Yes, but we shouldn't play now, the hand?
We play or we wait?
Because he's big blind.
I'm big blind.
Big blind is come.
Yes, wait.
There we go.
Because blind coming.
But we need 3.
Obviously, with 28 left, they're playing.
Yes.
They can't really play 5-handed. Should be 4 tables of 7. It should certainly be at least 6. So they're going to move someone in. There's an empty seat between him and the big blind, so that person will unfortunately assume that position.
Niedobra, Zemo, niedobra.
And whilst that takes place, we'll have a quick look at our feature table counts. It is Kolev, the man who was kind of a big stack as we came to this frame, has dropped down to 30 blinds, but 30 blinds is a lot of chips in a poker tournament, especially this deep. Recep Aydemir, the only real shorty, the rest thriving, especially Andrei Petachuk, courtesy of that flip victory. It's funny, when we saw him fold the aces, it felt like that's kind of like one of those cuts that sends you so short that you could see him petering out the tournament, and he goes home and he's like, what can I do? But
had to find a little bit of luck with the ace-deuce.
Yeah.
And he hit the ace, and then since there, not looked back, winning every pot he's been involved in.
It's a good skill.
Just awaiting some outer table hands to finish, and we'll get a new player coming to the table.
I'm driving with this music, Jay. I don't know. I mean, some people maybe argue a little loud for a poker tournament room. I don't know whether we're just picking it up, but it's cool. We get a very playlist here.
Very jazzy.
Yeah. Yesterday we had all sorts going on as we moved through the wee hours. Obviously, you as one of the resident voices of the GUKPT, well, I mean, it's been a long time since I played a GUKPT, but I always remember GUKPT Luton, and it would be like the Friday evening, the bar there, they'd have like some tribute act or something. It would be bouncing in there. You'd be trying to play poker and you can't hear anything.
It's still the same, believe it or not, James.
All right.
Believe it or not, that is the best place to go on a Friday or Saturday night.
In Luton. I was going to say, let's caveat that, in Luton. I mean, maybe the second best, maybe the best is the train station or the airport. You can leave Luton. Don't come at me, Luton people.
Ticket on the pocket.
Yes.
Always been a hub of poker in the UK, Luton.
It has. It has.
But yeah, there was always the fun GUKPT. It's like, okay, some people will lose their minds when it's all going off like that. I always saw it as an advantage.
Yeah, we're going to jump straight back to the action because should be having an all-in and a call yet again.
Yeah, Aydemir found a spot, rips it in. Obviously not looking for action with ace-9, but assuming he finds it here against this hand, won't mind it. Is flipping. Mastertich, I guess, with a decision on how to approach this 8.5, 9 blind jam, kind of offers you a lot of protection anyway.
Yeah.
But is there an option to ISO here, do you think?
I think 8s is one that would probably like to flat rather than ISO. And then we also flat like our aces, our kings as well in there. And then like the ace king, the ace queen, better removal behind are probably going to be better ISOs here.
So yeah, approaches it. Of course, has a Kiki Kolev behind. Whoa! Whoa, okay.
Oh my,
I mean, let's look at that. I mean, Aydemir, he's been playing with him, does play pretty snug. Maybe of the opinion that, okay, sure, Aydemir may have some smaller pairs.
Yep.
But he does have the whole table behind.
I guess.
Everybody first?
I'm really surprised to see it going to the muck. Could you expect 7s reduces to shove for 8? You expect ace X suited up to ace 8 is going to shove.
I'm surprised because he's got like 25 million in chips and we've shown a willingness to get involved. You know, it's...
Sorry, can we have coffee?
Seems like a different man from the man that had the ace-8 off with the ace of hearts about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And winning that huge pot with the river bluff.
Exchanging information.
Six-handed as well, James, there. Pocket 8, six-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, last way, of course. Small blind, all in, big blind, go.
Yeah, of course. Idemir saying, I get it, you folded. All those players stacked behind. But he'll be a little relieved to hear that. Survives a little longer. Kiki trying to sneak one through from the cutoff with his ace. Kolev with the kind of hand that we sort of see in vogue these days.
Yeah, can use, especially versus cutoff specifically, just the function of folding out better king highs and all the ace highs that will open. It's a nice little tidy candidate to use the suited king X, but just goes with fold, which is fine as well. Like, going to have a mix, sometimes free bet, most of the time fold.
Yeah, and good timing in terms of turning down the spot, because Padachuk continuing to be involved here at our feature table. Looks down at 2 jacks in the big blind,
yeah,
facing that Akiki open.
At 40 effective here, probably wants to make this around 10 BBs. Let's see what size he comes with.
Goes a little smaller. Maybe just fishing for action.
Could be the case, James. Hand as strong as jacks here, facing the cut-off open, maybe wanting to try and induce something from a Kiki or get him to come along with a lighter holding.
Is this the sort of, when we see these deviations here, you said you'd expect something in the 10 big blind range. Is this something here we see as kind of a little bit of an exploit maybe, where he...
I think that's all it is.
Yeah, Kiki might not know.
Sort of going after someone who's not really looking into sizes and then just trying to get like maximum from hands that would fold to 10 BBs but might come along with 8 BBs. It does make sense.
I think he is better here.
And the other thing, as you mentioned James, Petchuk had terrific results in these events in this casino, and maybe he has his own strategy of how to navigate through the field in the best possible way because of what he's seen throughout the years at the poker tables here.
Yep, someone who has...
Like, if you've got a strat that's been working for years and years, why would you deviate away from it?
Yeah, he's someone, obviously, he's played all around the world, but he has caches going back. I'm just scrolling through here at Mera. I'm back to 2013. He was here grinding. So, in fact, Andrei Padachuk's first recorded live cache was here in 2010.
2010.
So there you go. That's where the man became the beast. So yeah, 2010. 14 years ago. That man that you just saw there, 14 years ago was playing poker in this venue. When he was 3 years old.
Must have been 18. He's got to be 32 now. So Akiki back in the mix this time with a legitimate holding. Goes for a different size in here. Goes for 2.5 BBs instead of the 2 BBs that we saw previously, and maybe just a function of the big blind sitting with just 9 BBs as Idemir.
Defends with the deuces. One assumes not just looking to find a deuce, but kind of a low broken board would do the trick. Maybe a board like 9-3-5. He does check to allow Akiki to maybe put some more in.
600-700.
And now decision point here for Idemir, because it's one that we just can't call with our stack. With the SPR, it would leave us have to make the choice if we want to go with it now. We are ahead of all these ace high, king high, stuff like jack 10, queen jack that would open.
I guess the problem being, you know, we know we don't get folds, and if we are beat, we're almost dead.
Yep.
And when we are ahead, we're 75%. So it's still always a little bit scary in these spots, but you jam and hope to not get snapped.
Yeah, and I think here as a key, ace-king would be a call in theory, James, just reason being the times we're up against the one pairs, we're going to have 30%. And then the times there's 6-7s double gutted, 6-4s up and down, 4 suited in there up and down. So...
Yeah, even those sort of ace-4, ace deuces, they're going to want to play.
Can you bring me a water?
Again, I mean, these two, I know for sure, have logged many hands against each other here at Merit down the years. We're not always privy to all the information here. That does have to get factored in.
Really tough one for a Kiki here, because we do beat some hands, and even against the one pair holdings, still going to win the hand just under 1 in 3 times with our backdoor wheel and 2 clean overcards.
Yeah, it does make the call. Nice to see, because we see here, even against his hand, getting the right price. Factor in, as you mentioned, there are a fair number of hands we do beat. A delayed race. Deuces. Looking good for now. Well, an interesting one.
Does rob a Kiki of an out.
Yeah. Loses an ace. Loses the aces, pardon me. Picks up the deuces.
5 out and 2 juice.
Queen, a safe one. Full double up. Recep Aydemir. And it's all smiles. For the Merit reg.
Just imagine how it changes. A Kiki was all smiles 10 minutes ago, and now it's doom and gloom after losing that one with the ace-king.
Why? You call 800 on the top?
Big blind.
Blind.
Yeah, I put that. That's one big problem. This is my card. This is.
I mean, I've heard these sort of lines for 20 years, but they still make me chuckle. You call no pair? Like, what are you doing? Nikola Marcetic, the one leading the way on our feature table. As the blinds increase, we're going up to 200, 400. Recep Aydemir just found that double, but with the blind level change, back below 20 blinds he goes. Kolev a little ahead of him. Akiki now not far above the Bulgarian after losing that one. Pedicek has been thriving here, and Maxim Isaac joining us at this feature table as we are going to play 6-handed. We are playing down a couple more levels tonight. We will be having a break when we get down to the final 24. There will be a full redraw, I gather, at the final 3 tables.
What's your opinion on redraws, James? Do you like them?
To me, it just seems like an unnecessary thing in poker. There's random stuff on where you get set anyway. Yeah. I understand the argument, but yeah, I don't think they're particularly necessary. Yourself, I feel you're nodding at me there. I feel like you might be in agreement.
I'm not a fan of like 2. I think 1's nice at 24 rather than 16, because it usually goes 1 at 24, right. 1 at 16. But I think 1's okay. But like when there's 2, sometimes just a lot of mix of the tables over like a small period of time. But like I say, I understand why they're there.
Yeah,
part of the game these days.
I get it. You know, if someone does get a really bad draw or has a bad seat, then it balances out. But I mean, what are you going to do next? Make sure everyone gets aces some frequency of the time, you know?
We play now the last 5 and 4. We play the last 5 and Dylan is start.
So Kolev with the ace-4 suited. Nice one to open from hijack. And Patachuk here with the king-queen offsuit, and definitely can get aggressive with this hand facing the LP open.
Yeah, this is the sort of combo, isn't it, that loves to get frisky.
It's the one everyone knows about these days.
I was going to say, I wonder, though, how much of this is, and not doing a disservice to the other players in the field, but Pedicek's looking at Kolev going, is this the guy I really want to tangle with? This is a 1,500 runner tournament. And there's some maybe more profitable spots to find than going after Pedicek. Better than going after Kolev, pardon me. Does just side to flat.
Yeah, not the most difficult to play in position when we do elect to flat as well. Pretty easy decisions on a lot of boards with this hand. And do keep some dominated holdings in there, like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 from the open up.
And you encourage the big blind to come in, which is obviously a double-edged sword. But they can have some of those hands you referenced that you do get to dominate. Here we go then. Mastertich is going to stick around with the suited 9-4, and he finds a flush draw with a gut shot draw on the Jack 7-8. Nobody with a pair just yet.
Yeah, it seems like on first glance one that we expect to check through multi-way here. Patter check, maybe King Queen with a diamond could be one that likes to bluff, but seems like a flop that everyone wants to do a lot of checking on with their particular holdings.
Yep, kind of hoping to see if free one maybe find another heart. Padacek looking for a high card. Has to be concerned about the kind of hands that peel from the big. This kind of board. Ah, okay, look, he is going to get a little frisky here. Bet 800K. And now Mastertich with a big draw, but just 9 high at the end of the day.
And it's just going to play cool here.
Oh, need a player with a hand as we head to the turn.
Going to be an interesting decision for Patacek if check 2 here.
Right.
Whether to keep running it.
And I suppose, you know, we can be up against, I mean, the 9x and 10x less likely, but certainly some of those diamond draws, and the 8x and 7x going to find it really hard to cling on. If they cling on, on the flop, which isn't necessarily a given, certainly I assume for the 7x, but the 8x type hands would struggle would they not to a second barrel. Desperate to see a free one. Will of course have designs if it does go check to rep on the river. Worry not to make a hand. Oh, Patacek looking at chips.
This
wow,
is relentless.
3 million into 4.6, and this, I suppose, designed to target these kind of hands as well, right? The draws that just don't want to call 3 million out of position.
2/3 pot will, or should at least flush out the flush draws. I say will, but
well caveated, Jay. You are in merit. You never quite know.
But like even if like we're at ace x, a diamond should theoretically fold. Like a king x suited, a diamond should theoretically fold. But looks like the combo draw wants to see one more card.
And what equity he has as well.
Does have that additional gut shot.
Even the 9 and 4 alive, little does he know it. And this is a bizarre one because it's not a card, is it? That
it should go check, James,
right.
because how on earth can Patacek barrel this river when a huge proportion of Marchetich's range is Jack X?
But does he ever just feel the need to? I mean, a lot of Patacek's range is Jack X as well, right? So it's hard for Mastertich to bluff this. They both find it hard to bluff. But at the end of the day, he's got here with 9 high.
Yeah, he.
Oh my.
I think it just has to go check, and King High somehow going to show down the winner.
Incredible.
Like, how on earth can we run it here as Patacek?
I'm with you. This would feel, when you've made that sizing on the turn, designed to knock out the 8x to 7x, the diamond draws, you think you've just narrowed your opponent down to a jack. Obviously going to burn some time thinking about this because there are 11 million chips in the pot.
I think it would be a crazy jam. Going to win the hand no matter what, whether he bluffs, whether he checks, but just looking at how the hand's played here, Marchetich's going to get to the river with so much Jack X here. Jack X of diamonds is huge as well, never fold in turn, so the fact that that's a big thing, all this Jack deuce of diamonds up to ace Jack of diamonds.
I'm as an observer, I'm hoping for the check because I want to see the comical showdown. This is going to be great.
And Patachuk's thinking, how on earth am I taking this pot here? 11 milli with the King Queen high.
King Queen, no business on this board. Barreled off twice, got called twice. And somehow he's stacking up 11 million chips to throw on top of the 9 he had behind, and he suddenly has 20 million, Jay. What is going on?
I have no idea. And I'm not sure about the barrel there, the double barrel. Not sure. Maybe we want a diamond in our hand, but that was some crazy hand for King Queen high to win a pot of that magnitude.
Incredible stuff.
But maybe, as you said earlier, James, he's on the exploit train and maybe thinking that people just raise their strong hands too often from the big blind on the flop. So maybe just going after all these one-pair holdings on the turn as a bit of exploit, which makes sense.
We saw the 9-4 diamonds call. That has a lot of future chances, right? It can make a big hand. But the AX and the 7X that would have stuck around surely would have folded, I think, there.
Agreed.
So almost like a kind of a merge in that he can get some draws well, in this case, got some draws to call, but also knocks out all those big hands. But I'm with you. I like the no bluff on the river, as grim as it sounds, to just check back with King High and 11 million chip pot. Well, well, well. I wonder how Marcic feels about that one.
Aaron Idemir here off the 16.
I just heard the announcement in the background. We are about to go on that full redraw, which means, of course, we're down to 24, which means we've actually found a pay jump as well, which is something here when you're Idemir popping it up with your ace-3 suited and finding a flush draw on the 10-7 deuce.
Loving the dynamic between these two.
Goles laughing, looking at Petachuk going, how have you got away with that one, pal? Akiki? What's going on here? Queen 8?
And this is just the dynamic factor.
There we go.
Exchange some words after the ace-king versus deuces hand, and this just has to be down to that, right? Akiki wants some chips back on Idemir.
And he's just going to get it right back up him. And he's going to have to now try and save some face. He's taking a moment. Went on an absolute flyer. Queen 8, nothing to do with this board. And I mean, arguably a little unlucky. Idemir has a hand that can stick it in. If he's just got ace-3 of hearts, he's gone. Well, 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 this is just fun action at Merit like we always expect here.
Very strong.
Idemir.
Hey, don't make any bluff.
It's getting a little loaded, these comments now, perhaps, between these two.
Get a little waspy in there, but we're here for it.
Well, there we go. Sadly, we are down to the final 24, which means we are going to have this redraw, because I would love to have stayed and watched these guys play all night. As we go on this redraw, that's how the stacks look. Akiki now the shortest, 18 blinds. Kolov at 20, but Andrei Petachuk is carrying the chip lead from this table back into the field. Unbelievably so, given all the hands we saw him in there. He was all in with ace-deuce against 7s for 10 bigs.
He was out the door.
Incredible stuff. Won that amazing hand there against Marcic. All right, guys. Well, Jay, I believe that's going to bring an end to your debut here at Merit. Obviously, a shorter day for our stream today, so Jay will be stepping aside, Andrew will be stepping back in, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes. Don't go far.
Ace-3.
Steph and Andrew beaming this to you from the Merit complex. It's such a complex. There are so many tunnels and corridors and whatnot, but me and Andrew are actually in a separate building, although the same building, given we traverse underground between them. But we are in the Royal.
I still have no idea.
This is in the Royal Diamond. The tournament's in the Royal Diamond. We're in the Royal,
right?
Which is the original offensive. In the soon-to-be-opened Onyx setup. I mean, this commentary booth is, well, unused until today. We have broken her in
Yeah.
And it's nice in here. Has to be said, we've got some fantastic setup in here. Nice little info screen. We've got our own little tournament clock in here.
It kind of reminds me of a panic room, James. I'm going to lie. That doesn't reflect on my personal circumstance, just to be clear.
I mean, the air conditioning.
It's like a padded room. If they lock this door from the outside, we may never get out.
I think we can climb out through the air conditioning ducts. Looking up.
I can't get up there.
Well, that's true.
You may be able to. I'm under it. Forget. Did you not see my vertical leap at the basketball today?
I'll come back for you.
Okay, I'm sure you would. Ebby. I'm kind of loving how Ebby is just sort of saying, you know what, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
You know, like pocket fives here, Midland stack under the gun. I think normal theory, we probably let this one go with 2 big stacks behind us. Not a bit of it. As does God's Danker. Defends the 7-4 suited. And here we go. 8-7-7. God's Danker flops, trips.
He's back. God's Danker finds it.
This could be trouble, James, right, for Ebby.
It could be.
It's a lot of draws.
Right, and I mean, it's a good-looking flop. Oh, but he likes to check it back, recognizing that this isn't really his texture, even though he has a kind of hand wants to bet someone for protection. God's Danker improving as if he needed it to a boat, whilst Ebby picks up that inside straight draw. Now, does God's Danker find the bet? He does. With so many draws on board, I like this. Fast play. Ebby going to have either a hand that just folds, or a lot of hands are going to want to call at least one, and potentially 2 on brick rivers. Here we go. The call is made. 2.5 more finds the middle. We've got 13 million chip pot heading to a brick river. That is about as good as it gets for God's Danker. He's thinking, hey, I'm up against a lot of ace highs here, and maybe some of these pocket pairs, even some over pairs that want to check back on this flop for deception.
Absolutely. How big will he go, James? Pretty big.
Yeah, about half pot.
Yeah, quite like this. You know, we can get some hero calls. Hasn't gone too greedy. Very easy here to really bloat this river.
It's kind of fun because he does get to have a lot of those bluffs. Like a lot of gut shots, open-ended, missed heart draws.
I mean, I think as played, Demps, we have a pretty clean bluff catch. Don't hold a 9 or a 10 or a jack. Don't hold a heart.
Right.
We have gotten to this river, you know, with a pretty... Like, we're relatively high up our check-back range, right? Check-back, call turn, get to the river with a pair. It's going to be very difficult to fold here for the price. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
But there are so many misdraws that we do unblock all of them.
Very tough spot for him. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a call, and I wouldn't fault it either.
I think you'll call here.
I think we can fold now, obviously, the missed hearts we might have had, and like the ace highs can fold, but yeah, especially if we're like c-betting like the 9s plus at a really high frequency, then suddenly what other weak hands do we have? Like maybe we have some 8x that checks back. Yeah, he has made the call, and like I say, I don't hate it at all. Get shown the boat. A little overkill. Cards find the muck. Here we go. God's Danker joins the big boys with 45 million in chips.
But yeah, of course, 3-bet, never going to be a bad thing.
Here we go, Burton with a big one.
All of a sudden, Ebby did make that magnificent raise fold, but we are left with 6 BBs. Generalov. It's so tough because even now you don't really get to defend and just try and flop a piece because you have Gabdulin and Ebby that have basically the same stack as you, right? So like 2 million here is so valuable to your chip stack.
Yeah.
I think he may fold this Stamps based on what we've seen from him so far, and it'd be hard to fault it.
Yeah, I like the fold here. Feels grim, but...
I mean, the problem with these spots also is that there are actually reverse implied here against a player like Burton. Like, he's going to open Queen 8 suited, right? He's going to open King 7 off. You know, hands, you know, that we have a hand that you normally expect to be very live against, you know, normal ranges, so to speak. But Burton is not afraid. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him just to open the 8-9 suited here, Damps, right? All this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
So it's not like when we flop a piece that it's always clean.
Yeah.
And Gabdulin's going to be in the big blind next hand, right? It's going to chop him down. Is this a prudent use of your time banks? It's going to defend, though. We're working with 2/3 pot back. Would be a nice time to flop something.
There we go.
And he does.
Now, given that the ICM situation, is this a spot where...
I think we donk shove this one for sure.
We just shove or do we check?
Yeah.
I like that, just given the ICM.
I don't think Burton can fold here either.
Snaps it
Got to
off.
flick it in. Just like that, Generalov, 75% favorite here to find that double.
Wow, and how patient has this man been?
Yeah, unreal. Very clean turn.
Just got a fade 6. Diamond would be a good card. He's not wrong. Diamond it is. Double up. Generalov suddenly in the mix. 27 million chips.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia, the Netherlands, Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran, Ukraine, Austria,
Serbia,
Russia,
Germany, Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy, Greece,
Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland,
Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA,
Lithuania.
Clock ticks towards the 2.5 million big blind level, Damps. We can't make it that far, surely.
Oh, we're getting to 2.5
we actually
million.
might now.
Oh, with 7?
I mean, with 7.
Oh, no. I'm sticking my neck out on the line. I said we can't do it. I said we probably, I think I gave a caveat. I think I was like, very unlikely on the 1 or 2. There's no way we do another level with 7 players.
I mean,
I suggested to you earlier, I think that, you know, once we get to the 2.5 million big blind level, that's kind of like where you can see the tournament finishing. You know, between this level, that level, the 3 million big blind level, that's about where you can see it ending. There's still 7 players left. I mean, what is going on? Got Zanka.
Absolutely crazy.
Ace 10. He's going to pop it up from under the gun. They keep giving him an ace every hand. It's a good situation to have.
Sure
Sometimes they give him 2. Oh, Gabdulin now with 2 jacks. Here we go. Just got the double up. now gets a 3-bet jam spot. He's going to be very happy to take.
Yeah, these jacks going to look like aces. There's been that card dead. Very nice spot to find.
Yeah, I mean, 30.5 blind, they are aces. I like this little difference to the one we saw before, where we saw a snap 3-bet jam. He does burn the time bank, even though he knows full well he will be jamming. There is no other course of action here.
14 million.
Okay, the committal. It's the same thing.
Just in case we find a jam behind.
Yeah, you get a rejam behind, and then the original razor sticks it in, and so they say,
oh!
Well, here we go. We are going to find the jam behind.
Wow.
Cervenkov being dealt the goods. 2 queens up against the 2 jacks of Gabdulin, the man he just doubled up, looking for instant redemption. Wow. Here we go. Going to do some posturing as well, of course, himself. And he is going to raise it up again himself, clicking it, making it 24. We've got some cutesy stuff going on here. But of course, Kodstanka now can only ever put this in with the absolute top of top. And that's not what he has.
Very unlucky here for Gabdulin.
Well, let's see.
Insanely though, Demps, if he wins this pot, finds a jack, he's going to take the chip lead.
There is just 1 jack remaining. You see that reflected in the stats here. Down to just 13%.
Stand-up equity has been activated.
Yeah, this is a good time to do that, I think. In this long 7-handed battle, we see a King 8-6 board. Clubs, no use to Gabdulin as both hold 1. We are in the Mediterranean. He needs to find that fish hook. 2 of hearts. Five of spades on the end, taps the table. Eventually, something had to crack. In this case, it was our man, Damir Gabdulin, out in 7th, winning 14,300.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Welcome back, guys, to the Merit Royal Diamond here for the Mediterranean Poker Party. Although poker taking a back seat for the moment. We're having a little reprieve. We are going for another round of the Merit Poker Olympics, where today's task is, of course, the great game of chess.
Looking forward to it, Dem. It's going to be a lot less strain on us than the basketball. I'm still recovering. To be honest, I'm still sweating from it. This one, going to be a bit more relaxed. The rules are simple. You have to attack your opponent, capture his king, and then we're going to find out who the true king of poker commentary is, Dems.
Well, speaking of rules, of course, a bit like the poker, we want to speed this thing in through a little bit, so we are going to put a shot clock on this one. We've got 10 seconds per move, which, given the size of the board, maybe there is a little bit of sweating to come. But first, we must find out who draws white. Of course, a little advantage in chess to go first. Position the opposite to poker.
Okay.
So, Andrew,
All right.
I'm going to shuffle this bad boy behind my back.
All right.
You choose which hand white's in, you get to go first.
Okay. This one.
Ah, I'm lucky it's here.
Terrible, but we love it.
Right then, son. You ready to get taught a lesson?
Let's
All
go.
right. Well, I'm running out of time already, so
All right, come on then.
I'm just going to get this thing moving.
Is that it?
That's it. You intimidated?
I'm going bold.
Oh.
In for a penny, in for a pound, son. There we go.
I'm sending Queenie out to do a bit of work early doors.
Really?
I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Go on. What's that? That can't be a strategy, a viable strategy.
I'm playing aggressive.
I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's going to be good morale. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, all right.
Putting it right on you.
Get out. Get in the mud.
Wow. Well, if you want it like that, you can have it like that.
Oh my God, look at this. You've been studying.
Have that, you fish.
Get away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oofed. Oofed. Let's get you out of harm's way. Hurry up. Come on. Time. What the hell did I do? Seriously. Someone text me or something. Like, properly struggling. Right. Oh, I'm absolutely dead. Wait, I might be stone dead. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of that. No, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Because that'll take you. Get it around you. Oh, it's okay, I'm back.
Get it around you.
It's all right, I'm back. I'm heavily in the mud. Unlucky horsey. You're off to pasture. You're going to the glue factory. There's nothing for you. There's nothing left for you in this world.
There's nothing for you in this world.
There's nothing left for you. You're finished.
Come back here, my love.
Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Let's get the first check of the game.
Oh no, that means I'm absolutely humped. Okay, you're gonna have to go there. Otherwise I was dead. Right? Right?
Yeah. Check.
I mean, I'm absolutely shockingly bad.
If we're being honest, it's better than the basketball.
God, it's quite complicated, isn't it?
Christ, this one's heavy. He's a heavy horse. Not betting on him to win anything. Oh, we can go aggro.
Yeah, I'm going aggro, fuck it. Because if you want to take it, then I'll just take you.
I was hoping you weren't going to be aggro.
Your race is run. See you later. All right. See you later. And then I have no choice but to dispense of the second queen.
Now we've got an open game.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, sweet princess. Look at him. Look, pan. He looks stressed.
Come on. You know, poker, you pop a set, you look a bit nervous. Oh, a check. That's what's going on here.
Why have you done that?
Because I'm just aggressive. There's no logic to this.
Why would you do that?
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, that's okay. Oh no, that's not really great. Protect the king. Okay. Well, it's just.
We're trading pieces.
Yeah, we're going to be a draw.
This is a very aggressive game, it has to be said.
I foresaw this move.
My heavy horse.
I foresaw this move.
It's very heavy, that horse.
In fact, I did not foresee that exact move. Well done. I'm officially back. Oh no.
It was a failed move.
Okay.
You must retreat.
Brilliant. All right then.
The poor bastard. But there's always a plan B.
That's interesting. Nay bother, pal. We'll see you later.
Nay bother, pal.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean...
Go to horsey heaven.
Oof. Oh, shit.
He just remembered the rules of the game.
Hey, listen, I'm kind of enjoying myself now. I'm in the mixer now. Let's get you to safety, old chap. That's not good at all.
4 moves, 5 moves, maybe. It's a really good 6. Oh. Oh.
I saw you chirping to the camera. 4 moves or 5 moves, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it might be 4. All right, then, nothing to be done.
Nothing to be done but take that little fella.
Get out. The moment is upon us.
We're getting this game. If I get him,
to the back line becomes a queen.
What?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. You get a pawn to the
You're
back line.
at it.
So just, you know.
At it, man. Let's get after it then.
Good move, good move.
Thank you. I do know what to do. Big genius move coming.
Oh, hang on. Check.
But can't I just take it?
Well, you could if that was.
Ah, I would have saw it. Don't worry. Very sharky indeed.
We're now in the final throws.
Oh shit! Right, if I go there, you go there, and I'm dead.
Very final throws.
No, I wouldn't be dead.
No, you wouldn't be dead just yet. You just get closer to death.
Yeah, I'm feeling threatened. I think I have to go there.
Oh. All right, we can still do this.
All right. It's all speed now. It's all systems go. Oh no.
That was an
interesting
decision.
A huge misstep. It must be said, it was a big misstep.
I've got you here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it feels like you've got me.
Check.
You can go diagonal. Full steam ahead, mate.
You can.
No guts, no glory.
Check.
No guts, no glory, mate.
The King of Scotland, his days are numbered.
They are.
I could just get this. No, I'm going to keep messing with you. Check.
Oh, brilliant. Well, whatever.
Pish off.
I'm dead.
Now we've got him pinned in there.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You can keep going back and forth. We're just marching to certain victory here.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I mean, a noble king would recognise, you know, time's up.
It is up.
And take his own life.
It is up.
I'll see if I can do this without him. I'll just get a queen. Where's Queenie? Come on in here, love.
That's not how it works, surely.
Come on in here, love.
All right.
Back you come.
Well done, James.
So, winner.
I'm not having that. I've got my pride.
Good game, my friend.
GG's. I did well for the first half.
You did very well. He did a lot better than I expected him to do. It took a little bit longer than we expected to do as well. You can't see the whole crew behind here in their black jeans and black t-shirts. They're sweating a little bit. Nearly as much as this man. It's as red as he was at the basketball.
I'm not made for the sun. It's the Mediterranean. It's beautiful. Well done, James. 2-0. I'll get you next time.
Yeah, time for some more poker, shall we?
Let's go.
Welcome back to the Mediterranean poker party here at the glamorous Merit Royal Diamond. And glamorous, not an adjective that's often used to describe my co-commentator, but today I'm going to use it. Andrew Headley, back in the booth. You had a brief break.
Thanks, James. Glamorous, eh? I've been called many things in my 39 3/4 years on this planet. Glamorous, rarely won. But thank you, James. It only took about, I don't know, the bones of 10 years of knowing you for you to give me any sort of compliment, so thank you.
Now, when are you going to transfer that money?
Later on.
That's what we got coming up for you guys. Of course, tomorrow, the EAPT Grand Final. Final day of the EAPT Grand Final. It's not on there. It should be EAPT Grand Final day.
Right.
That's a lot of finals, a lot of days, a lot of E's, a lot of A's, P's, T's, Grands. I don't know. That's what we got tomorrow. But first, we've got to get there because we currently have 24 players left. We just done our full redraw. 3 tables of 8. We're going to bring back some number of players tomorrow. They will, of course, battle it down to a winner. But we still got some fun going on. And I have to say, myself and Jay had a hell of a table.
Oh, you did?
Before the one on the break. The viewers who are with us would have seen that as well. There was some bizarre stuff, including an 11 million chip pot.
Ooh.
That was won at Showdown with King High.
Oh.
Pipping the 9 high. There was all sorts going on.
Somewhat unexpected.
People were giving it a go. All right, this is our new table. Almas Umarov. He is the one leading it. Look at that, 25 ANA, $500,000. Nikola Mozatic, the man who lost that hand with 9 high, but had previously made both top 2 and aces fold with a river bluff in a fun spot. So he was getting amongst it. And Gabriel Akiki, who of course was on our previous table, he was battling with our friend Recep Aydemir, kind of 2 regular players here at Mera were battling off. He came out with a check raise bluff on the last hand before the break, but got it stuck back up and by a 3-bet on the flop. So Some action players, certainly, and I know you had some of these players before, right? You had Perot, I believe, was on your
We did have
original
Perot.
table.
He was kind of handcuffed, basically with exactly the same stack he has now, basically having to tread cautiously, but showed good patience. He seems pretty relaxed out there, making sure that he's not making missteps. He's looking to get some upward momentum.
Look at that. The room is pretty empty now. Day 1A of the MPP main event. That 5K 5 mil now in the bag.
Yeah.
So the only players left here are gladiators. And, of course, it seems like something else is going on from there. Is there some sort of side event? I know there's a daily ladies event. Maybe that's going on.
Yeah, it looks like a heads-up going on over there.
All right.
I did, though, James, run into several players in the hotel lobby having a little celebratory vino, having bagged 1A of the main.
I saw a picture from said bar of everyone sitting there, and I saw lots of glasses of wine, but...
Giving you a rub down because you wanted one.
No, but it was more, you know, you're keeping true to it. You were just sitting there with Sans wine.
Orange juice only, my friend.
There we go. Shout out to you.
Thank you.
Keeping things dry.
Not very glamorous, you know, an orange juice, but it was served in a very tall crystal glass.
Of course it was.
Yes.
Because that's the sort of venue we're at.
Yeah, I did run into a couple of our UK luminaries. Dean Hutchison through to day 2 with a very nice stack. Steve Warburton bagged a short one, but threw on one bullet, not to be sniffed at. So another couple of day 1s still active. I believe they got almost 400 runners today, Damps, so that is chunky. Wow, for a 5K.
Wow, 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 wow.
A little feature of Merit, these little capes, I like to call them, the caped crusader there in seat 5. Keeping warm, keeping sharp. If I'm not mistaken, he was on our stream table of the 1K. The name escapes me.
Amireza, but I don't...
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not questioning the face, but I don't remember the name. So
it looks like a kind of nicknamey type thing. Maybe he's requested.
Yeah, maybe a change in
new
name.
Identity.
Yeah, could well be.
Much like Batman, right? Secret identity.
Do you think Batman requested it? Did he go, can you all stop calling me Bruce?
I want to be Amireza, the Caped Crusader. Well, going on a crusade. Perio, interesting here, James. I think that's a mistake in the graphics. Says call, that looks like 800k to me.
It does indeed.
My eagle eyes.
Well done.
Min raising, off 20 bigs, more than strong enough. King Queen. Happy to take that one down pre. Akiki out of the way, Queen 8 off, was dominated.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Just the last hand before the break, Akiki was in the big blind, defended, check raise, folded, then he comes back, redraw. Oh, you're straight back in the big blind again.
Nothing worse.
Needles.
Yeah. It must be getting cold in there. Look at this. We have the full-on buttoned-up jacket affair going on.
You just mentioned a few hundred players in that 5K.
Yeah.
They suddenly all leave the room at the same time. Going to lower the temperature.
Oh.
Just honestly. Is. I used to know. Oh, I had the number in my head. I know the number for the heat rating of a person in a room, but I've forgotten it now.
Mm.
A friend of mine, works in restaurants and stuff like that. It's kind of stuff you have to know if you're designing a restaurant.
Very technical. People actively respirating and perspiring.
Yeah.
Well, Bala is the man who looks pretty cold. He has a very warm and healthy stack. 15 mil. Shade under 40 bigs. We are down to 24 players, guys. Last 3 tables. We're getting to the business end, James. Slowly but surely. Vinokurov was also on the table that me and Jay covered earlier. Round 2, the Caped Crusader. Amireza, what a beautiful name. Ace-3 off on the button. 18 million in front of him.
Plenty of blinds to be getting involved with, scouting around behind. Of course, Kiki in the small, and Marsic, of course, in the big. An action player with a big stack. So not quite the plain sailing it might always be from the seat, but we're still going to raise an ace on the button.
Yeah, you're never thrilled when you've got a rejam stack in the small. Obviously, we would not be able to call. And someone who's going to aggressively defend. It makes it a little tricky, but got to get in there.
Well, Kiki taking a moment. We are 3 players away from a pay jump, but maybe just deciding to take a few seconds on these decisions.
Yeah, round to Marcetic. Suited 10-5 of clubs. We know that as we get to this sort of, you know, 1% of the field almost now, these sort of hands do kind of lose their value a little. But versus a button open, deciding the price is still right. Of course, going to be up against a pretty wide range on the button. Flicks in the call. Off we go to the ace. Ace 4 flop. All Amirezza.
Yeah, Jim for him. Obviously, as we always say, the pre-flop raiser has somewhat of a range advantage, especially here where the big blind may 3-bet with some of those ace-x combos. Certainly the best of them.
Yeah.
But in this instance, actually has the best hand. And assume we're going to see a very small bet here. That's what the book likes to tell us.
Yeah, has the classic shade over 1 big blind. And you would imagine, action player or not, this is not a hand that we particularly want to continue with. Easy. Yeah, interesting as poker evolves. You see, people just don't tend to trap these spots as much anymore, right? Oh, this is kind of dry. I'm supposed to bet. You know, like the old school, oh, let's let them catch up a little. You don't see it so much these days.
No, players far more nuanced, far more balanced than they used to be. I used to ridicule my peers for, like, balancing back at them. Like, well, you don't know balance, just be unbalanced. And
right,
nowadays,
like there, right? Like your opponent's so likely to just check fold.
But nowadays, people are far too sharp.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the thing. Obvious. These days, big blind's like, all right, 5-6 suited with the back door. I'll raise.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. Round to Bala. Buttoned up. Zipped up, should I say. Jack 8 suited into the bin.
Perio, 9-3-0. Not going to play that either. But again, as mentioned, those pay jumps coming up soon. It just serves when you're on these kind of stacks to waste a little bit of time. Again, the next jump is worth $3,000, otherwise known as 1.5 buy-ins.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting to that stage where it's certainly not insubstantial jumps. I'm telling you, James, Amirezza was on our stream the other day.
Okay.
I know it.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I've reached that point in my life where I know I'm often wrong. And I'm just willing to accept I'm often wrong.
I have a good memory for things like that. Marcetic, Jack 4 off.
Don't worry about that Jack 4 off.
Okay.
What I'm worried about, or not worried about, is I've finally seen, I've heard a lot about this MPP bucket hat.
Yes.
And Dimitri Levine there in the big blind is rocking it. And we do know that at the last MPP 2 years ago, our pal, Mr. Steve Warburton, wore a bucket hat. He chopped for the most money, 3-handed, ended up finishing 3rd. But he likes to tell us, hey, I got the most money, therefore I'm the winner. Where's the trophy, Steve? But the point is, the bucket hat, it won. And then he was going to, I don't think he's taken bucket hats off since.
No, but that's the thing. He's not wearing them anymore, and he's on a downswing. I keep telling him.
He had one on today. I saw him.
All right.
I met him on the pier.
Oh, lovely.
For
well,
some sun.
Levin does defend. Interesting decision from Marcetic to min-raise here from the small. You will see these junky hands turned into bluffs pre-flop. Normally a bigger sizing, though. You don't really want your opponent defending. As it stands, both players whiff. Queen 10, one of these hands does wrap around the king and the 8. But it's very difficult, Demps, at this depth, right? Only 15.5 bigs behind.
Right.
It does just sort of feel very uncomfortable to sort of float one here. Obviously, we can just have the best hand.
And is it a case of that sort of smaller sizing from the small blind, and then a small bet here kind of looks a little bit milky, looks maybe stronger than it is here?
Yeah.
So Queen High not wanting to defend.
I think we just don't have enough to continue. Maybe backdoor flush draw tips the balance.
Well,
Marcetic getting it done.
Yeah, Nicola building up those chips. Now, I mentioned at the start of the last frame, those of you watching us here on YouTube, on whatever channel you are doing so, I know we're going out on multiple. Myself and Andrew keeping a keen eye on the chat, on the DTD player. So if you do want to ask something and you're on another stream, you will have to just mosey on over to DTD player, type your questions in the chat. And I see there's a Nathan Slater in the chat who just shouts, Picasso. He's just happy to see you.
You know what, Nathan? We love the lad. Absolute gent. He's also here on the island.
Okay.
And we wish him the best of luck.
Now, what I want to do, because I'm greedy...
He's a character, Nathan. I'm not sure if you know him, but he's an absolute legend. We love him. Go on. Sorry, Demps, cut you off.
Well, you know, we give this stream for free. I'm always asking for something from you guys watching. And I'm not asking for much.
Oh.
Like I say, you watch too much social media videos like I do. You're used to this like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. I'm not after like and subscribe. All I want is a like.
Just half of the equation.
We'll put up to subscribe. I'm going to earn the subscribe.
Okay.
But for now, just a little like will do. There's a little like button there. It doesn't mean anything. We're not going to bombard you with notifications. It just means you like this stream. The more of you who like this stream, the better it does. It moves up the algorithms. I don't know how it works. Right. I'm a dinosaur. But just press the like button for me, please.
I'm not going to lie. That was a very convincing sales pitch.
I tell you what.
I'm going to go more aggressive.
If I get enough likes, I think maybe I get to have like another dessert. I mean, a first dessert of the day. Or third dessert of the day. First dessert. I get to have a dessert if we get enough likes at the end of the stream.
All right. I'll go more aggro. Guys, I'm not going to sell it to you. Click like.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that might be more effective.
I liked your way better, kind of, anyway.
An angry Scotsman demanding action.
Did you see? I was very angry on the chessboard.
Oh, Vinokurov. Getting a little angry from +2 with Jack 10 off.
Yeah, he's been spicy.
Marcetic. We saw him getting very frisky before with an ace-8 offsuit in a similar spot. This time folds, but folds with a, like, he's not happy about the fold.
Yeah. Perhaps aware Vinokurov up to no good quite often. We saw earlier, Demps, when you were taking a well-earned break at the start of filming today. He's in there, Queen 6 off, 5-6 off, so these players, if they have some history, going to be aware that he's, you know, wider than most from +2. Does get that one through, though.
Does indeed. And you know what? Since we put the request out there, well, I put the request out there for likes, you put out more of a demand. Precisely 0 people have liked the channel, liked the stream.
Are you following the like-o-meter?
I'm following the like-o-meter. Like, no one else has liked it since we asked, so it's like that, Andrew. I feel unloved.
Maybe we have to give stuff away. People like that.
Oh, we might give stuff away if we get interaction. As it is, I don't want to give anything away. I want to take everything. I want to turn these mics off, take this soundboard, take the screens, take the table, flip it over, like when you lose at chess.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was upset, okay? I didn't sleep well. I thought I did quite well.
I'm just joking, guys. We'll earn your likes.
We will earn them.
Do it organically.
Now, we very much hope you guys are enjoying your evening, enjoying the coverage. I love this part of the tournament. 24 left.
This is fun. We've got
final tables kind of creeping into sight over the horizon.
We've got a good period coming up now here for the last couple of levels of the night, and then of course tomorrow as we work our way down to that final table. So much can change, so much happens. Huge equity spots.
Yeah.
It's where we know ICM really starts to build from here. 24 down to the final 9.
So we hear some hilarity in the background. Vinokurov getting after it again. Queen Jack suited this time.
Yeah, that
much more viable open than the J10-0. Akiki, once again, Demps perhaps aware money jumps are coming soon.
Yeah. He's someone, Andrew, you and I have seen before here. I was explaining to Jay, kind of somewhat semi-reg here. Well, I say semi-reg, very reg here at Merit, but someone we've seen on a semi-regular basis at the Merit Series events. Yeah, that's what we're missing here. I know we've got the Mediterranean Poker Party theme, but Merit go that step out with a Western theme or Carmen the Opera, something like that.
I love it.
Maybe we come up with an idea for the next Mediterranean Poker Party where it's I don't know.
Swim shorts only at the table.
Right. Some sort of dress code.
Well, Bala defending here ace-6. Did have one. He has one of these interesting ones that can occasionally 3-bet pre as a bluff if you think your opponent's too wide. Lands on call. Vinokurov flopping best, 2 pairs on the king, king, queen. Interesting, Demps. Bala does have that ace of diamonds in hand, but not exactly a thrilling texture to continue here. Vinokurov going to have a bunch of this board from early. Is it enough, do you think, James, to continue? We'll see what Bala lands on.
I'm with you. I think we're just, when someone's over from this seat, it's just so hard for us to ever win this pot, even if we are good, which is very rare we are good on a king, queen board. Losing to some better ace highs, losing to all the king X, queen X pairs that bet.
Yeah, let's it go.
And if, it's just so hard. And shout out to Andrew McMillan in the chat. He says, not true. I gave you a like right after you asked. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr.
Andrew.
McMillan.
So I apologize for calling into question your integrity and your help in getting this channel some love.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier, me and yourself. I'm very bullish about the Merit Complex and just this stop in general. I know I'm contractually obliged, but I just think it's a sensational place to play poker and to visit.
Surely we didn't give you a contract. Surely we got you on 0 hours, ready to get you out of here at a moment's notice.
I know you're giving me the rub down, James, but I also know you enjoy my company in the booth. Right? Please, I need love. Yeah, whatever, okay. There's nothing written down on paper, but, you know, gentleman's agreement and all that.
Okay.
Vinokurov, very trashy hand from the gun. That's me picking up on Jay Harwood. He calls it from gun.
Yeah.
He's very, you know, he's got his own...
He's modern.
Yeah, no, he is.
Keeps his ear to the ground. That's what the kids are saying these days. From the gun.
That's it. Amiretta, Jack 10 of diamonds. Raises it up +1. Akiki once more. We have lost one, James, on the outer table as we speak. 23 left.
Keeping your eye on the situation.
Yeah, you know me. Gets out of the way. Interesting, nobody else really tanking, which is refreshing. You can understand it, of course, with the jumps.
Interesting, Andrew. I'm just checking the updates over at pokernews.com, which, of course, you can do at home if you have someone in this field you want to sweat. We do have a wonderful update team out there. And I see Ryan has posted up. So let us know the 24th place finisher was Sebastian Gall.
Oh, and he was on our feature not so long ago. Yeah, ran very badly. Now, Bala going to take the aggressive route here, James. King, queen of clubs. Both options seem pretty viable. I think I like this. Sometimes good to get on the front foot. Of course, not really a hand that you like to 3-bet fold. Like, but it's fairly rare that you get, you know, 4-bet pre or jammed on. Deciding just to get after it here. Maybe fold out some ace-jack offs, ace-10 offs.
I like that from you, the way you've said that, because I think a lot of people fall into the mistake of, well, I don't want to 3-bet fold this hand.
Sure.
Like,
it doesn't happen that often.
It doesn't happen, but like sometimes you just have to. There's it's a bit like the Omaha last night. I was saying there's always going to be a reason to not do something or to do something. Sometimes you just... You got to get in there.
And like for the most part, these positions, I think people forget that if +1 does rip it in, right? For example, loads of the time they have a hand like ace-king, that if you flatted pre, you could end up coming king high and get stacked, right? And people forget these things, I think. Well played, Bala. Nicely timed.
And he did like the angry fold, like, oh, I can't believe I didn't get action on my butchers. He's ready for rain. I've looked at the forecast, Andrew, and it's sunshine.
Of course it is.
Plain sailing here in the Med. Although, again, the wind did pick up a little bit again today. Got down to the pier, and you know it's windy when they remove the stairs down from the pier into the sea, and you've got to walk around to the beach to go for a swim. And I'm just quite lazy, so I don't walk to the beach.
Have you been in the sea yet?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Oh, it was nice. Yeah.
Refreshing?
It's not as warm as it is here later in the summer, of course, but as a man who's always cold, if I got in there, all of you listening would have been happy in the sea, I promise you.
Now then.
15 blinds.
Yeah, has decided, I quite like this stamps from +1. You know, maybe a little further around the table, a hand like 8's one that we would consider just open shoving. You know, it's one of these awkward hands to play. Don't mind just committing our stack. but is giving himself the chance to raise fold if there's a whole load of action behind. Wonder if the players read into the fact that he's been tanking every hand and then snap opened this one.
Yeah, there's something to that, isn't there?
I find these things a little intriguing at times, you know. And Bala has a hand that you would imagine would like to continue, and he is. I'm somewhat surprised against 15 blinds.
I am with you on that.
I don't think I like this in the long term.
2.5x open against a player who's clearly, like we said, he's been stalling. It looks like they're just trying to get a pay jump. They're probably going to open a little bit tighter than most, so therefore maybe get that razor base. But the flip side of that is, hey, maybe they're going to let me over-realize post-flop because they're a little more worried than butting than they should be. So I can see arguments both ways, but I'm still with you. I think the A6 suitor just probably wants to find a fold for 2.5 blinds.
I mean, Akiki doesn't strike me. I've only been watching for a short time. I don't think he's just snap opening king jack off in hands that we do pretty well against here. We can get, you know, we can be dominated a lot, but Bala decides the power of position, has the button, wants to C3, and C3 we do. And that is the Jack 9 deuce rainbow board. Somewhat uncomfortable for Akiki, of course, here. Working with almost, you know, 1.7x pot or so. Can't really c-bet this one, Demps, and it's tough to go into check call mode. King of spades turn. Now then, what to do? Very likely to check again. Now, can Bala muster a bluff? This is the problem, I think, Demps, right? Because we have the exact hand that we want Akiki to have, right? We want him to have ace-5 suited, ace-8 of hearts, for example. But he is going to muster it. So credit to him if we are going to call this one pre.
And I think this may be, again, I don't know, if I was sitting at the table, my perception would be that Akiki's probably just going to do his own bidding at this point. So this double check does look very weak. But let's see, he does actually have sort of maybe the best hand he double checks with in my mind in the 2-8s.
Look at this.
Yeah, well,
oh. I mean, if he finds call here, credit to him.
He's obviously not too concerned about the call here, perhaps, but what would he face on the river?
I think he's changing his mind, is my read.
Yeah, that's the thing. You call here and you face the second barrel.
I think you have to fold. It's, you know, best case scenario, up against maybe like a nut flush draw, an ace-10, something like this. Credit to Bala. I was a little critical of the pre-flop peel, but if you're going to make it work post and show bravery, find the bluffs. Well played.
Andrew, there's someone in the chat.
Okay. Who we got?
Just come and said hello. So, you and I.
Oh.
On a semi-regular basis.
I like these interactions we have where you, like, tease me.
Well,
semi-regular basis, you and I.
Not in this booth.
Mr. Lappin.
But in one across the cove.
Is it you, David?
So Ali Najat? No, it's David Lappin.
Hey. Ali watches it for sure, but just doesn't interact. Much like in real life. Hey, you like that? Oh, all right.
Wow.
It's fine, he won't see it, right?
Shots fired.
No, he won't see it, so it's going to be fine.
Shots fired.
I love you, Ali. Only joking.
David,
hello, David.
David and Ali, of course.
We miss you.
The other half of our regular team here at Merit, who aren't with us this time round, but myself and Andrew. And, of course, Jay calling the action for the rest of the series. Of course, I'm going to leave you guys for the last couple of days, but we've got a lot of action coming up in the next few days. Today, in terms of a stream, not for the players, but in terms of the stream, a relatively shorter day, given that we decided to pick things up after the dinner break, and then the day was slightly shortened as well. With the view that, hey, look, we're going to finish this tournament tomorrow anyway. The players need a bit of rest. They could flog them, try and get to the final table, but
I like it.
Come on. They're long days.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a party.
Exactly. Well, Perio, 9-10 off on the button. One of these hands that, you know, typically for chips we would open, but just a shade over 20 blinds, 22 left. Nearly half a mil for the win. I like the fold, exercising discretion. Vinokurov, no, he's very capable, very aggressive player. Does have Amiretsa on his left, also with a big stack, James, so likely to alter or downplay that aggression a little. Does limp in. And has his opponent dominated for the time being at least. Probably just knuckle this one, James, right? Don't think we're going to ISO 6-7.
I can't remember the last time I saw these sort of middling cards ISO.
Yeah, people just have really adapted to it.
Yeah, although I liked it when I saw some people recently talk strategy in this sort of spot, and they started raising hands like the 8-9 suited to just to unpolarize the range.
Sure.
And I was like, I just liked it because I've never heard the term unpolarize my range. And that got me a little bit excited. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes. Well, off to the Queen 8-4, 2-diamond flop we go. Interesting one for Vinokurov. You know, loads of backdoors available. Wouldn't mind to see a stab. Oh, he did already check, excuse me. Amiretsa deciding gut shot only.
Big bet as well. What? Big relative to the sort of normal sizes we might see in these kind of blind-on-blind limp pot skirmishes. But there is connectivity there around the Queen 8-4, a whole host of gut shots. By going the slightly larger sizing, does make it a little harder for some of those.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You know, you can just, hands that would certainly call against, you know, one big blind like a King 10, right? King of diamonds and stuff. When you start putting this amount of chips in the pot, you will increase fold equity. Nice little adjustment. Amiretsa. It's just very fun to say.
Yeah.
Unless I'm totally butchering it, which
Amiretsa seems fine to me.
Fairly likely.
Amiretsa. Yeah. If we're wrong, let us know. Actually, don't let us know. We're happy in our ignorance. Being wrong is great. Being wrong and finding out is not so fun.
Oh, I love the challenge of the pronunciations out here. Keeps me on my toes.
At the start of the first frame today, and you, and you put Jay under it. You said, "Welcome to Merit."
Yeah,
rip me through this table, and he sailed through it.
You got to test him, right?
But I mean, he did far better than I would do.
I think you're underselling your prowess. Marcetic under the gun. Ace-7 off.
Yeah, he's shown a propensity to get involved, but not going to do so with this hand from UTG. Or the gun.
Yes. Not quite strong enough to open. Round to Bala. Nowhere near strong enough to open. Round to Perio. I just get a feeling about this guy. I really do. You know, when you watch a tournament and there's always one who's just flying under the radar.
He's got a cool look.
He does.
Tash sunglass combo.
I think the Tash is back.
You ever rocked a Tash?
I could try. I like the full beard.
Yeah, I mean, a beard, a Tash with a beard is just part of the beard.
Part of the beard. That's true.
I've never gone for the clean shaven but Tash look.
I could see it on you.
Maybe. I tell you who's really lent into that.
I know who it is.
Stephen
Chidwick.
Stephen Chidwick.
There we go.
Wow. He's gone for the curled handlebar mustache. Like,
it actually looks pretty cool. It's really annoying. It's really annoying.
He looks like a 1930s aviator.
I was going to say a London aristocrat from the early 1900s. As we see Akiki chipping it in while me and Demps talk about mustache fashion. Didn't really reference this one because I don't think Vinokurov ever flicks this in. King 7 off. 12 bigs. Going to be too many.
I didn't reference it because I wasn't paying attention. I was discussing mustaches.
I'm always paying attention. Maybe we both do it one Merit series.
Just rock the Tashes. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the theme series, we just turn up for the Western with a big Western Tash.
Credit to Akiki.
Yep, gets one through.
Snap reshove.
It's great timing as well.
Yeah.
In the sense of he needed to build some chips. Obviously, just going through the blinds, but getting a 3-bet fold through off what just over 10 blinds is big. And you're pointing at the screen here because you want to tell me something.
Well, we saw him tank 3 or 4 hands in a row, max tank, as if he's hunting pay jumps. And then on a direct pay jump bubble, just fist pump reshoves ace-4.
Right.
So a little, you know.
I'm going to counter that, though, because look what's happened here.
Ah, so he knew that it had burst.
So we're looking at a tournament clock, but we might be, obviously, a little bit behind. We see here a player being removed in Marcetic. That means There are 3 tables of 7, because there must have been a table of 6. So therefore, we are now through that page jump. Hence, perhaps, the quicker jam. But we'll spot it for you nonetheless, and certainly a talking point.
I'm still alert in the wee small hours. Perio, my sleeper pick. King Queen in the hijack. Likely to find this one good enough. Comes in, 800k. We did notice James earlier, he was getting a lot of credit for opens, so I think he has established this tight image very well. Oh wow, snap jam again from Akiki.
I'm gonna go with better than ace-4. What do you think?
Absolutely.
This feels like a
ace-queen suited.
Oh, okay.
Pocket jacks, one of the two. That's what I'm going with.
Let's see how well you know your onions. How many types of onions are there? I've never understood that saying. You know,
there we go.
onions.
Ace-10 suited.
I mean, are there that many types of onions? Perio with a decision. King Queen off against that snap jam from this player here. It seems like a lot of blinds to potentially call off.
Yeah, he's actually not as strong as it looked.
Yeah, he tricked you.
He did. Nah, we can't call this one, Demps. I would be very shocked to see anything but lay down. Thinking of types of onions. Did he call? No, time bank. I just heard something hit the felt. Little surprised. Like, even if you think, Debs, right, that your opponent can, like, be a little wider, I mean, this one of the combos that just never finds its way into the middle, right?
I'd be shocked if he played it.
Yep, into the muck. Akiki, back-to-back pickups.
Yeah, and Akiki delighted to see that fold. One of the sort of hands I think you'd be worried about someone tanking there would be a sort of ace-jack type fold. Yeah. You're like, please fold.
Ace-jack suited types. Yeah, gets it through. Very nicely done.
See a question in the chat. Why do they move Masterchich? Clearly a Masterchich fan, as am I, because very creative.
Yeah.
But we are down to 21. Obviously, we'd have had 8 players at this table. We need 3 tables of 7 for balancing. So they move the next big blind from the 8-handed table. Simple as that. Just luck of the draw. And we're really moving through the playlist again this evening. I'm loving it.
You're actually freaking me out because I was genuinely about to comment on the same.
We're going for a little toe tap.
We've had everything, right? We've had, like, London House. We've had a bit of kind of trancey pop.
We've had a lot of jazz.
Yeah, some elevator music was in there. This one's like a soul. Is this soul?
I don't know what it is. Don't question me on music. I'm not a music guy.
Well, Vinokurov, the King 9 of Spades is music to his ears, Stamps. Sorry. 800k.
Oh.
Ooh, now
he's
these
certainly
ones
going to set the tempo, and the rest will have to dance to that beat. Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We can go for hours doing musical references.
Yeah, I wondered there if Amiretsa would go on the attack. Ace-3 of clubs, certainly one that he could have considered.
Yeah.
From the cutoff also, certainly one that you see people use. Does decide to exercise discretion. Akiki back to the tanks.
Yeah.
When's the next pay jump?
I imagine at 18. I'm just guessing at 18.
Okay.
But let's have a look.
Oh, here we go.
We have a tournament clock back here in our wonderful, newly kitted out commentary booth. But the prize ball ticks down through at Levine. King Jack clubs in the small. He's looking around at the situation. Yeah, paying next pay jump at 18. So we are 3 away. Kind of means it's not really a factor in terms of changing ranges.
Did expect to see this one.
Yeah.
It's one of these, you're not thrilled, 13 blinds, you know, you might think you don't have a huge amount of fold equity, but it is gonna, you know, cost Vinokurov more than a third of his stack.
Right.
And he's an active player. I think we just grip it and rip it. And credit to Levin. The juice is the same.
All right. Got a stronger beat. Vinokurov glances a little bit at his man before relinquishing.
Yeah, very important pots at this stage of the tournament. Every pickup, of course, huge. Oh, I'm finding myself humming along. That's not ideal.
EAPT Grand Final. This is day 2. This is a monster field, the largest in the EAPT's history.
Wow, is that right? Confirmed.
Generating over $3 million in the prize pool. First prize, therefore, being a whopping $468,000 for a 2K.
Big,
Andrew,
man.
that is
very big.
As Jay pointed out in the last frame, it's sort of that's the sort of money you only see in like during the World Series in Vegas for a 2K.
Absolutely. And we do love to see it. You never quite know, Demps, right, how these things are going to pan out. There's, of course, so much choice in the landscape these days, but no, absolutely smashed it.
It's good to see. As I say,
it is.
Sometimes poker players are a little short-sighted. They always want overlay. But in essence, you don't want overlay. You want guarantees to sell through, because then the organizers will be like, hey, we weren't ambitious enough. Let's ramp that up. And the next time round,
it brings more people, right?
Even bigger prize pools. Yeah. You don't want them to get burnt. They're taking a gamble for your benefit. Speaking of taking a gamble for benefits, Amir Reza from the hijack.
I'm absolutely loving Akiki.
Raising it up, Akiki with another jam. Ace-Queen suited.
Yeah, he like either takes forever or insta rejams.
Yeah. I was actually wondering, in my head I was thinking, I'm going to keep an eye on this, because I wonder when he finds like a real premium, whether we'll see like a tank and then a raise. Because sometimes you see that sort of stuff, maybe people are a little unbalanced. When they're doing actions that are so stand out, it's easier to keep track of. But here, Ace-Queen. And these players at the table are like, hang on, how many times has this guy done this now? They must be thinking, really, are you really playing snug?
Yeah.
They're getting very suspicious.
And we've seen that he essentially has been all very legitimate rejam hands.
Yeah.
Very nice. Akiki chipping up to the bones of 10 million just by the virtue of getting those jams through. But that's a great point, Demps. Hopefully we get to see said situation where he has, you know, either a really big one or a very close one, right? And see if he still acts with the same speed. It's one of the benefits of being in the booth. You do really... It just shows me that I don't pay enough attention sometimes when I'm at the table. Because when we're privileged to see all the facial expressions in minute detail, and I find myself noticing things that when I'm playing, I'm not noticing enough. So, note to self, look at people.
Yeah. It's something that I, the last couple of years, when I've made my annual pilgrimage out west to Vegas, I've made a note to sort of put my phone out of reach, not out of reach, but I put it in a pocket in my backpack, and I'm like, right, I'm only able to look at it for sort of 5 minutes every half an hour, because you do need to be keeping up to date with stuff that's going on. It's very fluid out there. Maybe someone's like, hey, do you want to buy a piece of this? Do you want to know this? Can I grab some money? Have you got that money? You know, all that kind of stuff. You know, stuff's moving in Vegas, and you want to keep up to date with the boys group chat kind of thing. But for 25 minutes of every half an hour, I just tucked away and then I focus, and it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is super important.
And I like chatting to people at the table as well, so it encourages more of that.
Oh, here we go. Umarov, chip leader at the table with the button open. Perio. What is going on at this table? We're just seeing raising all in, like for the last 15 minutes.
This seems like a situation that requires an all-in.
Seems like a fist pump to me.
Yeah, just take a moment. Obviously, there'll be far tougher spots than this.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Now that surprises me. I did say that he's quite snug.
I'm a little surprised as well, just because obviously Umarov opening off such a big stack on the button. Going to have a lot of hands, and you don't really know where you are on so many flops when you play these sixes.
Yeah, I think this is a mistake. Not to be too critical, but you are just going to pick up the pot so often, and now, all of a sudden, we're playing a guessing game. We can have the best hand. We do have a heart in hand, albeit a very unappealing 6. And now, Demps, you kind of have to call 1, right? And then left, just hand becomes very tricky to play.
Yeah, you've got a pair and you've got a heart.
Yeah.
Probably good in one direction. You don't really know which yet, but far too much equity to be folding just yet. And the bottom card pairs up. That is the sort of card when the bottom card pairs up that is the one that you do sometimes see leads from the big blind. And I wonder, just given the weakness slash decentness of those 2 6s, if this maybe was a spot that likes that. I know you don't see so much of it on monotone boards.
Yeah.
But I wonder, as a potential.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Could have done with a small lead.
Yeah, Perio may reflect on this one. Looks like a man that's folding with that facial expression. No, is going to call again.
I'm here for the call.
Sure. I think as played, we have to.
And this is going to be the last level we play tonight. Once again, 250, 500, 500. Last level of the night.
Now, a question here, Andrew. I mean, sorry to cut you off there.
No problem.
We assume this checks in flow, and then Umarov, can he ever go for value with the
think so.
Jack no kicker?
I don't think so.
Fire twice. There are plenty of traps there, of course. The 4Xs, the flop flushes.
Yeah, I think we check this one. You know, maybe start value betting it. King Jack seems pretty mandatory. Queen Jack feels like the exact line where you can decide.
Right, so Jack with a live kicker.
Yeah, you just don't want to value town yourself in this spot, I think. And Perio, I mean, this is, you know, it's such a big swing, Demps, right? We reshove here, we can see our opponents definitely folding. We're up to over 8 million, and now we're on 4.4. I mean, it really is, I don't want to say catastrophic, but it could be.
Yeah, and blinds going up. 250, 500, the final level of the evening here at the EAPT Grand Final. Almas Umarov already was a chip leader, but he stretches out that little bit further, courtesy of that Jack 9 offsuit, winning at Showdown. Ludovic Pro now the shortest, with just 9 blinds, having been on the wrong side of that one. There is the trophy in the foreground there, the one on the left-hand side, clearly saying EAPT. Beautiful trophies up for grabs in every event here at the MPP. Like I say, trophy good enough, Andrew, that if you weren't here and you like trophies, you think that one would look pretty cool. I might have to make sure I'm here next time.
I did run into Mr. Ludovic Gaelic earlier, and he showed me in person the mini kryptonite, as we were calling it. They really are beautiful, I gotta say. Beautiful design.
It would look great at home, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now, we have seen Akiki get after it here with 6s, and I saw 2 queens flashing up from Levin in the +1 seat. And in they go, James. Well, effectively commits.
Yeah, just leaves a couple back in, just so he can burn maybe some time. We see 20 left on our screen. It may be even lower than that now, but only a couple away from that pay jump. So he just
buys
a moment. As it is, kind of unfortunate is the right word, maybe, that Akiki doesn't have a hand that can, well, we don't think has a hand that will call off, given that he's kind of had some that would have to.
Yeah, it's one of these that, you know, if Akiki's in the cutoff and we jam button, he might call us off. But in these seats, I mean, he probably wouldn't call 6s at this stage of the tournament, but you understand what I mean.
I'm here for you.
Yeah.
Yes? How much is it? There is 6.5.
Yeah, it's only 13 blinds, but of course, with only 20 left, those 6s become worth dust. See if Akiki agrees with us.
Does indeed. Let's that go. I see another familiar face in the chat.
Oh.
It's a man.
I love this. It's like Cluedo every time.
Who we've already mentioned here. It's a man who likes that fashion of hat. It's a man who was chopped at the MPP main event in the past, Mr. Stephen Warburton, in the chat just saying, what a great job you're doing, guys. Loving the stream.
Thank you, Steve. We love you too.
He has bag chips on day 1A. So he gets a little day off tomorrow.
It was great, you know, right? So, boys chat, as you mentioned earlier, you look through your phone. Earlier, Steve was a little steamed, you know, he was like, oh, I got to over 1 million, there wasn't long left, I could have been tanking, and, you know, and then I got in 2 confrontations and only bagged 440. I was very frustrated. Then I saw him in the lobby, and after a couple of red wines, or a couple of whiskeys or whatever it was, he said to himself, you know what? I'm through on 1 bullet.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. And the world was bright, and everything was good again.
1 bullet and a day off.
Like, bagging is not to be sniffed at, right? You know, in for 1, early double up on day 2, you're right in the hunt. But yeah, all the best to Steve. Thank you for the love. Umarov. 26 million now, Dempsey. I mean, it's only 50 blinds. It sounds like a lot. Ace-3 suited, in for the min raise. Perio, it really does show you right now. 9 blinds, Demps, with those blinds going up. May live to regret the 6s.
It was an unfortunate. Obviously, unfortunately, he happens to get a board where he ends up putting in chips twice post flop with the weaker hand. See, a lot of things could have gone right for him by flatting with the 6s as well. But yeah, it just seems to me that a jam against the button range. Obviously, different if the raise had come from early, much more defined.
Of course,
much tighter ranges, but. An LP open. Oh, hello.
Hello indeed. Now then, Vinokurov, very aggressive, as we've seen throughout tonight's coverage. Potential clash developing. Depends how Umarov sees him, James.
Yeah,
Does have one of these in vogue hands that could do something a little crazy.
Yeah, I'd posit sort of all options kind of still available here.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's actually gone big. I thought it was 3 minutes. He's gone to 3.5. That's actually quite chunky, given the depth of the stacks here, Andrew, being sub 30. I think,
yeah,
you know, typically you want to be looking to 3-bet out of position here, at least this sort of size. But once you get below 30 bigs, you can start to reduce those sizes. But on the flip side, of course, Vinokurov, he does put hands like ace-3 suited, like kind of into a shovel or fold situation here. They can't peel. There's a lot of hands that might want to peel like that. If it was 3 million, he may have elected to peel there. Extra $500,000 forces the action to be either a jam or a fold. And in this case, it's a fold.
Yeah, Umarov, credit. Quick fold too. Certainly was some potential for fireworks. Gets away. I think Umarov also just recognizing Demps. He's going to get to do a lot of just sort of keeping the pressure on, right? With min raise, with this bigger stack. You don't always have to play for it all, you know, in a marginal sort of spot.
Now I'm looking at the chip counts on Poker News. We're showing Umarov as the 3rd largest stack in the room with his 25 million. Andrei Petachuk is in 2nd with 30 million. Now, he was all in for 10 blinds with ace-deuce against 7s on this feature table in the last frame, and it's just gone on the most unbelievable tower. But it is Artyom Lazowski, who is showing as 47 million chips. There are 330 million chips in play. This guy has 47 million of them.
2x third.
With 19 players left.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Shade under 100 blinds, twice the stack of Umarov.
3x average at this stage of a tournament. That is like so much fun.
That is wield the hammer time. I did really well not to launch into the musical version there. Haven't said hammer time for a long time without following it up with the tune.
Give it to us.
Da, 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 da. I'm so sorry, everybody. Amirezza, ace-8. Another one of these hands. some potential, but not versus +1.
Yeah, we've seen obviously Umarov table Jack 9-0, but that was from the button.
Yeah.
We've seen him, I think, open a couple more hands, but hard to attack the +1 open.
As we see Akiki burning a little time, I believe we are on another pay jump dance.
We are.
It's coming thick and fast.
They do indeed.
Akiki very aware.
This one worth 2 buy-ins, $4,000 the difference between 19th and 18th, 18K up to 22K.
Yeah, I did reference there, you know, Umarov just folding that ace-3 suited to 3-bet. I think we just get to do so much of this now. You know, just min-raise, and if people are going to let you get away with it and, you know, not defend too often, kind of like it. Bit of an old-school strat. Lots of opening, lots of raise folding.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling this.
Ooh.
No one's ever 4-bet light to this. You're just chilling. Last level music.
I'm not sure about this for a music selection, not gonna lie. This is serious business. We're deep in the 2K. Well, Perio, I was critical of him. Hopefully not too much so. Finds a real hand, James. 9 blinds. Gonna be perceived to be certainly wider than this when the chips inevitably go into battle.
Yeah, exactly that. There's far weaker that would be used here than this hand.
I don't think he has any time banks left, so no latitude for the old, you know, 4 million and use max time to try and get that pay jump if called. He's going to get this one through to the big blind. Kiki again, very aware that that pay jump is imminent. Going to take the max time himself.
Yep. As well he should.
We always talk about this all the time, and I don't want to wreck your head with it. But, like, we need a solution. Because that's not great for viewing, right?
Well,
we can agree on that.
I mean, you're right, it's not great for viewing. Not that viewership should be the key thing. It's more the playability of the players at the table. And no one, like, everyone knows they have to do it, but no one enjoys doing it, right? Everyone's playing more hands. So the question is the answer the number of hands per level? Obviously, a lot easier to do when you get to a final table.
Okay.
Right, but obviously, at a final table, less incentive to stalling. We saw some times where you would do it, like last night, where Ludo stalled to make sure that the blinds would go up on another player, part of the game.
It's so grim.
By doing a number of hands, you kind of negate that. But I wonder if there's a way. Obviously, problem is you do a number of hands per table, but then one table gets way ahead, and then someone gets moved from that table, they end up playing more hands than everyone else.
It's so tricky in a live setting, right?
Yeah. But I'm with you that some genius out there maybe can come out with some sort of solution.
Yeah, we may just be stuck with it for the time being.
Let's say I like what Luca Vivaldi's done at the Triton stop, incorporating like a 10-second shot clock pre-flop in unopened pots. It doesn't stop the situation where, of course, someone's already raised and then everyone else can now take 30 seconds, but it limits it so much. Anyway, aces, there'll be some action. That's my prediction. Oh, you did the casual sort of look at the clock. What are the blinds? How much can I make this? I can't remember. I've got kind of something of. I've got some cards I want to play. Oh,
nah, he's just tanking.
I know, but the way he picked that chips up, he sold me.
Looked like a man that meant business. Yeah, Vinokurov praying for some action here. What a time to be alive, though, right? 19 left. 470k for the win. We've got the aces. No action thus far. Unfortunately for Vinokurov, gets the sad result. Which is more painful, Demps, when you raise and take aces or when you get walked with them? I guess getting walked is way worse.
Yeah, getting walked feels a little bit dirty.
Especially when you're like short or like middling stack. Oh, we've changed the playlist once more.
Not a lot of chat at this table. previous one we had, there was a little bit of back and forth, but it is very late here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at our clock here, 2:30. Of course, we're in an hour delay, so we're looking at what happened at 1:30. But nonetheless, players have played all day again to get to this stage. Mentally taxing, kind of looking forward to bed, really focusing on not making a mistake at this late hour, because those are the ones that really sting. You make a mistake at the start of a day, kind of easier to live with. You make one now, you go to bed, you don't sleep.
Terrible.
It lives with you that little bit longer.
Intriguing to see how Vinokurov continues to approach things here. This would, of course, be a little wide, but this stage of the tournament, James, everyone seems to be playing pretty tight. Wouldn't hate this. Yeah, and he agrees. I quite like this. You know, these hands, of course, don't play great post. But as a viable just raise, fold, steal, kind of like it. Unfortunately for him, does run into Amiretsa with ace-queen. A couple of options open, I would suggest. See which one he decides on. Either call or 3-bet, both look viable. Is going to take the aggressive route. $2.9 million, shade under 6 bigs.
Yeah, like obviously.
Yeah.
It's still in the. It's one of those hands that the ace queen. We don't really want to 3-bet. Obviously, we don't want to 3-bet face a 4-bet basically because we don't want to call and we don't want to fold. But against +1, we can kind of trust a little bit that it's hard for our opponents to do too much. We also don't want to call, allow other players in. Want to make this hand heads up if we can. And sometimes we get peeled by some hands we dominate.
Absolutely.
The ace-jacks of the world, the king-queens of the world. Might want to continue. We also come up against hand like, you know, 10s, 9s, even jacks. They don't really want to put more chips in terms of a raise, so we get to see a flop against them.
Yeah, I like it. Gonna want to enter the pot here with 3-bet often. Well played, Amiretsa. Tell you something, it's pretty hard to make a blanket over the shoulders look cool. He's doing a fine job of it.
I could show you a thing or two.
I could see you in like a, what is it they call it, a pashmina?
Oh.
Check my knowledge, eh? That's right.
Like
for a Scotsman.
Yeah.
I know some fancy words.
I mean, are you allowed back north of the border when you return?
No.
Will they chase you out of town? Oh, hang on. Oh. Well, Perot's moving, which can mean only one thing.
Okay.
We must be down to 18. 3 tables of 6.
What was the action previous hand? Raise 3-bet fold?
Here we go then. Pay jump realized. If my maths are correct.
I believe so, Demps. Everybody now, $22,000 locked.
11 buy-ins. We're talking some decent Wonga now. I mean, if you equate it to what Ludo did last night, he won a tournament and got 15 buy-ins.
Right.
You got to visualize it. Visualize it. You got to see it that way, as it were. Like,
good way to look at it.
Obviously, Ludo got some kryptonite.
Yeah, he got the crypto
with
trophy.
his 15 buy-ins.
Amiretsa back at it. It's Jack.
You have to win
the gun.
Like 235 buy-ins here if you want to get some sort of silverware, but a little bit harder.
235 buy-ins. What a faintly absurd concept. Akiki, you've made the pay jump, mate.
Yeah, but there's another one coming up soon.
He's not going to do it every time, is he?
15.
Now, Umarov, King 8 of diamonds. Type of hand, you know, we are on the button, is the type of hand that likes to get in the mix, and he is going to go for it, James. Kind of like it. Pretty aggressive, pretty wide, but you are going to leverage this big stack pressure. First time we have seen him really step out. Makes it 2.775 million. Of course, benefit of this, should chase Bala out of the pot.
Yeah, the old days.
I like this. This
the old days, you just cold forward the 5s because you've got a pair, and if they call you, they've got ace-king anyway.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough for Amiretsa.
Yeah, having opened behind the gun, kind of. Maybe he opens ace-10 off, but this ace-check-o, one of the worst hands he's going to open with from under the gun.
Now, what is his perception of Umarov?
Might be that Umarov's often up to no good, wielding that bigger stack from the button against under the gun open, but it's just hard.
Oh, beautiful.
Exactly that. He's taken.
I thought he might go for it.
That one of those worst ace-x kind of hands he's going to open with and going to use it as a 4-bet bluff. Ace-check-o. The ace-queen's kind of cool. Ace-check suited would be calls, one imagines. So he takes the ace-check off and says, no, not today, sir. Have that.
He went chunky too, 8 million.
Did he?
I think so. Very spicy. I'm not messing with the guy in a, you know, in a blanket. I'm just not going to do it. That's a man who's comfortable enough to rock that look. He's comfortable enough to put it in your eye with ace-jack. Well played. Very nice though, Demps, right? These are big moments in the tournament, right? If you time them correctly. Taking down bones of 4 million there, uncontested, with a pretty marginal holding, facing 3-bet. Come on, Akiki. It's late. You can let this one go a little quicker.
Looking in the chat, we have none other than Wadey in there.
Oh, brilliant. Another legend of the UK scene. Hello, Wadey.
Certainly is. Wishing us a good evening. I must return that.
Such a great guy. Such a great guy?
Yeah.
What was I saying there? Such a great guy somehow. Such a great guy is Wadey.
Yeah,
Wadey. And tell you something, Wadey gets it done.
He really does.
He really does.
Low-key killer.
He is. Now, Vinokurov, 9-7 of clubs. Isn't this faintly uncomfortable position, James, of having Amiretsa on his left with a big stack? But of course, 9-7 of clubs. Wants to try and C3. Limps in. Interesting decision point for Amiretsa now. One of our ace-x that likes to check back a lot, James, you know, 30 blinds deep. We don't, if we raise and get shoved on, it's a bit of a disaster. Well, not a disaster, but you hear me.
Yeah, no, I'm
but he is going to take the aggressive route again.
I like this as just, hey, look, I'm in a huge field, 2K. I'm just going to play a little bit more exploitative, just going to raise a lot from the big blind and hope that my opponents aren't going to have the right frequency of counterattacks.
Yeah, I don't think Vinokurov will fold this from what we've seen of him so far, but I can get on board with what you're saying. You know, you will see players limp, hands with good playability like this, and feel uncomfortable, right? And just, you know, we saw earlier a gentleman fold a king-8 suited to an ISO, which you just can't do against aggressive players. But I hear you. You might be able to lean on people a lot more in this type of field. As it stands, after the flop we go, was a 9 in the window, followed by a king and a queen.
Amiretsa with a reason to go blasting, perhaps, holding the ace of spades. And of course, having a fair amount of that board as the raiser. But the same is also true for Vinokurov, having limp called off 30 blinds. He gets to connect with us at a reasonable frequency. So I wonder if we see a bet here. If we see a bet here, we're setting up, aren't we, in case of spades, rather than any other reason to bet, because ace high just is kind of good here a lot, or we get called by better.
Yeah, it's the type of texture where I think you expect to get check called pretty often, but as we go down the streets, you know, on a blank or on a spade, as you're suggesting, Demps, gonna get to leverage a lot of pressure. We can be pretty confident our opponent, you know, doesn't have a hand like ace-king, obviously. Aces, kings and queens probably announced themselves pre-pocket nines, right? These hands, gonna limp re-raise. So it's gonna be a lot of sort of one pair hands with potentially a straight draw to go with them, etc. Turn pair's the king, though.
Very hard card now for Amiretsa to bluff, one would imagine.
Yeah, this is one of these really fun spots.
Right.
Where, like, if you do bet again, it just looks so strong. But it's about finding that barrel, and it's so, so tough to do. As you mentioned, see if he can find it. Did find the 4-bet a moment ago with ace-jack,
he
but
did,
does
but
check this one back.
And I like this check back, I don't think.
Oh,
there we go, plan B.
Wow. Rivers the ace. Vinokurov hates this card.
Now, is this ever a spot where you want to turn this 9 into a bluff? Or do you just think, hey, check and I just beat enough sort of 8 deuces of the world?
This is the thing that's very interesting. I would expect Vinokurov to check. Now, Amiretsa is going to bet this card insanely often, right? If he has a hand like you've just mentioned, an 8 deuce off, like a junky ISO,
right,
he's going to feel compelled to think, right, I'm going to have to go for this. And it's going to make it really tricky for Vinokurov, like now sort of polarizing himself for the most part to ace-x and bluffs. There are going to be some traps, right? Some boats, potentially.
Yeah, snapped him.
Yeah, I'm not that shocked. If you think your opponent is going to be getting after you pre, then sometimes you have to pay this off.
Yeah, like I say, all those garbage hands you point out may feel compelled to bluff.
Sure. Yeah, very nice result for Amiretsa. Big swing, and all of a sudden, 26 million, James. Unfortunate river for Vinokurov. I was about to say maybe you think about it a little longer, but if you think your man is either got an ace or is bluffing and you know he's capable, maybe you just flick it in.
Yeah, I hadn't got to the point yet where I was going to question whether what hands do we use as like our check raise bluffs on the river.
Sure.
And I wondered if the 9,
Queen 10, Queen Jack,
right?
But blocking a straight maybe not a huge thing because our opponent barrels turn, right? If he has,
maybe.
Blocking full houses, I guess.
Blocking full houses is always nice, right?
Yeah.
Although you're check raising into a range that can include queens, kings, aces, ace, king.
Right.
So maybe we don't get to check raise that much value.
Yeah.
Interesting spot.
It was. As it stands, Amiretsa gets the better of it. Fun one. Kind of like it, though, that Vinokurov just that willing, you know?
Yeah.
Just willing, right. Okay, I'm calling you.
And again, you know, we had a redraw to get to this stage, but these players at this point would have been clashing as the fields whittled its way down to the final 18.
Yeah. Back on Amiretsa now. Now he has Akiki in the big. Wonder if he ever goes an exploit here, James. We've seen Akiki. Oh, yeah. I thought he might raise fold somehow, right, against a tighter player.
Wow, he has jammed right into it. Jack 10-0 up against the ladies of Akiki. Finds it right when you want it. And look
unbelievable.
At this. Andrew, it's a 15 million chip pot. Akiki was sort of hovering around 10 blinds. All of a sudden, the chance to have 30 bigs, but he does need to fade 5. Well, that is about as good a flop as you can realistically hope to. Look at this, Amiretsa is already eyeballing the stack. Like, how much have I just torched off here? And that will confirm it. Akiki breathes a sigh of relief. Fist pump, full double up, letting the fans on the rail know.
Akiki.
Yeah, the answer is 7.5 million going the way of Akiki. You know, we were just talking about exploits. I wondered if ever.
Akiki.
Oh.
Yes, baby. I love this game.
Love that.
I've seen this before from Kiki. He's someone who really enjoys the moment.
Yeah.
I like this refreshing. I like to see this.
Beautiful. Good for him. A little couple of peace signs thrown up. Love seeing it.
Full double up. Gets himself to just sort of below average now. Like that. 15 million, 30 blinds.
Oh.
Life is good.
Thank you. Back to the game.
Remember, a man whose best career cash and all his career cashes bar one, having come here in Cyprus.
Yes.
But that standout cash being the second place finish in the Retro Series back in 2022. That was good for $382,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Final table that included the likes of Boris Angelov, Nico Koop. So he's battled against some of the best.
Yeah. Has the opportunity, James, to better that.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, if he gets that far.
That's where I was going with that.
In good shape to do it.
It's tough to do. And of course, not long after that result, he also made the final of the MPP main event back 2022, the only other time that event's happened. He came 8th that day for $65,000. Someone who is obviously a Merit fan and an MPP fan.
Absolutely. Well, he's right in the hunt now. Back to 30 blinds. Work to do, of course. A little bit of breathing room. Round to Vinokurov. Still licking his wounds after calling down Amiretsa in that blind-on-blind confrontation. Queen 10. Very tricky now. Sort of 24 blinds is a hand we want to open for chips, but when you've got an aggressive player on the button, can sometimes make you shy away a little. But
now,
he's in there.
With that, I was going to ask you, what would your perception be of Amiretsa? Is he less likely to 3-bet the same hands he would have done had he not just lost that Jack-10, or is he going to, you think, play the same range still, or is he perhaps... would you ever perceive that some players maybe go more 3-bet happy because they've just lost a pot? Like, not tilt, but something akin to tilt.
I think in general people do... You know, if he wakes up with an ace 8 off here, right, one of those 3-bet full type hands, I do think people are inclined to go into their shell a little.
Yeah, that's how I always feel.
And I think that's smart a lot of the time. You know, there's nothing wrong with just taking a moment.
Yeah.
You know, steadying the ship, so to speak. But it really depends just on the personality of the player. Yeah, you might be. That might be an astute observation from you.
I'm with you. I always feel like people
might get it through.
Might just need a slightly better hand to come after. So therefore, you know, I think we're going to open this Queen 10 regardless.
I like that. Yeah.
It would fill me with a little bit more warmth. And obviously, when you're looking at like the elite pros, it doesn't matter.
They don't care. Yeah, they're just in there. They're like, I've got a 3-bet hand. I'm taking it. Yeah. But it's true. Emotion, a real thing. 17 left in a huge field like this one. Huge runner field. You get where I'm going with it. Yeah, that's why the elites are the true elites. Just rhino skin, ready to go again. As it stands, nice pickup for Vinokurov.
You know, rhinos can run at like an incredibly fast speed.
I love watching these, you know, on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, these little shorts. The one that terrifies me, the hippo. Have you seen that? Just hippos, when you see people out on a speedboat and this big looming creature comes launching behind the boat. Faintly the most terrifying thing you could ever see. You see these tour guides just like chilling with the tiller. You know, like unlike a really dodgy, rickety old boat. He's just like, yeah, old Betsy, she'll get us to the other side. I'm telling you, I'm watching it. This hippo is furious, launching behind the boat. Honestly, I'm telling you, I'm not going on a safari. Are you going? It looks awful.
I don't know why, but I feel like now I'm always going to see. I'm always going to see hippos and like just imagine them with furious Scottish accents.
They're raging. Yeah. Get out of my pond. Yeah. Get away.
Kiki gets one through here with the ace 8-0 from the bun, continuing his momentum.
We'll follow it up. Go on, James.
He didn't give any cheer to Akiki. You know, he didn't give himself some congratulation here.
Yes, Akiki.
We want this.
Go on, James. I'll follow up with a trivia question.
Oh.
Which wild animal in Africa is responsible for the most human deaths?
Well, I was about to say,
year?
I believe it is the hippo.
It is the hippo, James.
It was one of those facts
I know, I wish. I mean, well, to be honest, there's no way for me to bring that up in conversation randomly.
I was just going to go there in a minute. I remember thinking I heard that they... Yeah. I mean, there's just a sheer volume of them and
they are
very
furious.
aggressive creatures.
They are furious, yeah.
And also people maybe some sort of ignorance on that front. You see a crocodile, you know to stay away. You see a lion, probably leave that be.
Right.
They were like, oh, look, it's a little hippo.
I know, it's lovely, yeah.
And oh, look at this.
All right.
This is the shot I'm about.
Oh,
hello,
beautiful.
We're getting artsy here in the late hours.
We'll get back to hippos in a moment.
Oh, yes, that got me, that did.
That was nice.
I'm all for the artistic shots.
I mean, that's
I don't know who we got working the jib here, but I'm gonna go out and shake hands. Ami Reza popping this up. 2 jacks, as he should now. Akiki.
He's not gone for this.
No, but obviously just still burning a little bit of time. 17 remain. Pay jump at 15. Now, I'm not sure, obviously at 16 we will reduce 2 tables. I'm not sure if we do a full redraw again or whether we just go down to a table break. Sorry, I must have missed a folder. You were calling my attention to the cards.
Just thought he'd take a bit more time. Umarov, Jack 9 of clubs. Certainly one of those hands that could have considered to put money in the pot. Turbo folded. Perhaps after that King 8 3-bet, deciding against it. But look at this. We have a royal flush draw.
We do indeed.
A Bala. Very weak.
Now, we know the hijack kind of wants to always bet ace, king, 10 monotone against big blind, but if ever we're going to check
this is the one. This is the one.
Okay, he is going to just bet.
Yeah, jacks and queens here, especially with a spade, are the most natural checkbacks that, you know, aren't give-ups or, you know, aren't pure pot controls as it stands. Unfortunately for us, don't get to see it materialize.
No royal flush bonus here.
Yeah. I was going to say, maybe the person who designed Hungry Hippo was actually like, had a horrifically scarring experience in Africa. And it's not supposed to be the joy-filled childhood game we all know and love.
It's a learning aid, is it? The things from my childhood that I was more worried about than it turns out I needed to be.
Right.
I think top of the list growing up was... It seemed to be that I was getting a lot of warnings from films and TV shows as a child, and we were in a similar age bracket, was quicksand.
Oh.
Like, I grew up thinking this stuff was everywhere and I got to be really careful.
Right.
I mean, it's not a thing. What happened? Was quicksand not dangerous anymore? I was petrified of the stuff.
Just reminds me of the never-ending story.
Yeah.
Oh, still scarred now.
Falco.
Oh, that little horse.
Yeah.
Off he went to quicksand heaven. Awful. We've gone way off track, guys. Sorry.
Am I wrong? Were there not loads of...
Well, so like every time you went to the beach, you're just like, I'm not getting out the car.
I'm just tapping the sand down.
Oh, dear.
Holding on to something with the other hand.
Well.
Oh, hello. Levine, ace king in the cutoff against the Ami Reza Open. It's a slam dunk, of course, holding big slick.
No messing around. See, I'm loving that. Not interested in the pay jump. Just like whatever. Oh, Vinokurov will be very sad to have to let this one go.
Yeah. Ami Reza inquiring as to the number, but we'll find out 13 blinds, not something we're going to call with this 10-9. But you have a look here, maybe it was 8. You're not quite sure until you see it counted down.
Sure.
And again, you know, late in the day. These guys all got back here, what, at midday? It's 3 a.m. here local. Of course, we're on a 1 hour delay, so... But these guys are still 14 hours into the day. You just want to take a moment, make sure you make no mistakes.
Yeah, it really is brutal, the grind. Tournament grind. Do not want to make
it's weird.
Any missteps.
We say it's brutal, but when you're actually in it, you don't
doesn't
really
feel too bad, yeah.
Because the adrenaline's pumping. You're down to the last 3 tables in this massive tournament.
I can't sleep after, ever.
No, it takes a minute, doesn't it?
It's impossible for me to wind down.
I find it hard to wind down when we've been in here watching it, let alone out there playing. Well, he's still thinking about this one, actually, but... Yeah, okay. Let's let it go.
Yeah. Too many chips, unfortunately. Very timely spot for 11. I'm going to go to bed having nightmares about hippos and quicksand.
Whoa.
Now
you combine the two.
I was about to say...
Put yourself
what is
behind
that?
some quicksand and taunt the hippo.
Oh, wow. I'm just picturing a hippo gingerly tapping the quicksand. Sorry, guys, we've like lost our way a little, but
I'm not sorry.
It's amusing me. Would you go on a safari though? Like, would you be excited to go, or like?
Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously, not something I've chased, but Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. I guess. I don't know. It's never.
I think people underestimate. Maybe I'm like, you know, seeing monsters under the quicksand, but you know, lots of terrifying things can actually happen. Like even like a nice elephant, you know, oh, he's beautiful, and he just looks at you and he's like, you know what, I'm over it. Ears are flapping.
Yeah, it's not something that's ever really that appealed to me. But if I was in the area, I think I was like, okay, I'll go on a safari. But yeah, I'm
chilling, and
it's not a reason for me to head down to Africa.
Okay, I think we should go.
But I've only ever been to North Africa. I've never been to Sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, Levin, ace-8 of spades, sees this one as a viable candidate to open the pot, rightly so. Umarov quickly gets rid of the queen-9 of spades.
Yeah, Levin just trying to sneak one through here, isn't he?
Really nice candidate.
Yeah, fresh off the 3-bet. And the table, obviously, we've seen the cards are just kind of going the way they are, but the table certainly feels like it's in wind-down mode, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's always the case, right? At this stage of the night, last two tables of a major event, you do typically see some pretty tight play. Well, this will not be getting folded.
No.
Likely just calls Demps, I would say.
Yeah, close the action. You want to keep some of those weaker hands in, the king-jack, the queen-jacks of the world that have opened. You also just do pretty poorly if you were to raise and get it in here.
You never quite know with Amuretsa.
No,
he's certainly got it in him, I think, to just shove this in, but I don't expect it.
How fresh does he look, by the way?
Yeah.
As we're at the end of day 2 of this event. Looks like this is level 1 of the day. Ooh,
hello indeed.
Ace-high board, Levine.
Now then.
Does flop the best of it, but Amireza with the king of hearts. And a board, Andrew, the kind of the 6-5 nature certainly favors the big blind, but Levine opened in the hijack off that stack size, just gets to have a lot of ace-x, so
yeah,
makes sense that we're going to see a c-bet here and a small bet on this monotone board because, hey, the big blind just has a lot of hands that fold, right?
Yeah, very normal. The interesting spot here, you know, naked king of hearts could start to get spicy, but this one particular, we can just have the best hand still, right? Like, you know, Levin is going to have some, you know, queen-jack suiteds in there, queen-10 suiteds and the like, king-jack off, you know, stuff like this that does c-bet. So I quite like just check call here. You know, it doesn't mean that we can't turn this into a bluff later, depending on the action. Does land on check call, like it. You know, for example, if he had, I don't know, king of hearts 9, right, we might start turning that one into a bluff. I mean, now this, I don't know about this. Like, really? We're check calling and now leading?
Is this in a sense that Levine's just going to have a lot of checkbacks on this turn, so we want to bet to be able to access the entire stack on the river?
I mean, do you really check call like one, you know, just over one big blind and then lead a flush on this turn? I don't think you do.
I'm with you. It seems
like we're kind of repping 2-pair or 3-4. Yeah, I think this is a misstep. We will see if he finds the river follow through.
Yeah, that's
he's going to need to unimproved.
He's shadowed it out, so the effective stack is about 0.9.
And it's an effective blank. I mean, are we really going to lead something like a 4 or 5 of clubs on the turn? I don't think so. I mean, I'm trying to think. It just feels kind of bluffy. I know we can see the cards, of course.
Is this Amireza taking the spot here where he's like, well, I've got king, queen, so I do block ace, king, ace, queen, kind of...
I mean, now he's painted himself into a corner, Demps, where you feel compelled to jam now, and he has found it.
I love this. Well done.
Credit for finding it. Now, Levin.
You weren't a fan of the turn bet, but if it's coupled with this river jam, certainly it's that little bit more reasonable. And Levine, yeah, this is horrible now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, one potential value combo. I don't really like it on the turn anyway, but if we are like an ace deuce, and now that's counterfeited, right? So that's something to consider. Let's see if Levin, has he got any time bank stamps, by the way? Because this is critical. I don't think he does.
Oh, wow, is he really out of them? You're right, I don't see any there.
Oh, he finds it. Yeah, 1 second to go.
Wow. Puts the cape on.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked. Really, Line didn't make a lot of sense from it. That's a credit to Levin. 1 second to go, by the way. I was watching the clock.
Well,
bravo.
Whoa. Yeah, I hear everything you're saying, but it's still so hard to press cool.
It is.
There at the end of the night. But maybe he's seen enough from Ami Reza today. We've seen Ami Reza quite active at this table. Levine with the huge double up.
Yeah, that's massive. Yeah. Ami Reza may reflect on that one. You know, for example, Demps like check shove turn, right? Like check shove turn if your opponent barrels. I think it gets way more credit. Credit to him for finding the river bluff, though, as you said.
Yeah.
Great call from Levin. I think Levin just deciding my opponent's never going to do this ace-9, ace-10, ace-jack. He's just never going to check call leads. So now he's repping flushes and houses somehow. Feels faintly impossible to have a house. Deuce-5 suited or something that...
Yeah.
Right? So with all that being said, our opponent ends up having a lot of bluffs. Yeah. But Levin, well done, found the call.
Very, very good, yeah. Especially as you picked up on no time banks.
Like... insane. I actually caught on the iPad. It was literally on 1. Yeah. And he found the quick forward motion. How does
Reza feel there when he's got it down to the 1 second and then...
Awful.
Then in go the chips. 1 second away from scooping up that big pot.
Like,
but
I guess if he has like 4 time banks, he might talk himself out of it. You know, interesting spot. Well done, Levin. That's got to feel incredible with 5 minutes to go. Is that right? Is that all we've got left?
Yeah, that's what we have left on the rest rest of the day. Umarov, ace-king. This one fits into everyone's range. Vinokurov, he's got 2 8s on the button with, what, 24 blinds. This seems to me, Andrew, that just kind of can fit nicely as a call, but maybe against hijack.
I think this is really close. Against someone, if you perceive them to be aggressive, like 24 blinds, it's very close, in my opinion, between call and shove. We'll see what he does. Yeah. I'm not shocked, Demps. I really thought he might just run this one. You know, you do have 2 re-shove stacks in the blinds. You don't want to call and then call off a jam. Sometimes, you know, if he has even like 28 blinds, I think we just always call. 24, 20 to 24. And here we go. You'd imagine that this gets in.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine ever Umarov lays this one down. I quite like Vinokurov's style. He's like playing to win. Saw it with the 9-7 of clubs.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, he's in there.
Yeah. He's not afraid to die.
Yeah. Here we go. Massive
Not
flip.
what you want to hear when he gets back round to Umarov, the snap jam. Vinokurov, well, he's left 4 million chips back. We're not quite on that bubble yet, I believe. I think it's 15 paid. Gets you the pay jump.
Only has 1 time bank.
And we're showing a 17, but maybe someone taking the max amount of time. Just in case there's a bust out somewhere else at the same time, he could still get that adder up.
This is massive, James.
A double bust out, pardon me.
26 million going to be in the middle here.
Well, he's going to use his time banks. One presumes, given this time back use, that they're going to get new ones, I think, for the final day. Certainly the final table you'd always get more.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't, I don't think, use your time bank here in the hope of a double elimination somewhere else to get ladder up. And we know he's not folding.
Eyes on the iPad. Well, big flip incoming. Here we go. This is huge. Umarov, if you can get there, you're gonna have 35 million Demps.
Here we are then. Umarov. hunting the overs, as you say, will be a monstrous stack. More than 10% of the chips in play will be in front of him if he were to spike. And obviously, by virtue of the folded cards here, we see he's actually in quite bad shape. A 60-40 upon us. But that all changes on the ace-high all-spade board. King of spades covering that 8 means it is just a solitary out. The 8 of clubs, and even then, still needs to see a brick.
My goodness, up against it.
This is not the music you want to bust out to.
It really isn't. Can he find the miracle?
Vinokurov, he is not going to find that miracle you alluded to. And will bust out in 17th place, right in the final throes of today's coverage.
Commiserations to him. Great run.
There you go. Here we have reached, well, what I imagine, Andrew, is coupling the final 2 tables and the end of the day. It looks like we have 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yes. It was 2 tables.
Yeah, a real tough one to swallow, busting right on the precipice of that final day. But Umarov, that's got to feel good. Pads that stack, 35 million. And he'll be able to get those chips to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great stack for him. I'm having a look just as we settle things down here and draw the close of play that, according to Poker News, the overall chip leader in the tournament, Andrew, Andrei Pedachuk. The man who was all in for 10 blinds just a couple of levels ago with ace-2s against 7s is carrying that big lead. But from this table, it will be Umarov with 35 million, just a smidge behind Pedachuk. Amir Reza down to just 10 million. Gabriel Akiki surviving and thriving on the stage here at Merit. Andrew, out of these 5, who are you most looking forward to seeing again tomorrow? You can just say Akiki if you want.
Ooh, interesting. No, I'm going to go rogue.
Oh.
Amir Reza.
Amir Reza, okay.
I've enjoyed how he's approached things, like things didn't go right, okay, that last level. But he's in there, like he's swinging punches, ready to get after it. I'd like to see him spin up chips so that we can watch some of these non-standard lines a bit more.
Well, still just working out exactly what the order of play here is. The player's stationary. I don't know if we're just going to fill the table, play one more hand on this level.
Okay.
Then bag, because...
Would make some sense.
Yeah. Let's see.
We still love you, Akiki, to be clear.
Oh, I love him.
I had to pick one.
That's fair. Yeah, I think that may be the thing here, because I don't think... I'm not sure if they do a full redraw at 16 or they've just filled the tables up. I think they just... In the other tournament, they just filled the tables up,
They did.
Remember.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we go. So if that's the case, we could just fill up the spots, play out the one hand that's left, because we've got 40 seconds left on the clock, then bag and tag. And of course, there wouldn't need to be a redraw tomorrow, because we've in the redraw process from the last 24 anyway.
Right.
So that's why we could still get one more hand in tonight. I think that must be what's happening, given everyone is still sat at the table.
Things are winding down. On the outer sections of this magnificent ballroom.
As there are other 2 tables there. It looks like they are breaking that table nearest the stage, you see.
It'll be a minor irritation, that, to Savenkov. You know, thinking, right, this is my tournament now. Time to run riot.
Yeah, and this guy's just not letting me.
You do need the cards to play ball, not allow opponents to wake up with the big hands. Yeah, here we go. Even a hand as weak as 3-5 suited. This one's pretty out of line. You know, holding 2 of the kind of cards that you want your opponents to hold, of course. But regardless, people are going to have to find it, Demps. Going to have to find big hands.
Well, here's a big hand.
Oh, my word.
Ebby with 6 blinds. Looks down at the hooks. It's his go to give them a 12. And a 12 he will. Obviously, made that amazing raise forward with 10s against 2 jacks. Has basically, I mean, assuming he loses that hand, which is the far more likely, he would have been out in 7th. Now here he is with 6 left. And going to be in with a chance to...
I mean, Savenkov's going to be very steamed here.
Get a spin. I mean, 9 million more.
I think we have to call. It's horrible. I think we got to flick it in.
Yeah.
We are up against enough, you know, ace, jack, ace, 10, ace, queen, ace, king combos, demps to be live enough. It feels pretty gross. Yeah.
He does make the call. Here we go. Ebby with that great fold. Now with an 81% chance of getting up to 30 million chips, with one more player out.
Yeah, Savenkov somewhat punished here for pretty out of line open, but as we said, your opponents are going to have to find something pretty big to get it in. And he's very live now, Demps.
Wow. Flops the open ender on the 8-7-6 board. Even has a backdoor heart draw. Maybe not enjoying the sweat.
Oh my word.
Wow, the needle card. He improves to a set, but it's a bad card for him. In that it gives Savenkov the flush draw to go with the straight draw.
Oh,
and it's a heart on the
goodness.
end. Wow, what a disgusting run out. Running hearts, the 3-5 suited, running down the 2 jacks of Ebay, who, fair play to him, does a lap with the table, gives his respect to all the players. He's going to leave with 17,100. Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean Poker Party here at the glamorous Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel Casino Spa. Basketball court, arcade, chessboard, whatever else they got here. We are back, but just momentarily, because as we suggested, there's 40 seconds left on the clock. Schedule was to play it down through this level. You see that we do have 2 tables now remaining, and there is time on the clock for one more hand on each. So that is what we will do. And that's how our table filled up. Andrei Petitchuk coming in here with 28.3 million. So poker news updates, obviously, at different stages of the tournament. Looks like he may have backslid a moment, but still a very impressive stack for him. Adrian Strobel joining our table. And Christopher Puetz, someone who I think was on your feature table to start with.
He really impressed me.
Yeah, very, very, very competent player is Christopher. I think I called the action on him winning something, but I'm trying to remember what it was.
Yeah, the name did ring true to me even before we started today's coverage. And Andrei Petitchuk, we've seen him here in Merit many times. If I'm not mistaken, online legend also. Played with him for many, many years. If it is indeed the namesake, I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh.
But Umarov...
There's only one Petitchuk.
Yeah.
A man who has a WPT title, has an EPT title.
Yeah, he's a boss.
Got very deep in the main event of the World Series last year. Finished 17th, I believe.
Oh, did not know that.
That's pain.
That is pain. But you know, when you reflect,
oh yeah,
it's pretty awesome run. But yeah, knows his way around the poker table. All right, guys, we are back. So 40 seconds left on level 27.
Yeah. I say we've got time for one hand. I'm willing to bet we can't get two hands in 40 seconds. The dealers here are good. But they're not that good.
There we go. Confirmation from the floor. Final hand of day 2 of the EAPT Grand Final.
They didn't start the clock yet.
They announced the deal. I don't know.
Yeah,
already started.
And here we go.
We are, of course, with 16 left on that pay jump. Don't forget as well. See, both tables will play one hand, but we're not in that sort of hand-for-hand format. So if you have one basta on one table, one on the other, it is actually just where it happens chronologically, right? We're not technically playing for hand, even though we know we're only playing one more hand on each table.
Got it.
So there is still, you know, a stalling factor here. If
oh, wow. Levin gets to play this final hand, James.
Yeah. Made that great call off with ace-8 on the river.
Now then. Intrigued to see how Bala approaches this. He's been pretty snug, and it's not a great feeling here when Under the Gun specifically opens.
Is this one of the ones where you just slide it in and go to bed?
I think you can. Interesting. I thought he may elect 3-bet or fold. Lands on option 3, which is call. We do have position. Tricky though, James.
Yeah. Table, of course, full up. Having just combined the final 16. I mean, Reza is just desperate to try and get one little uptick at the end of the day. This one's surely not it.
Don't do it, Amiretsa. You've had a tough spell. Don't do it.
It would look pretty gangster, though. Wouldn't it make it like 3 million
Oh, dear, yeah. Wow. Okay.
Petichuk with a very reasonable one in the big, and I imagine it's a pretty easy decision.
Yeah. Yeah, Bala. The more I think about this, the less I like it. You know, you can be dominated already. You only have 24 blinds back. It can be very tricky post. We'll see what develops. King 9-4. All three players whiffing the flop, so to speak. Levin's still best. Bala does have that ace of hearts working. And as flops go, Demps, to start bluffing, it's not the worst one. Of course, don't love the king. The Under the Gun can connect pretty well.
Yeah.
But I think if we're going to start bluffing, this is very reasonable. And I like this from him. We saw him earlier, the ace-6 of hearts, right? Execute a bluff when he did make a questionable pre-flop peel. Like seeing this from him. And Levin, no time bank Demps. We've referenced it once before. Going to be faced with tricky decisions. Don't think we can fold flop. Backdoor straight draw available. You know, disguised 10 if we can ping it. Our opponent can shut down.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, wow.
That looked like a motion towards a fold.
I mean, this looks weak.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
There we go. Bala, take a bow.
Yeah.
Love it.
A little too tight from Levin, but maybe, you know, you've sort of... That's a tough spot to be in. You've sort of checked out mentally, I think, from the night, and now you're faced with a tricky spot. You don't really want to play it down the streets. Decides to make a tight laydown. Well done, Bala.
There we go. A colour up. That explains the necessity of having to get that hand out the way. But on the break, myself and Andrew were questioning why we wouldn't just come back and play that hand tomorrow, but we have to do a colour up. So this makes sense. Here we go then. Almas Umarov takes the lead from here out into the Night Sky, 35 million. Padicek, a little fewer than I suggested he may have at the end of the day, given the news and poker news, but he may have taken a back step on one of those outer tables before we got here. When we return tomorrow, it will be 300k, 600k. We have 16 players left and an average stack of 19.5 million. So a lot of playability, Andrew, in this one when they come back tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of, you know, play left, as you've just suggested. Damps, 16 left. Couple of very established pros left in this field. Very excited to see what Patichuk and Putz get up to tomorrow. Yeah, as we move towards that final table, James.
Here we go, just our little two tables here, bagging and tagging. And this is a little look ahead at what else we have in store. Of course, the final of this very event taking place tomorrow. 50k final day up in the air. Whether we're going to get that tournament off the ground. Obviously very hard to get 50ks running. They cost 50k to enter, Andrew.
It's a lot of money.
It is a bit of a problem. Well, guys, that does draw to an end our coverage today. Please do join us again tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time, where we will crown a champion in the EAPT Grand Final. Good night.